These lectures are part of the Great Courses series. They are produced by the Teaching Company. These lectures are titled Philosophy of Mind, Brains, Consciousness, and Thinking Machines, Part 2. Lecture 13, A History of Smart Machines.
One of our greatest assets is our ability to think. Logical thinking and mathematical calculation in particular are essential and powerful human abilities. But as problems become complex, logical thinking and calculation can require a great deal of tedious effort. Throughout history, humans have tried to make it easier. They've tried to develop systems of thinking and calculation so that it doesn't take so much work. They've attempted to formalize thinking and calculation in ways that will let us get the same results with less effort. They've searched for ways to mechanize thinking, allowing parts to be done mechanically or by machine. Can we invent a system or a formalization or a machine that'll do some of our thinking for us? The history of technology is a history of machines invented for two purposes: to avoid the toil and trouble of person-sized physical labor, and to give us more power, to give us the power of locomotives and steam shovels, more than person-sized. In precisely that way, people have long dreamt of inventing machines to avoid the toil and trouble of person-sized thinking and calculation, but also designed to give us more power, to give us powers of calculation and computation that are more than person-sized. What I want to trace in this lecture is the history of smart machines. The story begins with the logic of the ancient Greeks and culminates in the computers of today. What do computers have to do with logic? Everything. At the base level, our computers are logic machines. Their smallest functional parts are logic gates. Computers are built out of logic. It's also true that they developed historically out of logic. It's the history of logic that resulted in the building of computers. People sometimes lament that philosophy bakes no bread, that it produces no technology. But the computing technology that surrounds us is a direct product of 20th century philosophical logic. This isn't a course in logic, but it will help to get a grip on the fundamentals. I want to do that historically. If you trace back the history of logic, you come to one towering figure, the figure of Aristotle. There are many ideas in history that, seen in hindsight, look inevitable. The internal combustion engine, I think, is one of them. Given the history of steam, given available facts regarding combustion of petroleum, someone was bound to come up with that idea. The fact is that lots of people did. There are other ideas that seem to come from nowhere as real strokes of genius. That was probably true of basic elements of Einsteinian physics. I'm sure it was true of Aristotle and logic. The core idea of all logic is a profound insight into the structure of thought, an insight that runs counter to much of our everyday experience of thinking, an insight that's almost limitless in its power, and yet an insight that's astoundingly simple. Aristotle certainly had predecessors. Looking back from this perspective in history, however, the Aristotelian insight looks like a pure stroke of genius. Aristotle was born in Stagira, in the north of Greece, in 384, son of the court physician to the king of Macedonia. At the age of 17, he went to Athens to study with Plato, and he continued to work under Plato for 20 years. On Plato's death, he returned to Macedonia to supervise the education of the son of Philip II of Macedonia, the boy who grew up to be Alexander the Great. It was under Alexander's patronage that Aristotle founded his own school just outside of Athens, the Lyceum. In his Lives of Eminent Philosophers, Diogenes Laertes tells us that Aristotle was bald, had small eyes, very thin legs, and was a fancy dresser. He spoke with a lisp. The works that come down to us from Aristotle seem to be lecture notes from the Lyceum. How they came down to us is an astonishing story in its own right, full of political intrigue and academic infighting, including competition for the manuscripts between the famous library at Alexandria and a rival library at Pergamum. In that history, the original scrolls of Aristotle's lectures were allowed to decay in a basement. Later scholars attempted to restore and correct them by filling in the holes. One of those later scholars was Apellicon of Chios, It's almost impossible to know in reading Aristotle whether you're really reading Aristotle or merely a pelican of Teos. Can you see the manuscripts in a museum? No. What we have, as is the case for many ancient texts, are transcriptions of transcriptions. The manuscripts themselves were taken from Athens by the Roman general Sulla, who bequeathed them to his son Faustus. In order to pay off his debts, Faustus had to sell everything he owned. It's at that point that the original manuscripts disappear from history. Primary among Aristotle's logical works are the Categories, the Prior Analytics, the Posterior Analytics, and De Interpretatione. These are all guided by a single goal and a fundamental insight. The goal is to capture, to systematize, to formalize validity. An argument can be thought of as a set of premises that lead by a series of logical steps to a conclusion. The validity of an argument is its logical tightness, whether the conclusion really does follow from the premises. The goal of all logic is to capture the concept of validity. What makes an argument a good argument? How do you tell a valid argument from one that's not? Here it's crucial to note that validity consists purely and solely in the logical strength of the tie between premises and conclusion. Validity tells you about the strength of the logical tie between the premises and the conclusion of an argument, but that doesn't necessarily tell you about the truth of the premises. The fact that the conclusion really follows from the premises does not by itself tell you whether the premises are true. Validity doesn't guarantee truth. What it does guarantee is truth preservation. If the premises are true, the conclusion of a valid argument has to be true. The goal is to capture validity. Aristotle's fundamental insight, echoing through the entire history of logic, is one simple idea. What makes an argument valid? Its structure. Validity is a matter of the structure or form of an argument. What makes an argument valid isn't what it's about. Validity isn't a matter of content. What makes an argument valid isn't content, it isn't truth. What makes an argument valid is form alone. Here's a simple example. You'll be able to recognize both of these arguments as valid. Here's the first one. Many medicines require a prescription. Everything that requires a prescription requires a doctor's signature. It follows that many medicines require a doctor's signature. That's a valid argument. Here's another one. Many physicists are reductive materialists. Everyone who's a reductive materialist is a monist. It follows that many physicists are monists. Those arguments are both valid precisely because they have the same form. If the conclusion follows in the first case, it must follow in the second. You can know that the second argument is valid, that it's logically tight, without knowing anything about either reductive materialism or monism. When it comes to the validity of an argument, the specific content just doesn't matter. It's an argument structure that makes it valid, and that structure could be applied to anything. With apologies to Lewis Carroll's Jabberwocky, we can exhibit that same argument structure with pure nonsense words. Many toves are mimsies. Everything that's a mimsy gimbles in the wabe. It follows that many toves gimble in the wabe. That's a valid argument. It may be nonsense, but it's valid nonsense. That's the core idea of logic, that validity is a matter of form. If that's true, we should be able to detect validity and analyze validity in terms of some stripped-down representation of the form alone. That's what the logician's P's and Q's, or X's and Y's, are all about. All of the arguments I've given you have this form. Many X's are Y's. Everything that's a Y is a Z. It follows that many X's are Z's. It's as if we dipped a real argument full of real content into a logician's acid and pulled out its skeleton. All that's left is the bare structure. If that's the core of validity, we should be able to formalize it and systematize it and maybe even mechanize it. Maybe at least that aspect of thinking is something we can mechanize. What was the first computer? Historical explorations often turn out to be conceptual explorations as well. Trying to answer the question, what was the first computer, tells us ultimately as much about our concept of computers as it does about the real history of real machines. It's tempting to count the abacus as the first calculating machine. The familiar form of the abacus, in which beads are strung on wires, seems to have been introduced into China only about 1200 AD, traveling from there to Korea in 1400 AD, and from there to Japan in only 1600 AD. Earlier forms of such a device used pebbles in grooves or on lines. That kind of device is described in Demosthenes about 350 BC, and some sources speak of earlier forms dating back further thousands of years in the Tigris-Euphrates Valley. In fact, the abacus is just a way of keeping a running record on calculations, your calculations, using a built-in structure that forces you to carry to higher places. Perhaps that's not quite enough of a machine to count as a computer. There are ancient monuments on many continents with alignments that allow the prediction of solstices and equinoxes. Stonehenge is perhaps the best known. Some reconstructions suggest that the builders could have predicted eclipses by moving stones around a circle of chalk pits at the site. Is that an eclipse predicting machine? If so, we have a calculating machine dating to 2500 BC. In the historical search for the first calculating machine, concepts of both calculation and machine become problematic. There are marginal candidates and borderline cases, but there is a Greek calculating device that clearly does count as a machine. In 1902, the Antikythera device was brought up from an ancient shipwreck and dated to 100 BC. It's about 13 inches high, 7 inches wide, 3.5 inches thick, with 30 interlocking bronze gears of an original 37 or more. The device operated something like an orrery, those model planetary systems that show the motion of the planets. By turning a crank, the Antikythera device allowed the user to calculate the movement of the sun and moon in terms of several astronomical cycles, and in approximation to Kepler's law of angular velocity. It shows phases of the moon, and may have been able to show positions of major planets as well. There are other machines that appear in legend. The man who became Pope Sylvester is reported to have mechanized an abacus. There are reports of a calculating machine constructed by Albertus Magnus in the 1200s. In one account, this was a computing machine made of brass in the shape of a human head, with figures that appeared as teeth. By one account, it took 30 years to build and even had the power of speech. Albertus's student Thomas Aquinas became so upset by its endless chatter that he smashed it to pieces, or so the story goes. Throughout history, there's also a steady development in calculating devices that are less machine-like. Astrolabe and quadrant, used for navigational calculation of latitude, and ballistic calculators, used to gauge the amount of shot to use in cannons of particular diameters. Let's look at computing machines designed to handle arithmetic in particular. The history of those machines is driven by one basic fact. Addition is easy, multiplication is hard. You may still remember the endless tedium and travail of memorizing multiplication tables. I still hate Mrs. Parker. You can imagine what a mystery multiplication would be without multiplication tables, and what a mystery multiplication must have been to large portions of the populace when education was both minimal and rare. If only multiplication could be made as easy as addition. That's what John Napier of Scotland set out to do in the early 1600s. He did it in two ways, both of which were important for the later history of computing machinery. One of Napier's inventions was Napier's bones, the world's first pocket calculator. Napier's bones were a set of marked ivory sticks. In order to multiply two numbers, you arranged the right sticks from the set and read off some numbers. When you added those numbers, you were done. You can see a set on display at the Computing History Museum at the American University in Washington, D.C. What Napier's bones really did was embed the multiplication tables into the device itself. Napier introduced them in 1617, but people were still using them to multiply as late as 1885. If only multiplication could be made as easy as addition. That is, in fact, what John Napier's logarithms were all about, invented in 1614. Here's the idea. Multiplying 16 times 32 takes some doing, a knowledge of multiplication tables, carrying numbers from column to column, and adding multiple lines of results. Logarithms offer a different route. In the example of 16 times 32, 16 can be thought of as 2 to the 4th. 2 times 2 times 2 times 2. 32 is 2 to the 5th. In order to multiply those two numbers, you just add their exponents. 2 to the 4th and 2 to the 5th is 2 to the 9th. If you know that that's 512, or you can look it up in a table, you're done. Regardless of the base, 2 in this case, that's what logarithms are all about. By the magic of exponentiation, logarithms let you handle multiplication by doing addition. What is 1,481 times 2,561? You look up each of their logs in a log table. Oh, those are 3.1705551 and 3.40840096. Add those and you get 6.5789647. Go back to the log table and it'll tell you that 10 raised to that exponent is 3,792,841. So 1,481 times 2,561 is 3,792,841. Although both of Napier's inventions simplify calculation, neither look much like machines. But that's the next step. Logarithms allow you to construct a very simple but very effective calculating device. It's the slide rule. Writing about the slide rule in the 1850s, the famous logician Augustus de Morgan said, quote, "For a few shillings, most persons might put into their pockets some 100 times as much power of calculation as they have in their heads," end quote. If you look at NASA films from the 1960s, you'll see slide rules in leather cases on engineers' hips. Today we'd use pocket calculators, but it was slide rules that put us on the moon. How things change. Many of my college-age students have never seen a slide rule, and finding one at a yard sale to show them wasn't easy. Napier's bones made an equally important contribution to the history of computing machines. In 1623, after talking about logarithms and Napier's bones with the great astronomer Johannes Kepler, Wilhelm Schickard constructed a computing machine. Schickard was a professor at Tübingen University in Germany, professor of Hebrew, professor of Oriental languages, professor of astronomy, professor of geography, and a Protestant minister as well. Schickard mechanized Napier's bones in terms of a readable input, output, and a carrying mechanism in terms of gears. He wrote to Kepler in gleeful triumph, saying that, quote, "What you've done in a logistical way, I've just tried to do by mechanics. I've constructed a machine consisting of 11 complete and 6 mutilated sprocket wheels which can calculate. You would burst out laughing if you were present to see how it carries by itself from one column of tens to the next or borrows from them during subtraction," end quote. What was new about Schickard's machine was the carrying mechanism. The idea that when one wheel has turned 10 times, it makes a connecting wheel turn just once. When that wheel is turned 10 times, it makes the next wheel turn once. Put those in the ones, tens, and 100s column, and you've got a machine that carries. That seems like a simple idea. Why didn't people think of it before? There's actually evidence that Leonardo da Vinci may have done so, constructing an odometer-type device in the early 1500s. But there are two inherent difficulties with the idea, both of them purely mechanical. One problem is slack. If the wheels are going to move, they need a little slack. But that slack can build up over a long calculation, and the numbers don't line up right anymore on the other end. Another problem is force. If you carry just one thing at a time, there's no problem. But if you have 99999 and you have to add a 1, you're going to have to apply enough force at the ones column to make all of the higher wheels flip over, and that may break a fragile device. In about 1642, the philosopher and mathematician Blaise Pascal solved the force problem by inventing the Pascaline. It had internal weights for each gear so that carrying a 1 released the next wheel, allowing it to turn rather than forcing it to turn. Pascal hoped to get rich by mass-producing the Pascaline. He built about 50 of them, but he didn't get rich. They tended to break, and he was the only one who could fix them, which is one reason there are only a few Pascalines still in existence. In Lecture 2, in outlining Cartesian dualism, we appealed to a logical principle from the philosopher Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, the principle that if two things are identical, anything true of one must be true of the other. Here's another thing Leibniz did. In 1672, he built a calculating machine that could handle multiplication with the turn of a crank. Diagrams of the machine show an astounding variety of cogs and gears, at the core of which is a piece of mechanism still known as the Leibniz stepped drum. For almost 200 years, it was thought that the device itself was lost. But in 1879, a group of workmen repairing a leaking roof in Göttingen University in Germany found a peculiar device stuck in the corner of an attic. It was a complete and working Leibniz machine. What I've been tracing is the history of calculating devices, from the Greek Antikythera machine to the calculating devices of Schickard, Pascal, and Leibniz. All of these, however, are overshadowed by Charles Babbage's designs for computers built from steam-driven steel in the 1800s. Babbage's accomplishments were phenomenal, but they didn't make him happy. In old age, Babbage himself said that he'd never had a happy day in his entire life. Babbage was an Englishman, but one of his friends said of him that he, quote, hated mankind in general, Englishmen in particular, and the English government most of all, end quote. The story of Babbage's computers takes us back to logarithms, in particular to logarithm tables. Napier's logarithms allow you to do multiplication by adding exponents, but of course you have to know the exponents of the numbers you need. Those you get from printed logarithm tables. There was an enormous market for bound volumes of logarithm tables, hand-calculated by mathematicians and hand-set by printers. Errors were bound to slip in. The young Charles Babbage, freak for accuracy that he was, took great delight in finding errors in the published logarithm tables. He'd use them to show off. Ha! Look at column 23, row 345. That's not right. What if you could eliminate human error by cutting humans out of the loop? What if logarithm tables weren't calculated by human mathematicians and weren't set by human printers? What if the tables could be computed and printed entirely by machine? Babbage designed a machine in the 1820s to do just that. It was called the difference engine. He appealed to the Royal Society, which gave him £1,500 to build it, about $150,000 in today's dollars. Babbage's diagrams for the brass and steel gears of the difference engine were exacting. So exacting and so novel that new tools had to be designed just to make them. The £1,500 were spent, then another $1,500 granted by the British government, then another $3,000, and Babbage put in his inheritance as well. His machinists demanded increasing amounts for manufacture of parts and quit when his demands weren't met. In 1827, Babbage faced other disasters as well. His father, his wife, and 2 of his children died. He fell ill from stress and left for Europe to gain his equilibrium, but he came back to face the same problems he had left behind. As I told you in Lecture 1, the difference engine eventually cost the British taxpayers a total of £17,470, more than 20 locomotives. But Babbage had also pitched in £20,000 of his own inheritance. All told, the cost of the never-completed device came due at almost 25 times the original estimate, more than 40 locomotives. One member of Parliament suggested that the machine would have been better used calculating how much had been spent on it. Babbage designed a second difference engine number 2, with some simplifications. It was longer and narrower than number 1, with 4,000 parts instead of 25,000 parts. In 1991, a difference engine number 2 was built from Babbage's plans by the Science Museum in London. It's 10 feet long, 6 feet high, 18 inches deep, and it weighs 3 tons. And it works. For Babbage in the 1830s, without further funding, the difference engine was over. He ran for Parliament, but he lost. Then he came up with a new idea, the analytical engine. Unlike the difference engine, the analytical engine wouldn't be tied to any particular calculation, such as logarithms. Babbage envisaged it as able to perform all mathematical operations, and able to combine such operations to solve any mathematical problem. The design of the analytical engine was astoundingly contemporary. It had 2 parts, a mill and a store. We'd call the central processor and the memory. The store consisted of 1,000 registers, each capable of containing a 50-digit memory, precisely the design of a random access memory. Input and output were to be carried out on punched cards, derived from the jacquard loom of the time, which specified the pattern to be woven, but functioning just like the punched cards of the IBM mainframes 100 years later. Here I have to add another character in the story, the beautiful Ada Lovelace. Ada Lovelace was the only legitimate child of the English poet Lord Byron, a rock star of his time. When she was 27, Ada Lovelace translated into English a paper on the analytical engine that had been written in French. At Babbage's suggestion, she amplified the paper, which eventually grew to 4 times its original length. She fell in love with the analytical engine, and some of her ideas for repeated loops and subroutines were incorporated in the final design. Babbage asked Parliament for new funding for the analytical engine, but of course they turned him down. A secretary of the Royal Society wrote at the time, quote, "Babbage was ill-judged enough to press the consideration of this new machine upon the members of government who are already sick of the old one," end quote. His protege, Ada Lovelace, died 8 years after she entered his life at the young age of 37. The analytical engine was never built. In 1906, his son put together a version of the mill. It was used to calculate the first 25 multiples of pi to 29 decimal places, and it worked. With this cast of characters, the rise and fall of fortunes, dashed dreams, and posthumous success, the story of Babbage's steam-driven computers has the stuff of literature. And it is. In the novel The Difference Engine, William Gibson and Bruce Sterling speculate on how history would have been different if Babbage's machines had actually been built, if the information revolution had been simultaneous with the industrial revolution. I started this story with logic because this is the point at which it really becomes important. Work in logic didn't stop after Aristotle, but in some respects it did go into a deep sleep. 50 years before Babbage, Immanuel Kant had announced that logic was a completed science, that Aristotle had done it all. There was no more logic to do. Kant couldn't have been more wrong. Logic was reborn in the 1800s through the work of George Boole and Gottlieb Frege. The vision was the same as it had been for Aristotle. Perhaps we can systematize, formalize, and mechanize logical thought. George Boole's major work was an investigation of the laws of thought, on which are founded the mathematical theories of logic and probabilities. It ties the propositional logic of P's and Q's to what we still know as Boolean algebras. Gottlieb Frege's Begriffsschrift introduces the next step, quantificational logic. Frege's subtitle for the work promises a formal language of pure thought. A major step in both the development of logic and the birth of computers as we know them comes next in Bertrand Russell and Alfred North Whitehead's Principia Mathematica. Working together, it took these two philosophers and mathematicians over 10 years to complete. It was published in 3 volumes, totaling almost 2,000 pages, between 1910 and 1913. Principia Mathematica was intended to settle a philosophical bet. What is mathematics about, anyway? What are its foundations? What makes it so certain? Russell and Whitehead's bet was that mathematics is made of pure logic, that all of the complex concepts of mathematics, all of the complex reasoning, could be squeezed out of a small set of logical symbols using logical inference alone. Principia Mathematica showed how a few simple logical symbols, and, or, and not, for example, were enough to give all the numbers, functions, operations, and transformations you'd ever need. It was largely successful. What it showed was that the genie of mathematics could be produced from the tiny lamp of logic. But wait a minute. If all of mathematics can be built out of a few simple components, it should be possible to build a mathematical machine out of a few simple components. With machine bits capable of working like ands, ors, and nots work, the sky's the limit. We'll be able to fulfill Aristotle's dream. We'll be able to mechanize mathematical thought. That is, in fact, how computers work on the ground level. They are logic machines. The logical connectives and, or, and not can in fact be reduced to just one. It's called NAND, and it means not both this and that. P NAND Q, for example, means not both P and Q. From that, with a lot of patience, you can get all the rest. Deep down inside, all digital computers work with the simple logical connective NAND, operating on the ones and zeros of a Boolean algebra, the basic components of Boole's laws of thought. Principia Mathematica was intended merely to settle an arcane philosophical dispute regarding the nature of mathematics. It turned out instead to be the founding document for all contemporary computing. What I've traced in this lecture is the history of smart machines. Our smart machines are logic machines. Their history is the history of logic as well. There are two major developments that come after Principia Mathematica, intimately tied to it, but that enrich major philosophical themes. One development is in the spirit of expansion. The questions become, can we build smart machines that do more than mathematics? Can we build machines smart enough to be truly intelligent in precisely the sense that we are? That's the theme of artificial intelligence. A key person in that development was Alan M. Turing. Turing took the logic of Principia Mathematica into the reality of practical computers and jumped from practical computers to a vision of full mechanical intelligence. I'll talk about intelligence and IQ in the next lecture, tracing the history of Turing and artificial intelligence in lecture 15. Another development from Principia was in precisely the opposite direction. Here the theme was not expansion, but limits. In this direction, the question was, is it really true, as Principia promised, that our logical systems can capture all of mathematics? If we build mathematical machines, will those really be able to grasp all mathematical truth? Only 20 years after Russell and Whitehead's accomplishment, Kurt Gödel was able to prove with mathematical certainty that no formal system could capture all of mathematical truth. The title of Gödel's paper was On Formally Undecidable Propositions of Principia Mathematica and Related Systems. I'll talk about Gödel's work toward the end of this lecture series when I focus on the topic of consciousness.
Lecture 14, Intelligence and IQ.
The idea of differences in intelligence is part of the ordinary way we conceive of the world. There are some extremely intelligent people. There are also some people who are not very intelligent. Some of my students are astoundingly bright. Some of them are disappointingly slow. Some people are clever. Whatever their other wonderful traits, some people are not. But what is this thing, intelligence? The main question I'll address in this lecture is the dispute over whether it's one thing at all. Should we think of intelligence as one thing in the singular? Or should we think of intelligences, lots of them, of different kinds, in the plural? Pursuing that question will take us through the history of IQ testing and a look at some alternative approaches. Another thing we naturally want to know is where intelligence comes from. Is intelligence a gift of nature or of nurture? Is it in your genes or your environment that makes you smart? A third question is how we should treat intelligence. Are there social implications of differences in intelligence? Let's start with the first question. What is intelligence? In 1921, a survey of 14 experts in the field generated 14 different, if overlapping, answers. The common elements included A. Higher level abilities of abstract reasoning, mental representation, problem solving, and decision making. B. The ability to learn. And C. Adaptiveness to the environment. When the exercise was repeated in 1986, experts again gave a variety of overlapping definitions. Common elements in these answers included A. Higher level abilities, B. Executive and decisional processes, and C. Mental attributes valued by a culture. Underlying such definitions are two very different ideas of intelligence. One idea is that these varying aspects of intelligence are nonetheless aspects of one basic capacity, general intelligence. Intelligence may be applied or honed in different areas, but intelligence is intelligence. I'll talk about this idea of intelligence first. Later I'll come back to the alternative, the idea of multiple intelligences. The history of attempting to measure the one thing that is intelligence is the history of IQ testing. Let me warn you in advance that this is not a pretty history. The history of IQ testing is firmly linked to the attempt to rank races by intelligence and to the eugenics movement. The idea of eugenics is this: if some groups of people have more desirable characteristics than others, like being smarter, we owe it to society to incorporate those of the smart groups and exclude those of the dumber groups. If some groups of people are smarter than others, we owe it to society to encourage the smart ones to breed and to discourage the dumb ones from breeding, by means of sterilization if necessary. I warned you that the history wasn't a pretty one. The history of attempts to measure intelligence started with craniometry, the attempt to measure intelligence by measuring the size of brains. The theory was a very simple one, that the size of the brain relates to how smart a person is. Samuel George Morton was a distinguished physician in Philadelphia with an amazing collection. Between 1821 and 1851, he amassed more than 600 human skulls. Morton didn't just collect skulls, he measured them. His collection was particularly rich in the skulls of Native Americans, sorted by tribe, but also included Germans, Anglo-Americans, Irish, Jews, Chinese, Malayans, Africans, and African Americans. Morton wanted to know what racial group was smarter. His procedure was to measure cranial capacity. How do you measure the cranial capacity of a skull? Turn the skull upside down, fill the cranial cavity with something. Morton used lead shot, about the size of BBs. Then pour the contents into a beaker and check the volume. Bigger skulls will hold more BBs. So who has the biggest brains? Morton's top group were Caucasians. Within that group, Anglo-Saxons and Germans came out on top, with the Irish lagging a bit behind and Jews just behind them. Asian brains were smaller, followed by the still smaller average brains of Native Americans. Those of African descent were on the bottom. Anglo-Saxon Caucasian that he was, these results suited Morton just fine. But did his results hold up? When the paleontologist Stephen Jay Gould re-examined Morton's skulls more than 130 years later, he found a number of methodological problems which skewed the results. For example, Morton classified Eskimos as Asians. The results change drastically if you include them with the Native Americans instead. Moreover, not all of Morton's groups had an equal number of male and female skulls. Not surprisingly, groups with more males had a larger average cranial capacity. The whole idea that brain size does correlate with intelligence was merely an assumption on Morton's part. By the end of the 1800s, scientists were measuring the skulls of living people using the cranial index, a ratio of maximum width to maximum length of the skull. One such scientist was Alfred Binet, director of the psychology laboratory at the Sorbonne in Paris. Because he was interested in intelligence, Binet started to measure the skulls of better students and poorer students in French schools. But his results were extremely frustrating. Some results ran in the wrong direction. The poorer students were measuring more intelligent by the cranial index. Even when results ran in the right direction, the average differences between good and poor students were extremely small. The last straw for Binet was when he and his assistant measured the same heads. His assistant's results consistently came in smaller. So Binet remeasured the students' heads again. He found that his second set of measurements were influenced by his knowledge of his assistant's results. All but one of the heads shrunk between the first time he measured it and the second. Binet gave up the cranial index in disgust. He said, quote, "The idea of measuring intelligence by measuring heads seemed ridiculous," end quote. Out of that frustration came the first IQ test. Commissioned in 1904 to identify school children most in need of special help, Binet certainly wasn't going to measure skulls. Instead, he developed a set of behavioral tests designed to tap a variety of different abilities, but not simply academic learning. Binet intentionally used a hodgepodge of different tests, things like putting together pattern blocks to match an overall picture, or identifying whether two diagrams were rotations of the same object. In Binet's words, quote, "It matters very little what the tests are, so long as they are numerous," end quote. Binet calculated his results in terms of the mental age of a child compared to the child's chronological age. Those with the greatest disparity between mental and chronological age were those who needed most help in school. It was the German psychologist W.L. Stern who suggested that dividing mental age by chronological age would result in a convenient number. Division gives you a quotient, and so the concept of an intelligence quotient, or IQ, was born. Binet knew the limits of his test. He repeatedly wrote that it was developed for a limited practical purpose, to get kids the help they need in school. He emphasized that the test was not intended to measure some single thing called intelligence. He warned that it should not be used as a basis for ranking normal children. He insisted that whatever his test measured, there was no reason to treat it as innate or unchangeable. Quite the contrary. The whole idea was to change the educational environment so as to serve student needs. In the early 20th century, Binet's test was brought to America and was renamed the Stanford-Binet test, the ancestor of all contemporary IQ variations. In the process, all of Binet's warnings regarding the misuse of his test were ignored. It was used not merely for specific educational purposes, but as a way of ranking people in general. It was treated as measuring a single thing called intelligence, and it was assumed that what it measured was innate. Who set American scientists along this path? H. Goddard brought Binet's test to America. He immediately used it to rank individuals. In 1910, Goddard announced a set of new technical terms for the lowest categories in the ranking. Those terms have since become a normal part of the English language. People scoring in the three lowest categories were labeled idiots, imbeciles, and morons. Goddard thought it patently obvious that idiocy and imbecility were innate and immutable, and he was a firm proponent of eugenics. He argued that our society needed to take steps to stop idiots and imbeciles from breeding. His position was commonly held at the beginning of the 20th century. It's echoed in one of the most chilling Supreme Court cases of all time. In the 1927 Buck v. Bell decision, the Supreme Court upheld a Virginia law that called for the sterilization of the mentally inferior, in particular of a woman who tested poorly and whose mother and daughter did as well. Here are the words of the Supreme Court Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes, quote, "We have seen more than once that the public welfare may call upon the best citizens for their lives. It would be strange if it couldn't call upon those who already sap the strength of the state for these lesser sacrifices. 3 generations of imbeciles are enough," end quote. Many states have since rescinded their sterilization laws, but Buck v. Bell has never been officially overturned. Between 1927 and 1960, an estimated 60,000 American citizens, mostly women, were involuntarily sterilized. During World War I, IQ tests were used as a basis for officer selection. The Army IQ tests were given under radically uneven circumstances, by people of radically uneven training to people from radically different backgrounds. Some recent immigrants taking the test were not proficient enough in English to understand the test instructions. It's been suggested that some people who took the test might never have held a pencil in their hands before. Nevertheless, the results were used, much like Morton's skulls, to rank races in terms of intelligence. Whites came out on top. The blonde and blue-eyed people of Northern Europe came out more intelligent than the darker people of Southern Europe. African Americans were at the bottom. These results suited the white government officials just fine. Those data were particularly influential in the passing of the Immigration Restriction Act of 1924. Quotas were set to keep out unintelligent aliens, with a special eye to keeping out the dark peoples of Southern and Eastern Europe. Calvin Coolidge signed the bill into law saying, quote, "America must be kept American," end quote. Not exactly eugenics, but social engineering nonetheless. So does IQ really correlate with race? Under the standardized testing procedures now in use, the average IQ of American whites is approximately 15 points higher than the average for American blacks, though that gap appears to be narrowing. More recent estimates put the discrepancy at 10 points. The average for Hispanics falls somewhere in between. Asian Americans average 3 points higher than American whites. Data like these were a central exhibit in Arthur Jensen's controversial work on race and IQ at the height of the civil rights movement. They continued to play a role in Richard Herrnstein and Charles Murray's more recent The Bell Curve, the reshaping of American life by difference in intelligence. In all cases, of course, we're dealing with averages. Individual variation within each group is far wider than variation between those averages. Moreover, given the history that I've outlined, it's clear why it's wise to avoid drawing any quick social conclusions from that data. Few people would argue for a program of eugenics today. Even several of the prominent figures in the history I've outlined later recanted the conclusions they drew from the data. One of them was H. Goddard, the man who brought the test to America. Even if we assume that IQ measures some central thing called intelligence, differences in scores between either individuals or groups tell us nothing about the causes for those differences. That information has to come from somewhere else. Is IQ a matter of one's genes or one's environment? Both intelligence and IQ are undoubtedly a product of both genes and environment. There are genetic impairments such as Down syndrome for which no environment will produce a high score on the IQ test. Though with specialized education and support, most individuals with Down syndrome can live happy, productive, and independent lives. On the other hand, there are undoubtedly environments so crippling that no genetic endowment alone would allow you to shine on an IQ test. How much of standard IQ scores can be attributed to genetics, and how much to environment? The consensus seems to be that genetic factors explain somewhere between 40 and 80% of the variability in IQ scores, with environmental effects estimated as between 20 and 60. Because of the extent of the overlap, many researchers settle on a comfortable 50-50. Studies of twins and siblings are the most useful in trying to arrive at an estimate. Identical twins share all their genetic material. Fraternal twins do not, though they are born at the same time. IQ scores of identical twins tend to be closer than those of fraternal twins, suggesting a genetic influence. On the other hand, fraternal twins are no genetically closer than ordinary siblings, but they tend to have closer IQ scores. If fraternal twins are treated more alike than ordinary siblings, going through the same sorts of family and life experiences at the same time, that second result suggests an important role for environment. Although we know that both heredity and environment play a role in IQ, we don't know how. We don't know what parameters are set by genetics, and we don't know how environmental influences work within those parameters. Let's reconsider the kind of argument that led from IQ to eugenics. It proceeds in 3 steps. The first step is that IQ is hereditary, that our IQ is in our genes. The second step is this: if IQ is hereditary, it must be immutable. The third step draws social conclusions from there and seems to depend on your political agenda. Such an argument has been used to support the claim that social inequities are unavoidable, for example, that education programs for certain classes of people are a waste of time and effort, or even that we owe it to society to breed some kinds of people and not others. Is IQ hereditary? We've seen that the answer is a qualified yes, supporting the first step of the argument. IQ does reflect the influence of genetics, though it also shows the influence of environment. But the second step of the eugenics argument doesn't follow. Immutability does not follow from the fact that something is hereditary. Height has a very high heritability. If your parents were tall, the chances are that you will be too. But average heights among many of the world's populations have increased dramatically over the last century, probably due to increased nutrition. The fact that something is in part, even in large part, hereditary does not necessarily mean that it can't be changed by environment. IQ scores worldwide have also increased progressively, decade by decade, and no one attributes that change to genetics. The most dangerous step in eugenics-like arguments is the third step, the jump to social conclusions. In historical context, that step was most dangerous because it was presented as if it was an inevitable scientific conclusion. Proponents claimed the data tell us that we should breed some people and not others. But no argument to that effect can be purely scientific. At that stage, any argument has to bring in appeals to ethics and to the kind of society we want ours to be. How important is it to have a society of uniformly smart people? How important is it for each individual to get an education appropriate to his or her talents? How important is equality of opportunity? How important is it for people to be able to shape their own lives as they see fit? Those are the kinds of questions that become crucial at this stage in the argument, and none of them are questions of scientific fact. These are fundamental questions of value, above and beyond what IQ test data or any other data can tell us. Let's examine exactly what a high IQ score will get you. IQ tests frequently are given with an eye to measuring academic promise, or the lack thereof. Actually, IQ tests measure future success in school better than they measure most other things. Correlations with occupational success and income level are much weaker. There's no correlation at all between IQ and self-reported happiness. One thing a high IQ will get you is admission into Mensa, which requires an IQ score in the top 2% of the population on one of several standardized tests. Their members include professors and authors, as one might expect, as well as other successful people like a former CEO of Ford Motor Company, but also actors of silver and small screen, a Radio City Music Hall Rockette, a world boxing champion, and a former Playboy playmate now certified as a chiropractor. What I've tracked so far is the history of IQ testing as a history of attempts to test for a single thing that's intelligence. But at the beginning of the lecture, I alluded to an alternative idea, that intelligence is not a single thing, but rather a multitude of things. This alternative approach speaks not of intelligence in the singular, but of multiple intelligences in the plural. Contemporary IQ tests follow Binet's work in using a variety of subtests. For example, the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale includes subtests marked for both accuracy and speed on things like these: picture completion, what's missing in this picture; digit span, memory for increasingly long series of numbers, both forwards and backwards; narrative, arranging pictures into a meaningful story; vocabulary, define happy; similarities, what do grapes and bananas have in common; object assembly, which is something like a jigsaw puzzle without a picture. One way of scoring the results on such a test is in terms of a single intelligence parameter. But there are also alternative ways. Starting in the late 1930s, psychologist Louis L. Thurstone argued that the results were best understood in terms of associated clusters of skills. Thurstone separated out verbal comprehension, verbal fluency, memory, arithmetical ability, perceptual speed, inductive reasoning, and spatial visualization as distinct primary mental abilities involved in intelligence. Nothing in the data, either for individuals or groups, compels you to analyze it in terms of a single factor or in terms of multiple clusters. One can do the math either way. What other evidence might decide the question as to whether intelligence is one thing or many? One piece of evidence in favor of a theory of multiple intelligences is the phenomenon of prodigies. These are children who show amazing intelligence at a very early age, but an intelligence that's often confined to fairly specific areas. The philosopher John Stuart Mill couldn't remember when he had learned ancient Greek, but it was evidently about the age of 3. By the age of 8, he had read the whole of Herodotus, Diogenes Laertes, and the major dialogues of Plato in the original Greek. Mozart began to play the harpsichord at the age of 3 and was composing by the age of 6. While still a child, his father took him on performance tours throughout the courts and grand houses of Europe. Steve Wozniak, who co-founded Apple Computers with Steve Jobs, was developing sophisticated electronics while he was still in the 5th grade. If intelligence were a single thing, you'd either have it or not. But stories of prodigies emphasize exceptionally early intelligence in very particular areas. John Stuart Mill's early abilities were linguistic. Mozart's were musical. What this suggests is that intelligence encompasses a number of different abilities, or a number of different intelligences, some of which might develop early, even if others do not. Cases of savants offer another piece of evidence. Kim Peek was the inspiration for Dustin Hoffman's character in the film Rain Man. He could read by the age of 3, though he couldn't walk until the age of 4. He has an encyclopedic memory for figures in history and sports, the Bible, and the Book of Mormon. Given the name of a small town, he can give you the zip code, the area code, and can perform a mental map quest telling you the major routes to take to get there. Peek has a talent that often shows up in numerical savants. Given any date in history, he can tell you what day of the week it was. Given your birth date, he can tell you what day of the week you were born on. I was born on a Sunday. He can tell you what day your birthday will fall on this year. Mine will be on a Monday. If you retire on your 65th birthday, he'll tell you what day that'll be. Thursday for me, so if you're planning a party, that's the day to shoot for. The importance of savants for the intelligence controversy is that they seem to demonstrate particular forms of intelligence and not others. The neurologist Oliver Sacks recounts the numerical ability of a pair of twins who would trade prime numbers. The number 12 can be divided evenly by smaller numbers, 2, 3, 4, and 6. The number 13 can't be divided evenly by any smaller number except 1. 13, unlike 12, is prime. Quick now, is 7,817 a prime number or not? You may not know, but the twins would, and they would savor it like a fine wine or a beautiful sunset. One of the twins would announce a prime number to the other, who would smile for a moment and then give another prime number in reply. At one point, Oliver Sacks spilled a box of matches. Both twins shouted, 37, 37, 37, 111. There were exactly 111 spilled matches, and 37 is a prime number. Like Kim, the twins were calendar calculators. But that was about all the twins could do. Their IQs registered around 60, securely among what many call mentally retarded. Although the twins were whizzes at primes, they couldn't do general addition or subtraction with much accuracy. They didn't seem able to comprehend what multiplication and division meant. The historical term for savants was idiot savants, precisely because such amazing intellectual abilities often appeared in individuals who did not exhibit general intelligence. Savants appear to have one specific form of intelligence in isolation, a clear argument for thinking in terms of multiple intelligences. The Harvard psychologist and educator Howard Gardner approached intelligence in the 1980s as, quote, the ability to solve problems or to fashion products that are valued in one or more cultural or community setting, end quote. As one of his colleagues characterized the attempt, we began with the problems that humans solve and worked back to the intelligences that must be responsible. Gardner used a number of sources to try to identify separate forms of intelligence. One source was what I've just touched on, studies of prodigies and idiot savants, in whom a particular form of intelligence appears in isolation. Another source was cases of brain damage, where damage in a particular area knocks out one particular type of intelligence. A third reason to think that one was dealing with a separate form of intelligence was a distinctive developmental history, a form of intelligence that develops at a particular stage in normal children. Gardner also looked at particular abilities developed in some cultures but not others. For example, the navigational abilities required for South Sea natives to find their way around hundreds of islands using ocean patterns, constellations, and limited landmarks. He also considered results of training. Do abilities developed for one task transfer to another? Only against a background of these other considerations did he look at correlations between different aspects of standard IQ tests. Gardner proposes 7 intelligences, naming a familiar figure as exemplifying each. Linguistic intelligence, such as that of the poet T.S. Eliot. Logical and mathematical ability, he names Albert Einstein. Spatial intelligence, such as that of the South Sea Islanders or Pablo Picasso. Musical intelligence, composer Igor Stravinsky. The bodily kinesthetic intelligence of dancers and athletes, choreographer Martha Graham. Interpersonal intelligence, an ability to understand other people and how to work with them. Gardner ranks successful salespeople and politicians highly on this form of intelligence, but the individual he names is Sigmund Freud. And finally, intrapersonal intelligence, an ability to know yourself and to work effectively with that knowledge. Gardner's candidate is Gandhi. In the 1990s, Gardner added an 8th intelligence, naturalist intelligence, or nature smarts, exemplified by Charles Darwin. Others have proposed emotional intelligence as an appropriate addition, the ability to successfully work with and manage one's emotions. The theory of multiple intelligences is intended as a corrective for IQ's emphasis on intelligence as a single thing. Although Gardner used famous people to illustrate each type, his claim is that we all embody aspects of each of these intelligences and often use many of them simultaneously. His theory carries clear educational implications. Gardner claims that traditional IQ tests and traditional education emphasize the first two intelligences, linguistic intelligence and logical and mathematical ability. The result has been an overvaluation of some forms of intelligence and an unfortunate denigration of others. A better system, both for the individual and our society, would be one which used an assessment of all forms of intelligence and which customized educational opportunities for every constellation of strengths. Gardner's vision is of an educational system that both recognizes and cultivates multiple intelligences. In this lecture, I've focused on human intelligence. In the next lecture, I'll outline the history of attempts at artificial intelligence. Here's an example that puts human and artificial intelligence side by side. In 1996, IBM's computer system Deep Blue played against chess grandmaster Garry Kasparov. Deep Blue was the first computer to win a game against a reigning world champion. An upgraded Deep Blue, officially named Deeper Blue, played Kasparov again in 1997 and won the match as a whole. Does that show that Deeper Blue was smarter than a human? The Deep Blue system was capable of amazingly fast brute calculation. It was capable of evaluating 200 million positions per second. It could consider each of its possible moves and every possible move its opponent could make in response to each of those, and each of its possible moves in response to each of those, to a depth of between 6 and 40 moves ahead. Its memory banks included 700,000 Grandmaster games in complete detail. Neither Kasparov nor any other human has that detailed a memory bank, and no person could calculate that deep that fast. Perhaps the amazing thing is not that Deep Blue could match human play, but that a human with a far inferior memory and computation time could match it. However, the core to intelligent human chess play appears to be something importantly different. Not computational speed, not deep and detailed memory, but an ability to see a pattern of potential moves as relevant and promising, and to concentrate on only those moves. On the human side, chess intelligence involves pragmatic pattern recognition. That's a different kind of intelligence, one I want you to keep in mind when we turn to the history of artificial intelligence in the next lecture.
Lecture 15, Artificial Intelligence.
In this lecture, I want to introduce the history of artificial intelligence, or AI for short. There was one man crucial to the entire attempt, crucial in different ways at different times. He was as historically important for contemporary artificial intelligence as Einstein was for contemporary physics. That man was Alan M. Turing, a British mathematician and logician. During World War II, Turing was instrumental in cracking the phenomenally complex Nazi code for message transmission. The Nazis used a physical device about the size of an adding machine called the Enigma machine. The simplest secret codes are one-letter substitution ciphers, like you may have used to disguise messages from a snoopy brother or sister. W is substituted for T, perhaps, or X for P, and so forth. Substitution ciphers of that simple type were used in warfare by the Romans, even up to the time of Mary Queen of Scots, but they're notoriously simple to break. Different letters appear with different frequencies in English. For example, the letter E is the most common, followed by T, A, O. Because of that, enough code samples or some good guesses regarding messages, those are about all you need to break a substitution cipher. But what if you kept changing which letter substitutes for which? What if you changed the rule for letter correspondence with every word of a message? What if you changed the cipher with every letter of a message? That's the devilish complication at the core of the Enigma machine. Moreover, with the right settings, the Enigma machine would encode and decode messages mechanically, automatically. The Enigma machine worked in terms of a series of rotors, each of which was about the size of a hockey puck, each of which had its own pattern of cross-wiring, from 26 points on one side to 26 different points on the other. The machine used several of these rotors together, but there were a number of rotors to choose from. They could be put in different orders, and they could be started in any of various positions. The rotors would move each time a letter was transmitted. For example, if you send an F the first time, it may come out as a Z, but then the rotors move. Send an F again, and this time it comes out as an S. Send it a third time, and it comes out as a G. By previous agreement, the sender and receiver choose a particular set of rotors in a particular order with specific starting positions. With some of the further complications of the machine, there were billions of possible combinations. If you could review 1,000,000 possibilities per second, it would still take you millions of years to establish any single combination the Nazis were using. And they changed the combination every day. No wonder the Nazis were convinced the Enigma code was invincible. How could you break a code that was a moving target of that complexity? It was Alan M. Turing who masterminded the British strategy, a strategy which, as you'll see, starts us on our tour of AI. Part of the code-breaking effort depended on exploiting predictabilities in messages. It helped that the Nazis tended to end their messages with Heil Hitler. Part of the code-breaking effort depended on a particular weakness in the Enigma machine. It could encode a letter as any other letter except itself. A could never be encoded as A. A major part of cracking the Enigma machine, however, was another machine. Turing designed and built a computer that could sort likely possibilities with immense speed. Because of Turing and his machine, the British succeeded in breaking the Nazi code. For almost the entire war, the Allies could decode almost all intercepted Nazi messages. Although Turing's war work was phenomenal, most of it remained classified until long after his death. It was what Turing did before the war and what he did after that was more directly influential in the history of artificial intelligence. Mathematicians have long worked with the concept of algorithms or computations or effective procedures, ways of finding a result that works step by step and are guaranteed to produce the right result eventually. The way you learn to add and the way you still balance your checkbook are computations or algorithms of that sort. Both mathematicians and philosophers were interested in formalizing the intuitive concept of computation or algorithm. If that concept could be formalized, we might be able to figure out how far algorithmic computation could take us. We might be able to figure out whether there are kinds of thinking that could never be captured by mere computation. In the 1930s, Alan Turing developed an abstract model that offered a formally precise characterization of the concept of computation. It's an abstract mathematical model rather than a real physical device, but it's come to be known as the Turing machine. We mentioned Turing machines in Lecture 6 as one of the inspirations for functionalism. Turing machines are still the primary formal model of what computation is all about. In developing the model, Turing showed how all mathematical computations, no matter how complex, could be handled by a simple, step-by-step device. His goals at the time were purely conceptual, but what he laid out were effectively blueprints for the first electronic computers. Turing did that work before the war. After the war, he was a member of several teams building the first general-purpose computers, first in Britain and then in the United States. In 1950, he published an article called Computing Machinery and Intelligence. It was a philosophical article published in the philosophical journal Mind. In that article, he proposes a test for machine intelligence which has come to be known as the Turing test. Turing introduces the test in terms of an analogy, the imitation game. The imitation game can actually be played as a party game. At your next party, send a man and a woman into a separate room. When they're out of sight, they're told to flip a coin to decide which of them will be A and which of them will be B. From that point on, everyone else at the party will communicate with them by means of written questions slipped under the door, addressed to either A or B. They will write answers on the slips and send them back. The woman's job is to convince your guests, using only answers on slips of paper, that she's the woman. But the man's job is to convince your guests, with his answers, that he's the woman. That's right. Both A and B are trying to convince your guests that they are the woman. The point of the game is for your other guests, by asking clever questions, to determine whether it's really A or it's B that's the woman. Of course, it won't do any good to ask, "Are you the woman?" Both A and B will say, "Yes." Do you think you could come up with questions that would tell you who was the man and who was the woman? What would your strategy be? The Turing test for machine intelligence works exactly the same way, except communication is done by keyboard and messages on a monitor. In the Turing test, what you're trying to tell is not the difference between a man and a woman, but the difference between a person and a machine. Can machines think like people? Turing thinks that the closest we can get to an answer to that kind of question is, can a machine be built to give responses that are indistinguishable from those of a thinking person? Marvin Minsky, who founded the AI laboratory at MIT, defined artificial intelligence as the science of making machines do things that would require intelligence if done by people. Is it possible to build machines like that? To put that question to a test would be to put it to the Turing test. Turing offered a prediction as to when a machine would pass the Turing test. Writing in 1950, he said, quote, "I believe in about 50 years' time it will be possible to program computers to play the imitation game so well that an average interrogator will not have more than 70% chance of making the right identification after 5 minutes of questioning." There's a form of the Turing test that's conducted every year. It's called the Loebner Prize. 12 judges send questions through a keyboard and receive answers on a monitor. They might be communicating with a person, and they might be communicating with a machine. If you can program a machine that fools a majority of the judges over a 5-minute period, you win $100,000 and a gold medal. The gold medal has Alan M. Turing and the question, can a machine think, on one side. It has Loebner, who puts up the money, on the flip side. Each year, people submit programs for the Loebner Prize. If you don't win the gold medal, but nonetheless do the best of any contestants that year, you get $2,000 and a bronze medal. In the supplementary materials for this lecture is a web link where you can go to see the details of the Loebner Prize and to interview some of the best programs from previous year's competitions. But Turing's prediction was overly optimistic. The year 2000 is now long gone, without any machine passing the Turing test or winning the Loebner Gold Medal. Did something go wrong? In order to answer that question, let me trace the history of artificial intelligence since Turing's article. The next key step in the development of AI was the Dartmouth Conference of 1956. Alan M. Turing wouldn't live to see it. His story doesn't have a happy ending. One thing I haven't told you is that Turing was gay and far from discreet. Homosexual sodomy was a crime in Britain in the 1950s, and it was treated as a crime by the police. In the course of reporting a minor burglary in 1952, Turing made the mistake of informing the police of his homosexuality. He was arrested, tried, and convicted. Coincidentally, there was also a major British spy case involving homosexuals in the early 1950s. The Cambridge Five included Guy Burgess, Donald MacLean, and Kim Philby, head of British counter-espionage against the Soviet Union and himself a Soviet spy. As a result of that case, the British decided to review the files of everyone who had been given security clearance. Since his war work, Turing had been given the highest security clearance possible, necessary for his continuing work with computers. Because of his arrest, that security clearance was almost certainly about to be revoked, probably with wide public humiliation. In June 1954, Alan Turing committed suicide by eating an apple dipped with cyanide. He was just 42. Artificial intelligence got its name at the Summer Research Project on Artificial Intelligence, held at Dartmouth College in New Hampshire in 1956. All the major figures in the later development of artificial intelligence were there. I'll tell you about some of them in a minute. The Dartmouth Conference really launched the field of AI, and is sometimes thought to have done so with a strong, unanimous voice. But it was really a two-sided conference, and it was two-sided in two different ways. The people involved had two different goals, and they favored two different approaches. The goal of some of those who attended the Dartmouth Conference was to understand human intelligence. This was uppermost in the minds of those with a psychological background, and it continues in development of AI as a tool for something beyond it, a tool for understanding how the mind works. Other people's goal was to build machines with new capabilities. Those abilities might happen to be human abilities, but the goal was smarter machines. This was uppermost in the minds of the computer scientists. An alliance between those two goals continues to this day, but it's sometimes an uneasy alliance. People at the conference also favored different approaches to these two primary goals, though the differences only became apparent later. Some people thought the core to all intelligence was symbol manipulation. Machines can be programmed to manipulate symbols in a series of logical steps following explicit rules. That is, in fact, the core of the concept of the Turing machine. If we write the program correctly, we will have an intelligent machine. In time, the symbol manipulation approach came to be called GOFI, good old-fashioned artificial intelligence. Other people at the conference emphasized that the only intelligent device on hand at the time was the human brain. If we want a machine to be intelligent, we should build it to operate on the basic principles of the human brain, which may not be a matter of explicit steps according to rules. This second approach came to be called connectionism. Things were too exciting and too new at the Dartmouth Conference for the underlying disagreements to show yet, but the history of AI from that point on is a history of competition between GOFI and connectionism. The first successes in artificial intelligence were successes of the symbol manipulation approach. Alan Newell and Herbert Simon completed the logic theorist in time to present it at the Dartmouth Conference. It was a machine capable of proving theorems in formal logic. We noted in Lecture 13 that Principia Mathematica was one of the high achievements of 20th century logic. Russell and Whitehead worked for 10 years to show how all mathematics could be derived from logic, actually logic and set theory, alone. Newell and Simon's machine succeeded in proving 38 of the first 52 theorems that Russell and Whitehead had so labored over. In the case of one theorem, the machine's proof was shorter and more elegant than Russell and Whitehead's. Marvin Minsky followed up Newell and Simon's work with a machine capable of constructing proofs in geometry. An isosceles triangle is one that has two equal sides. Minsky's machine produced a remarkable proof that their opposite angles must be equal. Remarkable because it wasn't Euclid's proof, and because to human eyes it looked distinctly creative. By the late 1950s and early 1960s, the future of artificial intelligence appeared unlimited, and the symbolic manipulation approach of GOFI looked like the clear route to that future. In 1957, it was predicted that a machine would be world chess champion by 1967, and some people thought that estimate was too conservative. Herbert Simon predicted in 1965 that, quote, machines will be capable within 20 years, that is, by 1985, of any work that a man can do, end quote. Marvin Minsky predicted in 1967 that, quote, within a generation, few compartments of intellect will remain outside the machine's realm. The problem of creating artificial intelligence will be substantially solved, end quote. There were predictions that machine translation from one language to another was just around the corner. and of course Turing's prediction that machine intelligence would be indistinguishable from human intelligence by the year 2000. None of that happened. No chess champion by 1967, though we're in that territory now. No equivalent of human capability by 1985 or 1987. No machine intelligence the equivalent of human by 2000. Indeed, those predictions are remembered now as warnings in any field against overhyping. Why didn't things happen the way GoFi proponents predicted? In retrospect, it looks like the symbol manipulation approach was initially so successful because the tasks it was applied to were precisely symbol manipulation problems. Logical and mathematical proof are a matter of discrete steps, so it's not surprising that symbol manipulation in terms of discrete logical steps can handle them. Checkers and chess proved harder targets, but there too, logical thinking and symbol manipulation do play a major role. However, many human abilities and much human intelligence seem to depend on something else. For example, pattern recognition, contextual sensitivity, and our everyday rough and ready categorizations. Humans are experts at seeing and interpreting things in a flash and in context. We know a loved one's face at a glance, can recognize something as similar to something that happened before, and can see that one pattern is analogous to another. We reason effectively even if the categories we use, categories like big tree, nice house, are far from rigorous and are often ad hoc. None of these abilities proceed in terms of discrete logical steps like a mathematical proof, and none seem to use explicit rules. If you're trying to write a face recognition program, it's not clear where to start. What should be step one? GoFi's successes were in aspects of intelligence that fit the model of logical derivations. Its failures were in areas that demanded pattern recognition, context sensitivity, and rough and ready categorization. What became increasingly clear was how few human abilities actually fit the GoFi model. You'll remember, however, that there was another approach at the Dartmouth conference. The alternative idea was that we should aim for intelligence not by making everything look like logic, but by building machines that use the basic techniques of the brain. Connectionism, parallel computing, neural nets, those are all terms used for this rival approach. The idea that intelligence works in terms of an associative mechanism in the brain has a long philosophical history. It shows up in David Hume in the 1700s. It's amplified in John Stuart Mill in the 1800s. But it was only in the 20th century that we knew enough about how neurons really work to try to model precisely how that association might operate. By the 1940s, we did know something about how neurons worked. Warren McCulloch and Walter Pitts showed how simple electrical devices could imitate neural firing. Donald Hebb introduced computerized networks of neuron-like devices and showed how they could be modified by stimuli, that is, how they could learn. In 1958, Frank Rosenblatt developed the perceptron, what we now call a feed-forward neural network. The perceptron had two layers, a layer of inputs and a layer of outputs. Inputs were connected to outputs with numerical values called weights. Rosenblatt developed a training rule for changing the weights in ways that gave a desired output on certain inputs. You can think of training a neural net as a kind of blame game. If you give your net certain inputs and it gives you the right output, the right answer, you leave it alone. If it gives you the wrong answer, you have to figure out which weights to blame. For two-layer nets, Rosenblatt's training rule could assign blame and change weights accordingly. With lots of repetitions of a training sample, a neural net could be trained to give the right answer for any set of inputs. The first promising steps of connectionism, then, were in place by the early 1960s. Why didn't those steps lead quickly to artificial intelligence? One way of telling the story is this. The symbolic manipulation approach ran into internal problems. It faltered from its own inadequacy. But the connectionist alternative was destroyed from the outside. The connectionist alternative was deliberately killed. Marvin Minsky and his colleague Seymour Papert were proponents of the symbolic manipulation approach. In 1969, they published an attack on perceptrons that buried the whole idea for a generation. Using Rosenblatt's learning rule, it had been shown that a perceptron can learn any pattern that it can instantiate. What Minsky and Papert showed was that there were very simple patterns that Rosenblatt's two-layer perceptrons cannot instantiate. Here's an example of a pattern that perceptrons can't handle: an exclusive OR. Let me explain. English speakers use the term OR in two different ways, which logicians distinguish as inclusive OR and exclusive OR. In some contexts, A or B means A or B or maybe both. So if someone asks you whether you'd like milk or sugar in your coffee, the presumption is that you could say, both, thanks. That's called an inclusive OR. In other contexts, A or B means A or B, but not both. The lottery is announced. If you win the drawing, you'll win a new car or $20,000 in cash. You buy your ticket and, surprise, you win. Would you like the car or the cash? I'd like both, please. No, that's not the deal. We said a new car or $20,000 in cash. Here, or means A or B, but not both. That's an exclusive OR. Just because of the way they're built, Rosenblatt's perceptrons could instantiate inclusive OR, but not that exclusive OR. The fact was that perceptrons could learn any pattern they could instantiate, but there were things they could never learn. Here it's important that Rosenblatt's perceptrons had only two layers, an input layer and an output layer. Even at the time, people knew that if you built a neural network with three layers, an input, an output, and a layer of nodes in the middle, you could instantiate exclusive OR, but Rosenblatt's learning rule was inadequate to train those more complicated nets. Thanks to Minsky and Papert's attack, perceptrons were dead in the water. Here is Papert's later description of the attack. This is intended to be humorous. Quote, "Once upon a time, two daughter sciences were born to the new science of cybernetics. One sister was natural, with features inherited from the study of the brain, from the way nature does things. That's connectionism. The other was artificial, related from the beginning to the use of computers. That's the symbolic manipulation approach. Each of the sister sciences tried to build models of intelligence, but from very different materials. The natural sister built models called neural networks out of mathematically purified neurons. The artificial sister built her models out of computer programs. In their first bloom of youth, the two were equally successful and equally pursued by suitors from other fields of knowledge. They got on very well together. Their relationship changed in the early 60s when a new monarch appeared, one with the largest coffers ever seen in the kingdom of the sciences, Lord DARPA, the Defense Department's Advanced Research Projects Agency. The artificial sister grew jealous and was determined to keep for herself the access to Lord DARPA's research funds. The natural sister would have to be slain. The bloody work was done by two staunch followers of the artificial sister, Marvin Minsky and Seymour Papert. It is Papert who's writing this. Cast in the role of the huntsman, sent to slay Snow White and bring back her heart as proof of the deed. Their weapon was not the dagger, but the mightier pen, from which came a book purporting to prove that neural nets could never fill their promise of building models of mind. Only computer programs could do this. Victory seemed assured for the artificial sister, and indeed, for the next decade, all the rewards of the kingdom came to her." End quote. Minsky and Papert convinced the field and DARPA that connectionism couldn't succeed. Grant funding for connectionist projects dried up in short order, and neural nets vanished from the scene. Rosenblatt is said to have been a broken man, and he drowned in a boating accident a short time later. The story of contemporary artificial intelligence is the story of Snow White awakening from that deep sleep. In the mid-1980s, David Rumelhart, Jay McClelland at the Parallel Distributed Processing Research Group revealed a new form of neural nets and a new form of training to go with them. The way nodes on one layer pass signals to nodes on the next layer worked a little differently from Rosenblatt's perceptrons. That change called for a new learning rule called backpropagation of errors. We said that weight change in a neural net is a kind of blame game. Rosenblatt's original training rule could only go one layer deep in assigning blame and changing weights. The new approach allows you to distribute the blame all the way back to all the connections on all layers and to make changes accordingly. Exclusive OR is no longer a problem. The new neural nets can model any smooth relation between input and output, and they can learn to do so to any desired degree of approximation. Face recognition was the kind of task that stumped good old-fashioned artificial intelligence. The new neural nets can do a great job of it. Here's an example in some detail. Garrison Cottrell at UC San Diego constructed a 3-layer neural net that used photos as input. The training set consisted of 64 photos of 11 different faces with different expressions, plus 13 photos of non-faces, photos of a watch or a bulletin board, for example. Of course, the Cottrell team knew whose face was whose and what their gender was. The neural net was trained up on that sample of photos with lots of repetitions. Once trained, the machine instantiating the neural net achieved 100% accuracy on the training sample. It could tell you which was a face, what the sex of the person was, and who it was. But here's the more exciting kind of result you get with neural nets. Once trained, the net can be used on different samples. Cottrell's team took different photos of the same 11 people, photos with different expressions that the network had never seen before. Could it recognize who was who? The rate was 98% accuracy on name and gender on the new photos. How about photos of other people? The trained neural net was 100% accurate in determining whether it was looking at a photo of a face. It was 81% accurate in determining the gender of the face, a face it had never seen before. Neural nets can do amazing things. But for one goal of artificial intelligence, the goal of understanding how they do those things, they can be frustrating. If you open up the network to find out how it does, what it's learned, all you find are the numerical weights on the connections, just numbers. And from those numbers alone, it's not clear how it's accomplishing the task it is accomplishing. Ironically then, we might succeed in building connectionist, brain-like machines that mimic human abilities and yet still not understand those abilities. We might end up with true artificial intelligence, a machine as intelligent as the human brain, but a machine the operation of which we understand no more than we understand the brain itself. The contemporary verdict is that neural nets have a major role to play in the future of artificial intelligence. But just as symbol manipulation wasn't the whole story on intelligence, pattern recognition and categorization probably aren't the whole story either. Much of the work done in artificial intelligence now uses both approaches. The idea is that some of our thinking, some human intelligence, is rule-governed symbol manipulation, just like GoFi said it was. But some of our thinking is radically different, the kind of thing that neural nets are good at. If we want to capture the full spectrum of human abilities, we'll have to build systems that employ both. None of this, of course, guarantees that we aren't still leaving something out. Are we? People often compare brains to computers, but how alike are they? In the next lecture, I'll take a first step toward answering that question by looking at computers and brains level by level and side by side. Then, in Lecture 17, I'll turn to some of the critiques that have been leveled at that whole enterprise of AI, claims that there's something fundamentally missing in the very idea of artificial intelligence.
Lecture 16, Brains and Computers.
How exactly does the brain work? People have often tried to understand the brain using analogies from technology, particularly information processing technology. When telephones were new, the telephone switchboard required someone to make connections by inserting and removing plugs into a master plug board. How exactly does the brain work? It must be something like a telephone switchboard. When computers came on the scene, particularly in the 1950s, they were billed as electronic brains. The 1957 movie Desk Set is one of the great Katharine Hepburn Spencer Tracy films, the plot of which turns on the introduction of an electronic brain into the workplace. An electronic brain portrayed with large panels of flashing lights, spitting out its answers on little strips of paper. How does the human brain work? It must be something like a computer. More recently, I've heard the brain compared to the internet. Each age, it seems, tries to understand the brain in terms of an analogy to its most impressive information processing technology. Is the brain like a computer? In this lecture, I'll examine brains and computers side by side at different scales, from their smallest components to their overall architectures. The final conclusion is that brains are not very much like computers, but the examination that leads to that conclusion has a lot to tell us about both. Computers are functionally defined. Mousetraps include all the various kinds of machines that catch mice, and computers include all the various kinds of machines that compute. In principle, computers could be either analog or digital. When you turn an old-fashioned radio dial, you're working in analog. You're controlling a signal that slides smoothly from one end of the available radio frequencies to the other. When you flip on a light switch, or even a bank of light switches, you're working in digital. Each switch is just on or off, nothing in between. Here's another example. Old-style vinyl records are analog. Smooth changes in the original sound produced smooth changes in the eventual vinyl. Play a vinyl album on an old-style record player and the output is analog. CDs, on the other hand, are entirely digital. The music is sampled at a certain rate, and little indicators are laid down in the digital track. Your CD player essentially reads that code and produces digital sound as output. In producing digital tracks, we're relying on the fact that small enough digital differences will be undetectable to the human ear. Nevertheless, there are many people who claim that they hear the difference between the analog signals of old vinyl albums and the purely digital signals of their CD replacements. A formal way of expressing the difference is in terms of the types of numbers that analog and digital computers deal in. A digital computer works essentially in terms of numbers that can be expressed in discrete and packaged bits, decimals like 0.134, which end at a particular point. But if you think of all the numbers between 0 and 1, there are in fact lots of numbers that can't be expressed that way. The decimal form of 1/3 is 0.3333333. It goes on forever and doesn't end at any particular point. There are other numbers, the irrational numbers, which go on forever without any repeating pattern. The truth is that the numbers between 0 and 1 form a continuum. It's that full continuum that an analog computer works with. What we might think of as the digital numbers are only some of those, though it's also true, as with music sampling in CDs, that we can get a digital number as close to any non-digital number as you might want for any specific purpose. Analog computers using the full continuum were constructed early on. The early computers used to guide anti-aircraft guns in World War II were analog devices. It was Norbert Wiener's experience in designing those guns that led him to develop cybernetics as a study of information feedback. General Precision Systems developed an analog computer in the early 1950s. Heathkit offered one you could build yourself in the 1960s. It turned out that digital computers were easier and cheaper to build from available components. Everyone knew that you could digitally approximate any analog result to any degree of precision necessary for a given task. The history of contemporary computing is almost entirely a history of digital machines. The fundamental chunk of processing in contemporary digital machines, the ground floor representation of information, is a simple on-off switch, represented as a 1 or a 0. If you put 3 switches in a row, you have 8 possible arrangements: 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, all the way up to 1, 1, 1. 3 bits together give you 8 possibilities, or a byte of information. A kilobyte, that KB you sometimes see, represents 1,000 bytes. 1,000 kilobytes gives you a megabyte, or MB. Binary coding is a way of representing numbers, including decimals, in terms of just ones and zeros. Leibniz introduced binary numbers in the late 1600s. But it wasn't the first time binary coding had been used. In 1700, Leibniz received an astonishing letter from Joachim Bouvet, a Jesuit priest working in China. Bouvet sent Leibniz the classic Shao-Yung representation of the hexagrams used in the ancient I Ching, or Book of Changes. The I Ching is an ancient form of fortune-telling performed by casting yarrow sticks. The results are represented in terms of hexagrams, 6 lines, each of which is either solid or broken. Shao-Yung's table represented the 64 possible hexagrams, listed from 6 full lines to 6 broken lines. Each hexagram has a specific interpretation, from the creative, before completion, all the way to the receptive. What astounded Leibniz was that if one read the solid lines as zeros and the broken lines as ones, Shao-Yung's table was presented in binary order. All information used in digital computers is represented in binary form. The basic bit of information is a 1 or a 0. The basic information processing units are the logic gates, which combine ones and zeros to give a particular output. Here's the story on the logic gates. If you've ever worked with truth tables, you know that if you have the truth values for P and Q, a truth table for AND will give you the truth value for the conjunction P and Q. A truth table for OR will give you the truth value for the disjunction P or Q. I've included some examples of truth tables in your course outline. If you use those same tables but convert true to 1 and false to 0, you have what are called the Boolean connectives, named for George Boole's work in the 1800s. The logic gates of a digital computer do the work of the Boolean connectives, combining ones and zeros in precisely that way. There's one further simplification that we talked about in Lecture 13. About the time of Russell and Whitehead, it was shown that you don't really need all of the Boolean connectives. They can all be reduced to just one, to a NAND connective, which means not both. At the fundamental level, all digital computers work in terms of bits of 1 and 0 and conglomerates of NAND gates. A computer screen doesn't look like a field of ones and zeros. It looks like a page of text or your online credit card statement. It can show you a photograph of a sunset or even a full movie on DVD. But amazingly, it does so simply because of its astounding complexity and speed in processing ones and zeros through NAND gates. Even those who work with computers daily don't conceive of them as working in terms of ones and zeros. All programmers work in terms of higher-order computer languages, which hide the ones and zeros from them as much as your computer monitor hides them from you. Virtually all contemporary computers are digital and work in terms of serial programming. What that means is that the computer is stepping through a linear program one step at a time. First do this, then do this, then do this. It doesn't really multitask. That too is an illusion at a higher level, created by the phenomenal speed at which contemporary computers step through their paces. In very general terms, I've talked about what computers are like at the ground level. How does that compare to brains at the ground level? The fact is that brains operate very differently. I'll start with a simple picture and progressively make it more complex. The neurons of your brain look something like a tree. The roots of each neuron are called dendrites. The roots of a tree take in the water and nutrients essential to the life of the tree. The dendrites of a neuron take in its lifeblood as well, in this case, information from other neurons. The trunk of the neuron is a long central strand called the axon, which transfers information to the branches and twigs of the structure. In the neuron, these branches and twigs pass on information to the dendrites of further neurons at the synapses. In the simplest picture, a neuron fires when the input at its dendrites reaches a certain threshold. You can draw an analogy to the thermostat that controls your air conditioner. The heat builds up and builds up until it hits a threshold that makes the thermostat fire to turn the air conditioning on. Right from the outset, it should be clear that there's a basic difference between computers and brains. Computers are digital from the ground up. The logic gates are digital in and digital out devices. In contrast, the neuron seems to combine digital and analog processing. It's a digital out device in the sense that it fires at a certain threshold. But that threshold is something that slowly and continuously builds up. Neurons are analog in and digital out. The discovery that neurons function electrically was a breakthrough in the 1800s. But the process is really electrochemical rather than purely electrical. One clue that the system is not purely electrical is that it's so slow. The electromagnetic signal speed of AC power lines approaches the speed of light, or 186,000 miles per second. The speed of neuron signals is incomparably slower, only about the length of one football field per second. Neurons do transfer an electrical potential down the axon. However, in the neuron, that electrical potential is transferred by charged atoms, ions of sodium, potassium, and calcium, that enter and exit the neuron through its cell membranes. The cell progressively exchanges charged particles through its membrane all the way down the line. The picture gets more complicated in other ways as well. Despite my initial analogy, neurons don't simply fire or not fire like the thermostat on your air conditioner. Rather, all neurons have a slow, random pattern of background firing. What changes with input at the dendrites is the rate and regularity of firing. What a stimulated neuron gives you is not a single explosion, but a continuing and regular pattern of firings, like a rat-a-tat roll on a snare drum. Even that's a sloppy description. What really increases with input at the dendrite is merely the probability that a neuron will shift to that kind of regular firing. So far, we have these differences between brains and computers at the ground level. Computers work with digital in, digital out logic gates. Brains work with analog in, digital out neurons. Computers are thoroughly electrical. Neurons are electrochemical. Logic gates are all or nothing. Neurons are fundamentally probabilistic. But there are other differences as well. In computers, the fundamental gates are all NAND gates. They're all the same. That's not true of neurons. To begin with, there are both excitatory and inhibitory neurons. That is, those that tell a connecting neuron to fire and those that tell it not to fire. In fact, there are lots of different kinds of neurons. There are 5 different kinds in the retina alone. In the brain as a whole, it's been estimated that there are somewhere between 50 and 500 different kinds of neurons. Transfer of information from one neuron to another occurs across a gap or a synapse between the output terminal nodes of one and the input dendrites of its neighbor. That transfer of information uses specialized molecules called neurotransmitters. There are at least 20 major neurotransmitters, some of which you may have heard of because of their medical importance: dopamine, serotonin, acetylcholine. The fact that information transfer between neurons is in terms of neurotransmitters means that the whole information process is operating in a soup of chemicals. Add the right chemicals to the soup that surround neurons and you can affect them profoundly. That's how hormones work. That's why small doses of drugs like LSD can have such a large effect. Compared side by side on the ground level, brains are far more complex than computers. With all that complexity, it's understandable that there's a great deal about neurons that we don't know. So how do we know what we do know? Much of what we know about neurons comes from the most studied neuron in history, the giant axon of the squid. Squids are easy to work on. They're cheap, plentiful. Even animal rights advocates don't seem to care much about squids. Squid neurons are so large you can see them with the naked eye, and the squid's giant axon is the biggest of them all. Squids have only 300 neurons. Your neocortex contains tens of billions, comparable to the number of stars in the Milky Way galaxy. Each neuron connects to other neurons at tens of thousands of synapses. That is a very complex structure. No mathematical theory ever developed, no machine ever built, and no supercomputer guiding space exploration is anywhere near as complex as a single brain. If we did build something that complicated, there's a good chance we wouldn't understand it any better than we currently understand the brain. So far, we've compared computers and brains in terms of their small components. But what about an overall perspective? How do brains and computers compare at the top levels of organization? Just as all contemporary computers work with the same basic components, all contemporary computers work with the same basic overall architecture. It's an architecture introduced in the ENIAC machine of the 1940s, laid out in detail in a report by John von Neumann in 1945. It's called the von Neumann architecture. What distinguishes the von Neumann architecture is the realization that the memory unit of a computer can do two different jobs. Because of the flexibility of binary coding, a number may encode a bit of data, but it may also encode an instruction. The memory in a modern computer can therefore contain both a program for operating on data and the data it's supposed to operate on. Because arithmetical operations are constantly accessed and never change, contemporary computers also tend to have a separate arithmetical unit. So the basic structure of your laptop and every other modern computer consists of a memory unit for storing data and programming, a control unit for retrieving data and performing operations on data, an arithmetical side unit to help, and devices to facilitate input and output. That's it. Computer operation at the highest level amounts to fetching data, operating on data, and storing the result. Programming for contemporary computers, we've noted, is completely serial. What is programmed is a series of fetches, operations, and stores. What do we know about the function of the brain at a comparatively high level? One thing we know is that it does not proceed step by step in a linear order. It's not a serial machine. Brain processing is massively parallel. Many neurons are firing in many areas of the brain simultaneously. What happens in the brain is a function of multiple synchronized and simultaneous outputs from many areas. In a computer, just one thing happens at a time. In the brain, it's all happening at once. Computer structure is excruciatingly simple with just a few basic units: control unit, arithmetical unit, memory modules. The human brain has lots of different parts, specialized for very particular purposes: for auditory processing, for visual processing, for language, for object and face recognition. The modularity of the brain is in part a remnant of its evolutionary history. You can see that history in the anatomy of the brain. At the core of your brain is a module originally used for sensitivity to certain molecules in the environment. It's still where our sense of smell is processed. Movement was always crucial for the organisms from which we developed, and that's what the cerebellum is for. The first reception stations for visual stimuli are deep in the brain as well. Together, those are spoken of as the reptilian brain. The mammalian brain is built on top of the reptilian. This is where you find the limbic system, crucial for emotion and for integrating stimuli from sight, smell, and hearing. It's the cortex that's the most developed in humans. That's the wrinkled, walnut-like structure that occupies most of your skull, the outer 6 layers of which constitute the neocortex. The reason it's so wrinkled is a simple matter of surface area. The neocortex in each hemisphere covers about the surface area of a bandana 18 inches square. The only way to cram 2 functional surface areas of that size into your skull is to wad them up. Generally speaking, the left side of your brain controls input and output from the right side of your body. A stroke on the left side of the brain will produce paralysis on the right. The right side of your brain controls input for the left side of your body. Vision's a little different. It's the left side of your visual field from both eyes that's processed in the right side of your brain. The right side of your visual field from both eyes is processed on the left side of your brain. An exception to this overall plan, buried deep in your reptilian brain, is the sense of smell. Smell receptors on your right side go straight to the right side of your brain, those from the left to the left. Anatomists speak of different lobes of the brain. If you put your hand on the back of your head, it's over the occipital lobe. That's where the first steps of visual processing take place. If you put your hand on top of your head, a little toward the back, it's over the parietal lobe. That's where you find the sensory-motor cortex that we reviewed in an earlier lecture on body image. The temporal lobes run along the sides above your ears. They're associated with recognition of auditory stimuli and with speech. Put your hand on your forehead and you have hold of your frontal lobe. It's involved in aspects of planning, judgment, control of emotions, problem solving, and reasoning. A folklore has grown up about the logical and mathematical left brain and the intuitive and creative right brain. Much of that distinction is exaggerated, but not all. Language comprehension is on the left. Musical appreciation is in a nearly symmetrical spot on the right. Language abilities actually divide between two distinct areas named for two brain researchers from the 1800s, Paul Broca and Carl Wernicke. Wernicke's area controls comprehension of speech. Broca's area controls production of speech. We tend to think that those must necessarily go together, but they don't. When Broca's area is impacted by stroke, disease, or accident, a patient may understand speech perfectly, but can't produce it. When Wernicke's area is impacted, a patient may continue to speak fluently and grammatically, but word meaning is lost. How do we know all this about brain function at the top level? The historical source was lesion studies like those of Phineas Gage. More recently, we've been able to get astounding data from new technologies for scanning living brains, CAT scans, MRIs, and PET scans. The CAT of CAT scans is CT, for computed tomography, a process that builds up 2- and 3-dimensional pictures from X-rays. The PET of PET scan stands for positron emission tomography. A person is injected with a form of water containing radioactive oxygen. Brain functioning can then be studied by watching where the oxygen goes when the person is told to do something, to sing a song or to solve a math problem, for example. What's mapped is oxygen transport to various parts of the brain. MRI stands for magnetic resonance imaging. Magnetic because a large magnet is used to align magnetic particles which are then bombarded with radio waves. Particles in different kinds of tissue give off different radio signals, allowing us to map the brain. Classical MRI allows the doctor or researcher to take only a static snapshot. Functional MRIs track blood flow much as PET scans do, recording brain activity over time. Okay, what I've given you is a tour of the brain, but a tour of the 7 countries in 7 days variety. I have to add a qualification. That tour was based on the convenient fiction of a standard brain. But the truth is that everyone's brain is different. For example, one of the things I said was that language processing is located on the left side of the brain. But that location may depend on whether you're left or right-handed. In about 94% of right-handed people, language processing is on the left. In left-handed people, however, that proportion drops to 73%. Some left-handers do their linguistic processing on the right instead. Some divide the tasks between the two hemispheres. Moreover, as indicated in earlier lectures, functional areas of a brain can change with the demands of a particular history or a particular environment. Especially in childhood, when brain development shows amazing plasticity, areas of the brain can be recruited for tasks entirely different than those outlined in the standard picture. Comparison at the highest anatomical level, like on the lowest, shows enormous differences between brains and computers. The computers that are ubiquitous in modern life are the product of efficient engineering. They operate on serial programming using simply a control unit, a memory unit, and perhaps an arithmetical module on the side. Our brains are precisely the opposite, massively parallel devices working in terms of many highly specialized parts, carrying the clear marks of their complex evolutionary histories. Throughout this comparison, I've concentrated on the digital computers and serial programming that characterize the tradition we reviewed in the last lecture, GOFI, or Good Old-Fashioned Artificial Intelligence. In looking at the history of artificial intelligence, we also considered an alternative, connectionist structures of artificial neural nets. Brains and standard GOFI computers are worlds apart. But the connectionist idea of neural nets offers an alternative. The brain seems to do what it does pretty well. Why not take a tip from the brain and design machines from units that function more like neurons? Why not take a tip from the brain and design machines that operate in parallel? Neural nets do work more like real neurons. In principle, they take a fully continuous range of possible inputs. Their outputs are usually interpreted as giving a yes or no value on a particular parameter. The concept of a neural net is of something that would function as an analog in, digital out device, just like a neuron. Neural nets are also conceived as networks that operate in parallel. Different nodes of a net, or of a network of nets, operate on the same data simultaneously, putting their efforts together toward an output. In that respect, neural nets offer a conceptual alternative to the linear step-by-step procedures of serial programming. Neural nets have also shown themselves to be good at things that brains are good at: quick and dirty categorization, learning, and pattern recognition. Neural nets, therefore, are closer to brains than other kinds of computing, but they are still biologically unrealistic in a wide variety of ways. As I mentioned last time, neural nets are trained up by a process called backpropagation of errors. There's no evidence that real neurons work that way. Real neurons come in a great variety, including distinctly excitatory and inhibitory neurons. Neural nets come in just one flavor. Real neurons operate not by a single firing, but by changes in rates of firing. That's a process our technology hasn't yet exploited. Real neurons actually grow, making new connections with other neurons. The best that neural nets can do is to be pruned down from something larger. Real neurons operate in a chemical soup of neurotransmitters. Neural nets are still completely electrical. There's one final way in which neural nets fail to bring us much closer to actual brain functioning. I said that they are conceived as operating in parallel and on an analog continuum of inputs. However, that's merely the way they are conceived of in the abstract. When it comes to actually implementing neural nets on real computers, almost everyone uses the machines that are cheapest and most ready to hand. What they are really working with is serially programmed digital approximations to neural nets. Considered side by side and level by level, brains and computers aren't very much alike at all. There's also a final difference between them: how much we know. We know a great deal about how computers work because we designed and built them. We know a great deal at the base level, at the top organizational level, and everywhere in between. We know how higher level programs work in terms of lower level programs, layer by layer and all the way down to the ground level. You will have noticed that the tour of the brain I offered touched only at the very base level, the level of the neuron, and at the highest anatomical level, the level one can see in brain scans. That wasn't just a matter of personal preference. Those are the levels we know something about. Everyone, especially those involved in brain research, realizes that the real key to how the brain functions will be found in the area in between. In order to understand that, we'll have to know how networks of neurons are organized, how they develop in contact with other networks, and how information is passed and transformed in the massively complex and massively parallel structure of the brain. That's what we really want to understand, but it's something that neither studies of individual neurons nor studies of overall anatomy can show us. There our tools are much less developed, and there we remain largely ignorant. There's a lot we know about computers, there's a lot we don't know about brains. The fact that brains are so unlike computers may be one problem facing attempts at artificial intelligence, but there are others. In the next lecture, I'll consider some full-throttle attacks on the very idea of artificial intelligence.
Lecture 17, Attacks on Artificial Intelligence.
In Lecture 15, I outlined the history of artificial intelligence from the pioneering work of Alan Turing to the present. Crucial in that history are two different goals for artificial intelligence: the goal of understanding human intelligence and the goal of building smarter machines. Also crucial to that history are two different approaches to the project: the symbolic manipulation approach, known as GOFI, good old-fashioned artificial intelligence. This is the attempt to model intelligence in computer programs that operate logically step by step. The alternative is the connectionist approach, which uses parallel processing in artificial neural nets, which function in ways more like networks of neurons in the brain. In this lecture, I want to concentrate on two primary critics of artificial intelligence, philosophers Hubert Dreyfus and John Searle. Their philosophical backgrounds are very different, their critical arguments are different, but their target's the same. Both think that there is something deeply wrong in the whole attempt at AI. Historically, Hubert Dreyfus comes into the picture through the efforts of his brother Stuart, a mathematician working for the Rand Corporation. Alan Newell and Herb Simon had built their logic theorist under the auspices of Rand. That was the machine that proved one of the theorems of Principia Mathematica more elegantly than Russell and Whitehead had. In 1964, Hubert Dreyfus was teaching philosophy at MIT. Stuart talked Rand into hiring his brother for 2 weeks as a consultant to provide a philosophical perspective on the AI work. The result was a 94-page report entitled Alchemy and AI that was deeply critical of artificial intelligence. Dreyfus compared the attempt to build intelligent machines to the attempt to change lead to gold. He took great delight in mocking overhyped predictions in AI, pointing out that an early chess program by Simon and Newell had been beaten by a 10-year-old child. Earlier, Dreyfus had derided, quote, the relentless profits of the omniscient computer. The tone of Alchemy and AI wasn't much better. Here's a sample. Quote, they claim that tangible progress is indeed being made, and they define progress very carefully as displacement toward the ultimate goal. According to this definition, the first man to climb a tree could claim tangible progress toward flight to the moon, end quote. The report didn't make Dreyfus any friends in AI research at either Rand or MIT. What it did to sibling relations is unclear. There was a year-long battle over whether to release the piece as a Rand paper. Simon complained, quote, the fact that Dreyfus was a consultant at Rand immediately gave him credibility. What I resent about this was the Rand name attached to that garbage. That really was false pretenses, end quote. The piece was eventually released by Rand. Dreyfus says it became a popular request, which didn't make Rand a bit happy. Seymour Papert wrote a detailed response to Alchemy and AI entitled The Artificial Intelligence of Hubert L. Dreyfus. Papert accused Dreyfus of questionable honesty and mishandling quotes and mangling technical details. Papert said, quote, Dreyfus's discussion is irresponsible. His facts are almost always wrong. His insight into programming is so poor that he classifies as impossible programs a beginner could write, end quote. Rand's lawyers recommended that Papert's response not be published for fear of a slander suit. Alchemy and AI became the core of Dreyfus's later book, What Computers Can't Do, reprinted in several editions and further revised as What Computers Still Can't Do. So the Dreyfus affair produced a great deal of animosity and heat. Did it produce any light? One of Dreyfus's fundamental claims was that the body plays a crucial role in making possible intelligent behavior. Machines like the static mainframes at Rand didn't have bodies in Dreyfus's sense, so they couldn't possibly instantiate intelligent behavior. At the core of Dreyfus's arguments, in both earlier and later forms, is a list of 4 crucial differences between human intelligence and machine operation. Here are Dreyfus's 4 things computers can't do. First, he says that humans show fringe consciousness. Although our attention is directed to one particular thing, we have a background of awareness of other things in the area. When the task requires it, we can shift our attention to those. For example, you're concentrating on the car in front of you, but you're aware enough of things in the background that you can shift your attention when you hear an ambulance siren. Dreyfus says that shift in attention is one thing computers can't do. 2. Crucial to our intelligence is the ability to distinguish between relevant factors and irrelevant ones in making a decision or solving a problem. What's relevant and what is irrelevant varies widely with what we're trying to decide or what we're trying to do. For the computers of AI, everything has the same importance. According to Dreyfus, recognition of relevance is a second thing computers can't do. 3. Consider a word with several meanings, like the word bank. A private airplane is flying over a small town by a river. The pilot encounters mechanical difficulties, so he takes the plane into a bank, flies toward the river, and lands on the muddy bank in order to avoid landing on Main Street and crashing into the hardware store or the bank. The word bank is used with 3 different meanings in that sentence. You were able to understand what I was saying, focusing on the relevant meaning of the word bank in each case and ignoring the irrelevant ones. That's a third thing that Dreyfus says computers can't do. 4. We are able to recognize 2 things as of the same category without detailing all their attributes. We naturally think of tigers and lions as the same kind of thing, without having to list details. Both have 4 legs, both have tails, both are carnivores, Our ability to classify at a flash is Dreyfus's 4th thing computers can't do. How effective were Dreyfus's attacks on AI? Dreyfus's primary target is the symbolic manipulation approach to artificial intelligence, GOFI. What he rejects is the idea that any computer program working step by step and in terms of explicit rules could duplicate human intelligence. Many of the points Dreyfus raised weren't new. AI researchers were already concerned about what they called the frame problem, which is at the core of a number of Dreyfus's points. Broadly construed, the frame problem is a problem of relevance. Here's the basic question. If an intelligent agent learns something new, how much of the rest of its information will it have to update? Here's an example. If I learn that Bill has painted his house, I may have to update my information on the color of his house. But somehow I know I won't have to update lots of other information. How old Bill's house is, where his house is located, how many rooms it has. My new information is irrelevant to those. How do I know what's relevant and what's not? How do I know what information affects what other information? How do I frame the information I'm dealing with? That's the frame problem. Symbol manipulating AI has made 2 attempts at dealing with the frame problem. One is to treat it as an issue of common sense. The knowledge people have about everyday things is astounding. We know an amazing number of facts about houses, colors, people, and painting. We know that when someone paints their house, they may change the color of the house, but not the age of the house. In order to make a machine that handles information the way we do, some people think we'll have to build in all that common sense knowledge. There's been an attempt to do just that. It's called Psych, as in encyclopedia. It's a 20-year, $25 million project in artificial intelligence. Its database, maintained in a room full of computers, contains millions of common sense facts about the world, hand-entered by programmers one by one. Now that sounds like a fun job. Psych's common sense database includes facts like these. Lettuce is not a tree. Trees are plants. Plants die eventually. Will a big enough common sense database allow a machine to sort things for relevance? Is a bigger database the answer to the frame problem? Dreyfus has called it the last bastion of top-down strong artificial intelligence, and most AI researchers are skeptical. A second approach to the frame problem is in terms of defeasible reasoning. Standard logic works in terms of airtight rules. Birds fly, Tweety is a bird, therefore Tweety flies. Many of the early AI programs were written using that kind of logic. Defeasible reasoning uses a logic that works in terms of a weaker sort of rules. If I tell you that I have a pet bird, Tweety, and if I ask you whether Tweety can fly, you'll probably guess yes. I'm now going to give you an additional piece of information. I won't take back anything I've told you. Yes, Tweety is a bird. But with this additional piece of information, you'll probably change your mind as to whether Tweety can fly. Tweety's a penguin. Penguins are birds, but they can't fly. It looks like Tweety can't fly after all. That's defeasible reasoning. It works in terms of a default assumption given a certain piece of knowledge, but a default that can be overridden by additional new information coming in. A significant proportion of programming in AI is now done in terms of defeasible reasoning. It avoids some aspects of the frame problem. It also avoids some of Dreyfus's claims against programs that operate in terms of strict rules. Dreyfus's list of things computers can't do emphasizes other things as well, an appreciation of relevance and the use of rough and ready categories. Many of these criticisms fall apart when we shift from GoFi to contemporary forms of AI that use the resources of connectionist neural nets. The development of relevant categories is precisely what neural nets are good at, like Garrison Cottrell's face and gender detecting neural net outlined in Lecture 15. Neural nets don't function like traditional programs, but they are instantiated in digital computers. It's not true that the appreciation of relevance and the use of rough and ready categories are things that no computer can do. The general verdict is that Dreyfus did identify problems in a particular approach to artificial intelligence at a particular time, problems facing the symbol manipulation approach up to the mid-1960s. But his books continue to be reprinted without significant concessions to the fact that the field has moved on. His rhetoric still treats the list as problems that are inevitable for any program of artificial intelligence. The idea is that these are things that computers could never do, not merely things that they weren't able to do within a particular approach in the 1960s. Progress in AI, including the progress in connectionism, has made it clear that many of Dreyfus's attacks were overblown. Early predictions from the symbolic manipulation approach were significantly overhyped. But on the other side, Dreyfus's list of things computers can't do was overhyped as well. And what about his basic idea that true intelligence will come only with something that has a body? That's a theme we emphasized in lectures 8 and 12, a central theme in Rodney Brooks' Robotics. Maybe there are forms of intelligence that develop or that manifest themselves only in bodily interaction with the world. As we progressively endow our computers with robotic abilities interacting with the world, we should be able to develop those forms of intelligence. In doing so, we may circumvent another of Dreyfus's objections. There's a story told about Dreyfus's ridicule of early AI efforts. Richard Greenblatt was an undergraduate at MIT in the 1960s. In response to Dreyfus's mockery of Simon and Newell's chess program, Greenblatt wrote his own chess program and challenged Dreyfus to a game. Dreyfus lost. The match also seemed to show that many of Dreyfus's specific claims were wrong. He had said that any chess-playing program would be clunky and mechanical. On the contrary, the game between Dreyfus and computer chess appears to have been exciting and unpredictable, a cliffhanger. The second critic of AI I'll talk about presents an attack which may be more fundamental, an objection to the possibility of artificial intelligence in principle. The philosopher John Searle makes it clear that his target is what he calls strong AI. Weak AI is the idea that we might be able to use computers as a tool toward understanding the mind. Strong AI is the claim that a properly programmed computer would be something more. It wouldn't merely be a tool to understand the mind. A properly programmed computer would literally be a mind. For example, a strong AI thesis would be that we could program a computer to understand English just as you do. Searle claims that's pure nonsense. No machine could understand English in virtue of running a particular program, no matter how you design that program. The primary targets for Dreyfus's attacks were symbolic programs like Simon and Newell's for playing chess. Searle's immediate target, though his attack extends much further, was a program intended to model an English speaker's understanding of a particular story. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, Roger Schenck and his colleagues at Yale designed a program to address the frame problem as illustrated by our understanding of narratives. An English speaker hearing a story for the first time arrives with a great deal of common sense background knowledge. That background allows him to draw inferences well beyond the details explicitly given in the story. Suppose the story runs like this. A man goes into a restaurant and orders a hamburger. The hamburger arrives a full half hour later, burned to a crisp. He storms out of the restaurant shouting angrily and without paying. Okay, you're an English speaker. Suppose I ask you questions about the story. Did the man eat the hamburger? Probably not. Did he leave a tip for the waitress? Probably not. Neither of those details is given in the story, but in order to really understand it, you probably need to be able to infer those things as well. That ability, grounded in a wealth of background information, is part of what's involved in your understanding of the story. What Schenck and his colleagues tried to do was to design a program that could draw those kinds of common sense inferences. Schenck's program was never in fact that successful, but we could imagine a program of this sort passing the Turing test for hamburger stories. It would give precisely the answers that you would to questions like, did the man take the hamburger with him? Here's where Searle enters the story. Enthusiasts at the time said that programs like Schenck's were approaching a point at which they could be genuinely said to understand the story. That's a strong AI claim, a claim that the computer instantiating such a program has genuine cognitive understanding. Searle says that claim is total nonsense. It'll be total nonsense no matter how we design the machine, no matter how much we build in, and no matter how well it passes the Turing test. The computer still won't understand English. Searle's argument takes the form of an elaborate thought experiment. Suppose that we're talking about building a machine that understands Chinese. When we succeed, we'll be able to give the machine a story written in Chinese, we'll be able to ask it questions in Chinese, and it will give answers in Chinese, exactly the answers we might expect from a native Chinese speaker. All of this would be accomplished by the step-by-step application of rules to particular symbols dictated by the machine's program. Now let's instantiate that program in a different way. Instead of a machine that gets the story and the questions through impulses on a keyboard, we put a man in a room. John Searle, perhaps. There's an input slot on one side of the room into which we pass the story in Chinese. Searle doesn't know a word of Chinese, but he follows instructions and he pins the meaningless series of symbols onto the wall. We then pass a question into the input slot. Searle takes the question, more meaningless symbols, and looks up things in an enormous rule book of what to do when certain symbols come in as input. That rule book corresponds to something like Schenck's program, and it says, if this symbol comes in followed by this symbol, and if this symbol is there, then produce an output message that has this symbol followed by this one and this one. What Searle wants us to imagine is a man in a room following precisely the rules that a computer program would follow for interpreting a story in Chinese. But the man does it entirely mechanically, without understanding any Chinese symbols. He just goes through the steps exactly as the machine would. Now, does the man manipulating symbols in the room thereby understand Chinese? No. He's a mere symbol shuffler. He has no idea what the symbols stand for. He has no idea what the story's about. He might not even know that the things coming in count as questions and that the things going out count as answers. The whole operation is mere symbol shuffling, operating without any genuine understanding. Searle says that's exactly what's happening with any computer program. No computer running Schenck's program, nor any other computer running any other program, could ever truly be said to understand English. No program could ever understand a hamburger story. Nor could they do any of the other things that humans do. Just as computer programs are in principle incapable of understanding English stories, they are in principle incapable of seeing or thinking or making intelligent decisions. At best, computers are like a man in a room pushing meaningless symbols according to meaningless rules. This attack on artificial intelligence is significantly deeper than Dreyfus's. Searle's Chinese room argument isn't just a critique of the limits of a particular program for a particular task at a particular time. If it works, the attack works against machine instantiation of any cognitive state at any time. The argument can be characterized as essentially involving a distinction between syntax and semantics. Semantics involves attention to meaning, to what certain symbols mean. Syntax involves something much less, attention to just the shapes and the order of symbols. The syntax of a sentence is the way that the words go together in a certain order. When linguists talk of syntax, they're talking about noun position, verb position, and the like. The syntax of a sentence has to do with the structural order of noun and verb, regardless of what those words mean. Logicians speak of syntax in a broader but a similar way. Logical syntax is a matter of the shapes and order of symbols in a logical formula, regardless of what those symbols mean, regardless of what those symbols stand for. Searle's point in the Chinese room argument is that a computer instantiating a program is operating purely as a syntactic engine. It operates on symbols in terms of their shape and order alone, stepping through a program line by line and eventually churning out other symbols in terms of their shape and order. All of its operations depend on syntactic properties alone. That's why a machine is able to perform them. None of its operations depend on any understanding of meaning or semantics. The man in the Chinese room doesn't need to understand Chinese. He just follows the syntactic program. That's exactly what any machine will do, and that's why no machine can genuinely understand Chinese. Some years after his original piece, Searle added another way of making the point. When we take the input and output of a machine as semantically significant, as giving us the answer to a complicated math program, for example, it's we who are taking the machine's syntax as meaningful. It's just a machine, operating on physical principles, from physical input to physical output. We read impulses on the keyboard as asking questions. We read some of the operations as giving answers. Searle says that if you look at that process closely, you'll see that any meaning involved comes from us rather than the machine. That's why no machine can genuinely be said to understand a story, and why no machine could ever be said to be genuinely intelligent. That's why strong AI, the whole idea of artificial intelligence, is ultimately impossible. What do proponents of artificial intelligence have to say in their defense? Some think the Chinese room thought experiment asks the wrong question. The question isn't whether the man in the room understands Chinese. The question is whether the system as a whole understands Chinese. This is the system's reply. Given a good enough program with a good enough response to a large enough range of questions, the system as a whole would match the output of a Chinese speaker, and so would properly be said to understand Chinese. Searle's response is, what does the room add? The central problem remains. In the system as a whole, the best we have is mere symbol shuffling, and that isn't enough to give us the real semantics, the real appreciation of meaning required for genuine understanding. Others think the Chinese room shows the same kinds of problem that Dreyfus raised with respect to embodiment. A Chinese speaker navigates through a real world. Searle's Chinese room, like any static machine, just sits there. Searle's response is, so put the room in the head of a giant robot. Now perceptual data comes in as new symbols, motor commands go out as symbols, but it's still just syntactic symbol shuffling, so we still don't have understanding. Some researchers have emphasized the sheer complexity of what's being envisaged and how impoverished a picture Searle's thought experiment really offers. Any program that gave appropriate responses to questions in Chinese would be astoundingly complex, far faster, far more complex than the simple lookup table that Searle envisages. Paul and Patricia Smith-Churchland, who we mentioned in Lecture 5, take this line. They say that Searle's Chinese room uses a simple picture to pluck at our intuitions as to what would count as understanding. But any program that came close to the task at hand would be so far from Searle's simple picture that we could no longer trust our intuitions. If we were confronted with a real program in the real complexity demanded, it might be clear that it did understand Chinese. In support of their argument, the Churchlands offer this analogy. Searle is told that programs can constitute genuine understanding. Searle says, preposterous. His counter-argument is the Chinese room. But suppose someone had been told at the turn of the century that light was a form of electromagnetic radiation. Suppose they said, preposterous, and as proof waved a magnet in a darkened parlor. See? No light. So light can't be electromagnetic radiation. The Churchlands say that's what Searle is doing. Light really is a form of electromagnetic radiation, but not a form you can see by waving a magnet in your hand. Understanding really could be instantiation of a program, but not in a way you could see by thinking about the simple program in Searle's Chinese room. Does Searle's argument offer a real objection against the very possibility of artificial intelligence? I think it does pinpoint a crucial conceptual problem. But I think the problem is so deep that it may not be a problem for artificial intelligence per se. The problem is how semantics, or meaning, ever arises from something that's not itself intrinsically semantic or meaningful. Unlike Dreyfus's attack, Searle's would extend to any kind of machine. Although Searle has occasionally said that connectionist neural nets might be different, that involves a misunderstanding of his own argument. Neural nets work in terms of input and output too. We could imagine the man in the Chinese room manipulating input and output in precisely the numerical way neural nets do. That wouldn't give him any more understanding of Chinese than the rule book did. Here's a further thought experiment from the philosopher Ned Block. Let's start with something that we agree does understand English. You. We know that your understanding of English is entirely dependent on how your brain functions. It's the functioning of the neurons of that complex brain that's crucial to your understanding of English. Now, says Block, suppose we map the entire network of neurons in your brain. We map which neurons are linked to which neurons and under what circumstances each neuron fires. We create a complete map, neuron by neuron, of information processing in your brain. Suppose we arrange a very large number of people across a vast territory, for example, the entire population of the Chinese nation, so that they signal each other with flags in ways that precisely match the functions of the neurons in your brain. The idea, outrageously far-fetched as it is this. What the neurons of your brain do when we ask you a question will be paralleled by what people across the Chinese nation do when we submit a question to that giant crowd of people. The fact that we wouldn't have enough people to instantiate all your neurons doesn't stop us from imagining what would happen if we did. If we could do that, would the crowd of people that responds as your brain responds then have the cognitive properties of your brain? Would that crowd understand English in the sense you do, even if no single person in the crowd understands English? Would phrases be meaningful to the crowd in the way they are to you, even if they are meaningful to no single person in the crowd? That's Block's Chinese nation example. I think we have a tendency to say that the crowd would just be a bunch of people with flags. The idea of some higher order meaning or semantics emerging, some property that the crowd has even if no person in it has that property, seems downright impossible. That would seem like magic. But on the other hand, the crowd is operating precisely as your brain is. If no meaning or semantics can emerge in the crowd, how can it emerge in your brain? And yet it certainly does. I think Searle's thought experiment actually shows something different and deeper than he intended. What it really shows is that fundamental mysteries remain as to how semantics can emerge from something like syntax. In itself, that problem doesn't offer an impossibility proof against artificial intelligence. In that respect, Searle's argument misses its target. We don't know how semantics can emerge from something smaller and non-semantic, but we know it can. At the neuron level, your brain works in terms of syntactic-like impulses not semantic-like meanings. And yet it's certainly those brain operations that make semantics possible at a higher level. The emergence of semantics from something non-semantic remains a mystery, but our own brains are clear proof that it's not impossible. If a brain can do it, despite Searle's argument, what reason do we have to think that a machine might not be able to do it as well? In the next lecture, I want to tackle a philosophical issue that may have been brewing in the background throughout our investigations of minds and machines, the issue of free will. We have free will, don't we? Machines don't, do they? Doesn't that spell a crucial difference between minds and machines? In the next lecture, I'll take on the issue in its full form. How is freedom possible in a deterministic universe?
Lecture 18. Do we have free will?
Throughout the course, I've been talking about minds and machines. But there's been a philosophical issue brewing in the background of that discussion, an issue I want to take on directly, the issue of free will and determinism. The universe is governed by natural laws, and each event is the effect of previous causes in accordance with those physical laws. Since each of my actions is an event in the universe, those too must be the effects of previous causes in accordance with physical law, causes even before my birth. How then can I think that I genuinely choose to do one thing rather than another? How can my actions be free? How can I be held morally responsible for things over which I have no control? That's the problem of free will and determinism, the focus of this lecture. I'll be exploring the history and structure of the problem, but I'll also be emphasizing a particular attempt to answer it, a compatibilist attempt. That approach has a long history, but it appears in some interesting contemporary forms as well. One of the interesting things about the problem of free will and determinism is that it's not a technical problem. It's an issue that just about everyone has raised in their own thinking at some point in their lives. In Lecture 3, I discussed the strange cases of Phineas Gage and Antonio Damasio's Eliot. Damasio thinks that certain forms of brain damage impair judgment to such an extent that people no longer have free will. What I'll be talking about here is a broader issue applying to all of us, the question about whether anyone has free will. The core of the problem is a head-on clash between two basic concepts: the concept we have of ourselves and the concept we have of the universe. We think of ourselves as facing alternative courses of possible action. Should I take the plunge or not? Should I do A or should I do B instead? We deliberate and weigh options and make choices as to what we'll do. With those choices comes responsibility. Sometimes our choices are morally right. Sometimes they are not. We have to take responsibility for the choices we make. The concepts of free will and moral responsibility are essential to our conception of ourselves as active agents in the world. They're fundamental to our values, to our ethical view of the world, and are built into our system of law, adjudication, and punishment. So on one side of the clash are our concepts of free will and free choice. But on the other side is our concept of how the universe works. The universe operates in terms of natural laws. Why did a particular event occur? The explanation will be in terms of the causal consequences of earlier events. Our modern concept of the universe is as a complex chain or net of events. Earlier events produce later events in accordance with natural law. In order to live the lives we do, we need a notion of a comprehensible universe, a universe governed by natural law. But we also need a conception of free choice and responsibility. The problem is that these two conceptual needs seem to come into immediate conflict. After all, we are creatures in the physical universe. Our actions are events in the history of the universe. And so they're produced by earlier events in accord with natural law. Given previous events and the laws of nature, it seems the things we do must be inevitable. then what sense does it make to say that we could have done otherwise? That we have real alternatives? That we can make genuine choices? If the things we do are simply the result of natural forces, how can we be held morally responsible for them? And if we can't be held morally responsible, what possible justification can there be for a system of law, constructed on conceptions of blame and punishment? In 1925, Clarence Darrow argued for the defense in the Scopes trial. The issue was whether the state of Tennessee could prosecute a teacher for teaching evolution in the public schools. Darrow is only thinly disguised in the play and several movie versions of Inherit the Wind, based on that case. I'm not going to talk about the Scopes trial, but about an earlier case in Darrow's career. A year before the Scopes trial, Darrow defended Nathan Leopold and Richard Loeb in a murder case. Leopold and Loeb were sons of Chicago millionaires who kidnapped and killed a 14-year-old boy. They had confessed to the crime even before the case began. Darrow used a form of the free will and determinism problem in his attempt to save them from the death penalty. Here's Darrow in the closing arguments. Quote, "Is Dickie Loeb to blame because of the infinite forces that conspired to form him? The infinite forces that were at work producing him ages before he was born?" Darrow said, "Science has been at work. Humanity has been at work. Scholarship has been at work. And intelligent people now know that every human being is the product of the endless heredity back of him and the infinite environment around him. He is made as he is, and he is the sport of all that goes before him and is applied to him. And under the same stress and storm, you would act one way, and I act another, and poor Dickie Loeb another." End quote. Darrow was successful, by the way. Leopold and Loeb did not hang, but were sentenced to life imprisonment instead. I've always wondered about that. Certainly the judge could have said, yes, poor Dickie Loeb and his actions were the product of causes beyond his control. And so are mine. So I guess Loeb can't be blamed for the murder, and I can't be blamed for giving him the death penalty. The problem of free will and determinism has a long philosophical history. It divided ancient philosophers right down the middle. The Stoics of the first centuries BC thought that determinism had to be true and that effective free will was therefore an illusion. The right course of action was to mold your attitudes so as to welcome the inevitable. The Epicureans of the same period thought that free will had to be true and therefore that the concept of a deterministic universe had to be wrong. Immanuel Kant's great work was the Critique of Pure Reason, first published in 1781. In that work, Kant offers a set of antinomies. He presents them in terms of opposing arguments in parallel columns. The thesis is on one side with its proof, and the antithesis on the other side with its proof. Contradictory claims, each with their own proof. These are paradoxes that Kant thinks that reason will never be able to solve. Kant's third antinomy is the problem of free will and determinism. William James has an essay on the question entitled The Dilemma of Determinism. James says, quote, "The issue is a perfectly sharp one, which no eulogistic terminology can smear over or wipe out. The truth must be on one side or the other, and its lying with one side makes the other false." End quote. Unlike Kant, James does come down on one side of the issue. He thinks real freedom exists, but he gives up on any attempt to explain how that can be true, and that's the real problem. Jean-Paul Sartre built his entire existentialism around a similar commitment to freedom. What Sartre says is that the essence of consciousness is freedom. The essence of being, on the other hand, is the realm of determinism. But he leaves entirely unexplained how a free consciousness is possible if it's also a form of being. And that's the real problem. The problem of free will and determinism is not just a question. The core of the issue is an argument. The determinist's argument that there can be no free will. The whole question is how we should think about that argument. In traditional form, the argument can be phrased in terms of 4 steps. 1. Everything in the universe happens because of earlier events in accordance with causal law. 2. My choices and decisions are events in the universe. 3. They therefore happen as they do because of earlier events, events even before my birth in accordance with causal law. 4. So how can you say I made a free choice? How can you say that I acted freely? How can you hold me ethically responsible for my actions? Here the last step is presented rhetorically as a set of questions. The argument is generally presented with that kind of rhetorical flourish. That's the way Clarence Darrow presented it. We bring the whole argument into the light of day if we explicitly make the last step the claim and conclusion that it really is. So here's the argument again with that change. Step 1. Everything in the universe happens because of earlier events in accordance with causal law. 2. My choices and decisions are events in the universe. 3. They therefore happen as they do because of earlier events, events even before my birth in accordance with causal law. 4. I therefore have no free choice. I cannot act freely and cannot be held ethically responsible for my actions. Now the whole problem of free will and determinism becomes, what should we think of that argument? Is it a valid argument? Does the logic go through? One way out of the problem would be to claim that it isn't, that there's a logical trick or a conceptual fallacy buried in there. Another route is to concede validity. If the argument is logically tight, and if we buy the premises, we have to buy the conclusion. There's no free will. That's what the Stoics did. Or we could concede validity but reason in the opposite direction. If the argument's valid and the premises are true, the conclusion must be true. But the conclusion is that we don't have free will. If it's obvious that we do have free will, the conclusion must be false, and therefore the premises must be false as well. It must be false that the universe operates entirely in terms of natural law. And that's the lesson that the Epicureans drew. The Epicureans claimed that the basic premise of the argument, the claim that everything happens because of earlier events in accordance with causal laws, is false. It turns out that contemporary physics agrees. The first premise of the argument is that the universe operates in terms of previous events and deterministic natural causes. That was Newton's universe, but it's no longer ours. According to the standard interpretations of quantum mechanics, the fundamental laws of physics are statistical rather than deterministic. For example, quantum mechanics dictates that a certain percentage of uranium atoms will lose electrons over a given period of time. That's what the half-life of uranium represents. But it does not dictate that any particular uranium atom will lose an electron at any particular time. Consider one particular uranium atom. Call him Artie. All the theory gives us is a probability that Artie will lose an electron over a period of time. The theory doesn't tell us when, and doesn't tell us why Artie will lose an electron when he does. Indeed, what quantum mechanics says is that there is no reason why Artie will lose an electron at the precise moment he does. One of the fascinating things about quantum mechanics is that the randomness at issue, or the happening without a cause, is not merely a matter of our ignorance or of something the theory leaves out. Quantum mechanics is perhaps the best confirmed physical theory in history, and crucial parts of the theory entail that there are events for which there can be no cause. Does that leave a loophole for free will? Well, not so fast. The loophole that quantum mechanics seems to offer is that my choices and decisions might stem from the randomness of quantum events. But doesn't that just replace one thing over which I have no control, deterministic events in a deterministic universe, with another thing over which I have no control, random quantum events in my brain? I would no longer be a captive of a deterministic universe, but I'd still remain the victim of random quantum events. When examined more carefully, quantum indeterminacy turns out not to offer a way out. So physics doesn't settle the issue. In fact, we could just amend the major premise of the argument to read like this. 1. Everything in the universe happens because of earlier events in accordance with causal laws or quantum randomness. The threat to genuine free will, real choice, and moral responsibility is precisely the same. There's another interesting way out, however. The approach is called compatibilism. The whole problem is set up as if determinism, or determinism plus quantum randomness, is inconsistent with freedom, as if we have to choose one or the other, and never the twain shall meet. What the compatibilist says is that the whole setup's a mistake. When we understand what we mean by real alternatives and free choice, we'll see that choice and free will can exist, even though all events have causes. We'll see that we can have our cake and eat it too. Here is a classical compatibilist account. It starts by defining freedom. What does it mean to be free? To be free is simply to have the power and ability to do what you want. This is a conditional account. To say that I'm free is simply to say that my action is conditional on my wants and desires. I wanted to take the road to the left, and I did so. To say that I was also free to take the road to the right is simply to say that I would have taken that road if I had wanted to go in that direction. I'm not free, on the other hand, when I can't do what I want because of denial of opportunity, or physical restraint, or coercion, or duress. A conditional account of this sort appears in Hobbes in the 16th century, Hume in the 18th century, and John Stuart Mill in the 19th century. It's had a range of defenders throughout the 20th century. Let's use an example. Yesterday, after some deliberation, I took a later plane than the one I was originally scheduled for. I decided I wanted to take a later plane, and so I did so, freely. All that free will demands is that my actions track my desires, that I took the plane because I wanted to, and that my actions would have been different if my desires had been different. If that's what free action is, action conditional on wants, then the conflict between free will and determinism disappears. Both could be true. If my actions track my desires, my actions are free. If they result from previous causes, they are determined. But it could be true both that my actions track my desires and that they resulted from previous causes. That's the compatibilist strategy. Once we understand what free will really is, we'll see that it's not necessarily in conflict with determinism at all. It's a point in favor of a philosophical strategy if it doesn't merely contradict the opposing view, but can explain why someone might be tempted to hold the opposing view. And that's long been a part of the compatibilist strategy. The compatibilist suggests that the determinist makes a conceptual mistake in confusing two different concepts, the concept of cause and the concept of coercion. If I'm coerced to do something, I'm not free. But the fact that my actions have causal precedence doesn't mean that they're coerced. Consider the plane example again. I had a range of options yesterday. I could take my original flight, I could take a later flight, I could choose not to fly at all. I could take the later flight but upgrade to first class. The choice was mine. Nobody was coercing me to do any of these things. And that's what free choice is all about. Whatever choice I finally make, I'm sure there'll be some causal explanation for that choice, but that's a matter of explanation, not a matter of coercion. Because it isn't a matter of coercion, it doesn't threaten the idea of free choice. The compatibilist claims that the determinist's argument is ultimately invalid because it relies on a subtle confusion between concepts of coercion and cause in order to move from a claim about causality to a denial of free will. When we see what free will really demands, and when we keep in mind that causality is not coercion, we'll be able to see how free will and determinism are compatible after all. If the conditional account of free will is right, if freedom is merely a matter of actions tracking desires or choices, the compatibilist wins. But is a conditional account of freedom really adequate? What about cases in which someone couldn't have chosen otherwise? In cases of addiction and psychological compulsion, an agent may not be acting freely despite the fact that their actions are tracking their desires. The problem isn't that their actions don't accord with their desires. The problem is that their desires themselves are compelled by addiction or disease. The issue can be made more vivid with a thought experiment. Suppose a mad neuroscientist is able to manipulate his victims by stimulating their brains in ways that manipulate their desires. It would still be true that their actions tracked their desires, but they would be enslaved nonetheless. There must then be more to freedom than just doing what you want. In order to be free, your wants themselves must somehow be under your control. Okay, where do we stand? The classical compatibilist account is the conditional account. That would do the job if it really captured our concept of free will. But the mad neuroscientist and the addiction problem show that it doesn't really. There are, however, several new forms of the compatibilist strategy that take the debate one step further. One of them involves rethinking the idea of freedom and alternatives. A common assumption about free will is that it demands alternative possibilities. A free action is one where I could have done otherwise. I did one thing but could have done another. But here's a surprising thought experiment from the philosopher Harry Frankfurt. What it seems to show is that someone may make a free choice even when they could not have acted otherwise than they did. After months of deliberation, John W. Oswald decides to shoot presidential candidate Kniegan. He purchases a gun, puts in the bullets, drives to a hidden location, aims at Kniegan, and pulls the trigger. There's something I haven't told you, however. John W. Oswald is a recent patient of the mad neuroscientist Professor Moriarty, who has implanted a device in Oswald's brain. As long as Oswald maintains his desire to kill Kniegan, the device remains inert. Should Oswald change his mind, Moriarty's device would trigger a chain of brain states in Oswald's head that would produce the same effect. So as things actually turn out, Oswald's resolve to kill Kniegan remains firm. He goes through with his plan and pulls the trigger. There's no need for Moriarty's backup device to go into effect. Did Oswald act of his own free will in shooting Kniegan? Yes. As things turned out, he did act freely. The interesting thing is that if he had changed his mind, he would have ended up shooting Kniegan anyway. As things turned out, he did act freely, though he couldn't have acted otherwise. He would have ended up pulling the trigger even if he had decided not to. How strange. Frankfurt uses the Oswald example to introduce a hierarchical account of free will. It appeals to the idea of several levels of desires. Most of our desires are first-order desires, normal desires to have an ice cream cone or talk to a friend. Some of our desires, however, are second-order desires. Those aren't desires about ice cream cones or talking with a friend. Second-order desires are defined as being desires about desires. Like, I wish I wanted to travel more. That's a desire about another desire. What I want is to feel differently about travel than I do. What I want is to want to travel more. Frankfurt thinks that this kind of self-reflection required for second-order desires is characteristically human. He thinks that it's those second-order desires that are crucial to our notion of free will. What Frankfurt says is that free action is action that's in accord with our second-order desires. An action is free not merely when it tracks our normal everyday desires, as the conditional account had it, but when it accords with a certain class of desires, our reflective second-order desires. An action is free when it accords with the wants that we want to have. Frankfurt's account is intended to do better in terms of the problem cases like addiction and the mad neuroscientist. The actions of an addict are not free even if they accord with his low-level wants, because they're not in accord with the desires he wants to have. That seems right. Most addicts will say they want to be clean. They try again and again to beat the addiction. When they fail, it's because they again find themselves enslaved by lower order desires. That all fits Frankfurt's account. I'm not acting freely if a mad neuroscientist is manipulating my desires, precisely because those are not the desires that I want to have. That too seems right. What about Oswald? Oswald's action is free, despite the fact that he couldn't have done otherwise, because his actual action as it actually happened was in accord with his second-order desires. So the second-order account does better than the classical conditional account. If a free action is simply one that accords with second-order desires, an action can be free even if it's the result of causal precedence. But does Frankfurt's account really tell us what freedom is? Consider the case of an addict who initially qualifies as unfree on Frankfurt's account. His first-order desires are to take the drug, but those are not the desires he wants to have. But in at least some cases of addiction, the drug comes to impact higher-order desires as well. The addict comes to want to have the cravings that he does. That would seem to be a case of an even more pervasive and invidious addiction. On Frankfurt's hierarchical account, however, we'd be forced to say that the long-term addict has now become free. That doesn't seem right. Frankfurt's account is appealing, but it's still not clear that we have a real handle on what free action is. Here's another new compatibilist account. It suggests we may be looking for the wrong thing and trying to find the one thing that free action is. Maybe it isn't just one thing. The determinist argument assumes that the freedom of an action is an absolute property. Either an action is free or it's not. It assumes that an act is either free or it isn't, regardless of the context in which we are thinking about free will or free choice. The new approach says that when it comes to our normal concept of free will, that assumption may be wrong. What freedom means may depend on context. Let me illustrate the impact of context using an entirely different concept, the concept of something being smooth. In one context, we're looking for a smooth place to land a plane. Oh, thank goodness, a meadow. That's smooth enough to land. In another context, we're sanding a tabletop in order to get it smooth. Good enough? Nope, not yet. We need it to be really smooth. Better keep sanding. In both contexts, we're interested in whether something is smooth. But what counts as smooth in the context of landing a plane wouldn't count as smooth in the context of sanding the table. What the new contextualist account proposes is that our concepts of freedom and free will may be contextual in the same way. Mike is free to choose whatever he wants for lunch. But the context may be one in which Mike is a patient choosing from a limited number of options on a hospital menu. When the man has a gun to your head, within the constraints of staying alive, you have no choice but to hand over your wallet. In a larger sense, of course, you do have a choice. You can choose to keep your wallet and have your head blown off. If concepts of freedom and free choice and free action and free will are contextually sensitive in this way, the determinist argument may be pulling a fast one on us by switching context. It may initially be setting a context in which freedom means one thing, but illegitimately be drawing a conclusion for a different context in which freedom means something different. On a contextual analysis, what the first steps of the argument do is set a context in which the demands for free action are extremely high. In order to be free in that sense, your action would have to somehow be action without causal precedence, action independent of the causal nexus of the physical universe. In that extreme sense, perhaps we're not free. That doesn't mean we might not be free in a much more normal sense, appropriate to much more normal contexts. The determinist's sleight of hand is to act as if that is what it means, to act as if claims regarding freedom in that extreme contextual sense carry over to conclusions regarding freedom in the sense of everyday decisions and choices. His premises are about actions somehow unhooked from the universe. His conclusion is about something different, about freedom in a different and more familiar context. His conclusion is that I have no choice as to what I'll eat for dinner tonight, or who to vote for, or whether to commit a felony. By switching context halfway through the argument, the determinist has essentially changed the meaning of the term. the classic logical fallacy of ambiguity. He's proved something about freedom in one sense, an extreme and unrealistic sense, but has fallaciously concluded something about freedom in the very different sense we're really concerned about. The compatibilist would maintain that in any normal sense of freedom, appropriate to normal contexts, the freedom of ordinary choices and decisions, the freedom in which we weigh our alternatives and try for the best, the freedom appropriate to moral decision and responsibility, we are free to choose, and we do act freely. It's free will in that normal sense that we really care about. In that normal sense of free will and causality are compatible after all. So some thinkers, both ancient and contemporary, hold that the universe functions in accord with natural laws and therefore there can be no free will. Other thinkers, both ancient and contemporary, hold that nothing could be more obvious than that we have free choice, and thus the universe must not be deterministic after all. Some thinkers hold that the problem is forever unsolvable, an irreconcilable clash of ineliminable intuitions. What I've tried to trace in this lecture is a further approach. It says that what we really need to understand is the central concept of freedom. When we understand that, we may find that free will is a perfectly natural part of a deterministic universe after all. In the next few lectures, I want to turn to another issue that's been in the background of our exploration throughout, the central issue of consciousness. We'll start with issues of perceptual consciousness, with seeing, believing, and our consciousness of color. From there, in later lectures, we'll examine the problems that subjective consciousness seems to pose for any functionalist account of mind.
Lecture 19, Seeing and Believing.
At this point in the lecture series, I want to train all our resources, the resources of philosophy, the resources of psychology, and of the neurosciences, on the central issue of consciousness. In this and the next lecture, I'll be talking about some of the things we know about consciousness, about perceptual consciousness in particular. In this lecture, I'll talk about how our beliefs influence what we consciously see. In the next lecture, I'll focus on our consciousness of color. From that point on, I'll be talking about what we don't know, the fundamental mysteries of consciousness. What I want to talk about in this lecture is seeing and believing. In particular, the role of believing in seeing, how background beliefs and expectations can shape perception. Sometimes people say, you only see what you want to see. Is that true? The psychological evidence seems to be ambiguous regarding the impact of desires and fears on perception. But the evidence does unambiguously support something close. Not that you see what you want to see, but that you tend to see what you expect to see. One of the things I want to do is to explore what the evidence tells us about consciousness and perception. I also want to explore what the evidence tells us about an important legal issue, the use of eyewitness testimony. The final part of the lecture takes the issue to a wider philosophical context, exploring implications for the concept of scientific objectivity. First, the phenomenon itself. One of the classic experiments is by Jerome Bruner. Suppose I shuffle a deck of cards in front of you in such a way that you can see about half of each card as they flash by. Your expectations will be to see red hearts, red diamonds, black spades, black clubs. What if I insert some gimmicked cards? An ace of clubs, for example, except that the clubs are red rather than black. Or a jack of diamonds, except that the diamond is black rather than red. So some of the cards are doctored as to color. Will you notice those? Will they stand out? If the cards go by fast enough, and you just expect a normal deck of cards, the answer is no. Not only won't the gimmicked cards stand out, you won't even notice them. You don't expect to see them, and so you don't. Even when we slow down the process, flashing full images of the cards on the screen maybe, processing time for the altered cards will be longer, and an individual's answers will be less accurate. This psychological phenomenon is called mental set or set expectation. The fact of the matter is that perception is very much influenced by mental set. You tend to see what you expect to see. There's a more recent relative of the Brunner experiment involving a 1-minute video that you can see online. The video shows two groups of people, some in black shirts, some in white shirts, interweaving in a small room as they pass basketballs to one another. If you were a subject participating in this experiment, you would have been told to count the number of times the basketball is passed from one white team member to another. There's something else that happens in the video. At about the 30-second mark, a person in a gorilla costume enters the room. The gorilla pauses, thumps his chest, and leaves after about 5 seconds. All this time, the subjects have been trying to count the number of basketball passes. A few minutes later, they're asked, "Did you see anything unusual?" Amazingly, about half the subjects failed to see the gorilla. They were concentrating on counting ball passes. They weren't expecting a gorilla, and so they didn't see it. Even when specifically asked, "Did you see a gorilla?" the answer is no. If you go online to watch the video, of course, you'll see the gorilla because you'll be looking for it. What do these experiments tell us about perception? One of the things they show is that what we perceive is very much influenced by our focus of attention. That's why people don't see the gorilla. Attention focus shows up in terms of what we hear as well as what we see. Consider the cocktail party effect. You're talking to someone at a noisy cocktail party. Chatter, chatter, chatter. You're paying attention to the one person you're talking to, and you filter out all the other conversations around you. But if someone across the room mentions your name, even in the midst of all that background noise, your ears perk up immediately. What are they saying about you? Brunner's card experiment shows that what we perceive is influenced very much by our background expectations. That's why it seems so hard to see a black jack of diamonds or a red ace of clubs. There's a related phenomena called perceptual persistence. Once you have your mind set on seeing one thing, shifting to a different interpretation can be slow or difficult. A classic experiment, reproduced in your course outline, shows a series of drawings which slowly morph from a caricature of a man's face at one end to an artistic drawing of a full-form nude at the other end. At each end, the picture is clear: a man's face, a naked woman. If we show people a single transitional picture right in the middle, the odds are 50-50 that it'll be perceived as a man's face, 50-50 that it'll be perceived as a nude. But if the slowly changing pictures are shown starting from the man's face end and ending at the middle picture, that middle image will almost always be seen as a man's face. If the series of pictures is shown from the end with the nude, the middle picture will almost always be seen as a form of the nude. Why? Because the initial interpretation persists in further perception. All of these effects show up in what's called change blindness. There are people in the movie industry whose job is to assure continuity between scenes, to make sure that Indiana Jones's hat doesn't change color between shots, for example. How many people will notice that kind of change in an actor's costume? How many people will notice changes in the props on a table? The answer is surprisingly few. Indeed, in tapes constructed for psychological experiments, people often don't notice that an actor has changed, that it's a completely different person carrying the action from one scene to the next. Continuity people seem to have an amazingly easy job. Underlying all of these examples is the lesson that perception is an active rather than a passive process. What's involved when we see things, hear things, and touch things is not merely a passive reception of data. Perception involves an active pursuit of data. In the gorilla case, people are told to count the number of ball passes. That's their cognitive focus. That's why they see every pass of the ball, but fail to see the person in the gorilla costume. The active pursuit of data is guided not only by attention to the task at hand, but by other cognitive resources as well. We access background beliefs, expectations, and interpretations in the active attempt to search out and make sense of the data. That's why the interpretation of the drawing of a man's face will persist. That's why we tend to be change blind. All of this accords perfectly with the evolutionary perspective on perception that we emphasized in Lecture 11. What evolution selects for is environmental success. Successful food gathering and predator avoidance, for example. The forms of perception that will be selected for will be forms of perception that seek out and latch on to the important environmental features. Forms of active perception which use all available cognitive resources. In general, it's undoubtedly a good thing that perception accesses background cognition. Cognitive loading allows for fast, guided perception. If the results were not generally accurate, at least in the environments of our ancestors, it wouldn't have remained as part of our evolutionary inheritance. But the fact that perception comes cognitively loaded can also lead to errors. If we see what we expect to see, we may miss what's really there. Here's an application of the problem, the issue of eyewitness testimony. The popular notion is that eyewitness testimony is almost a necessary and sufficient condition for proof of guilt. That is, in fact, the way Anglo-American courts and our juries work. In a survey of British cases in the 1970s, where the only evidence against the defendant was a single eyewitness identification, juries brought in a verdict of guilty in 74% of the cases. In other words, if the only evidence against someone is the word of an eyewitness, the betting is 3-1 that the jury will convict. Eyewitness testimony carries enormous weight. So how good is it? The short answer is, not particularly good. The longer answer is, it depends on the conditions, and it depends on what question you're asking. Instructors dealing with the issue of eyewitness testimony sometimes stage an event and then canvass their students to see how accurate their reports are. The last time I did this, in a class of 300 or so, I staged a lecture interruption involving some rowdy toughs coming in from the back of the classroom, yelling and throwing water balloons. A questionnaire was then distributed to see how well people are able to report the incident that had just occurred in front of them. People did very well on some questions. How many rowdies were involved, for example, and what was said. They did less well in reporting who said what. And when given a lineup of photos from which to pick assailants, they did poorly. In the photo lineup I used, only one of the assailants actually had his picture in the lineup. Only half of the students could identify him. Many identified other people in the lineup as perpetrators, even though they hadn't been there at all. The classic film 12 Angry Men portrays a jury deliberation that turns on some of the ways eyewitness testimony can go wrong. Reginald Rose's play has appeared in several film versions, as well as on Broadway, but the black and white version with Henry Fonda, Lee J. Cobb, and E.G. Marshall is definitely the best. In classroom experiments using staged rowdies and water balloons, eyewitness testimony is inconsistent and incredibly fallible. You might think that a more threatening event, a real and violent crime, is more likely to be reported accurately. But it turns out that isn't true. The more violent an event, the less likely witnesses are to give an accurate report. The psychologists Brian Clifford and Jane Scott did an experiment in which they showed people two versions of a tape in which policemen are looking for a subject and enlist another person to help them. That person doesn't want to help. In one case, the police yell at him, and he eventually goes along with them. The other case is more violent. The police actually assault him, and only then does he cooperate. What the study showed is that people did a significantly worse job in testifying to details of the events in the violent version than in the non-violent version. People who have the misfortune of being victims of violent crimes do give fully accurate reports about some details. In actual eyewitness cases, there's something called weapon focus. If a guy holds you up with a gun, there's one thing you are definitely going to be able to describe, but it's not the guy, it's the gun. Social psychological experiments are wonderful to read. Some of them are just one step removed from candid camera. In a study by C. Johnson and B. Scott, volunteers show up for an experiment and are left out in a waiting room. There are two versions of what happens next. Here's what happens for some of the volunteers. They hear a conversation in the other room. A man then comes out with a pen in his hand and his hands covered with grease. He says something, "Oh, brother," and leaves. Here's what happens for the other volunteers. They hear a loud argument in the other room. A man then comes out with a letter opener in his hand and his hands covered with blood. He says something, "Oh, brother," and leaves. The volunteers were then asked to pick out a picture of the man from a lineup. In the case with the pen and the grease, 49% were able to identify him correctly. In the case with the letter opener and the blood, only 33% were able to identify the guy. What they focused on was not the man coming from the other room, but the bloody letter opener. We saw that attention focus can influence perception. That's why people don't see the gorilla. In eyewitness testimony, exactly the same thing is happening in the case of the weapon, the bloody letter opener. Background beliefs can influence eyewitness testimony in similar ways. It can matter a great deal how initial questions are phrased to witnesses. It can matter not only in terms of their immediate response to questions, but their responses when questioned later. Elizabeth Loftus is perhaps the world's leading psychological expert on the fallibility of eyewitness testimony. Here's one of her classic experiments. People are shown a film of a traffic accident, and then they're asked questions about it. The film shows a car going through a stop sign and colliding with another car. Lots of people are shown the film. Half of them are then asked about how fast were the cars going when they hit each other. The other half are asked about how fast were the cars going when they smashed into each other. That's the only difference, using the phrase hit each other or the phrase smashed into each other. A week later, the same people are given a follow-up questionnaire. One of the questions on the questionnaire is, did you see any broken glass? In fact, there was no broken glass shown in the film. Some people in each group reported broken glass. That's not too surprising. Auto accidents often result in broken glass. But some people have been asked a question a week earlier about cars hitting each other. Other people had been asked a question about cars smashing into each other. The people in the second group were twice as likely to report broken glass as the people in the first group. What this means is that the accuracy of later eyewitness reports will be significantly influenced by the way in which initial questions are asked. If when you were first questioned, you say that the assailant was tall, and the cop says, "Really tall, huh?" you'll tend to report him later as taller than he really was. What we've been tracking is the fact that for better or for worse, perception can be cognitively loaded. What I want to do in the rest of the lecture is to follow some of the influence that idea has had on philosophy of science in the 20th century. If you take the evidence as indicating that all perception is thoroughly and inevitably influenced by background belief, the logical implications are strong and alarming. Take the idea far enough, and you reach the conclusion that objectivity is impossible. Take the idea far enough, and you reach the conclusion that there can be no such thing as science. There can be no attempt to figure out what the world is really like. Personally, I think such extreme conclusions are unjustified, but tracing the history of the ideas can be important. One of the things it shows is that there are limits to the influence of belief on perception. Let me give you a thumbnail history of philosophical views regarding science. This won't start out sounding as if it's about perception, but you'll see that perception comes in again at a crucially important point. In a traditional picture of the history of science, science was viewed as cumulative. The history of science is a history in which we accumulate more and more facts, more and more explanations, more and more understanding. That's what scientific progress is like, or so the story goes. Thomas S. Kuhn is famous for having effectively called the bluff on such a view. Kuhn says that when you really look at it, the history of science is not cumulative. Science works in terms of theories that replace other theories. Newtonian astronomy didn't just add to Ptolemaic astronomy, it wiped it off the map. Einsteinian physics doesn't just add to the things Newtonian physics told us. Einsteinian physics shows that Newtonian physics was fundamentally wrong. Later theories don't merely add to earlier theories, they wipe them out. Hence the name of Kuhn's book, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. Part of what Kuhn emphasizes in that book is a holistic picture of scientific theories. His term is actually wider, a holistic picture of scientific paradigms. According to Kuhn, science at any point in time is ruled by a particular paradigm. At its core will be a body of scientific theory. But the paradigm doesn't perpetuate itself merely by explicit theory. The paradigm appears in how we train scientists in our universities. It appears in how we judge how good scientists are. The paradigm dictates what experiments are worth doing and what experiments are not worth doing. The course of normal science doesn't challenge paradigms, it perpetuates paradigms. Here's where perception comes in. One of the things that a paradigm does is color one's take on experiments. For Kuhn, perception is theory-laden. What you see depends on your background beliefs, on your cognitive set, on your paradigm. What you see depends on what you think is happening. All of that accords with what we've seen in the psychological literature and in the problem of eyewitness testimony. But if you take the idea far enough, you soon hit a problem of scientific objectivity. Here's how N.R. Hansen poses the problem. Quote, let's consider Johannes Kepler. Imagine him on a hill watching the dawn. With him is Tycho Brahe. Kepler regarded the sun as fixed. It was the earth that moved. But Tycho followed Ptolemy and Aristotle in this much at least. The earth was fixed and all the other celestial bodies moved around it. Do Kepler and Tycho see the same thing in the east at dawn? End quote. How do you test rival scientific theories? You perform an experiment. But if interpretation of experiments is theory-laden, people with different paradigms will simply read the experiment as supporting their own theories. If you envisage the history of science in terms of paradigms, where paradigms dictate even how experiments are read, how can there be any rational transition from one paradigm to another? Since it's theories that lie at the core of these paradigms, how can there be any rational means of establishing one theory in place of another? How can there be any real progress in science at all? If reality is always filtered through the conceptual scheme of a particular paradigm, what sense does it make to say that one theory is objectively verified, that it's more accurate, or that it has a better handle on reality? Sometimes Kuhn suggests, and often his followers have suggested, that there is no answer to that question. There can be no rational transition from one paradigm to another. And it doesn't make any sense to say that one theory is more accurate or more real. On that picture, all transition between paradigms, all belief changes of that sort must be irrational. At one point, Kuhn uses the image of religious conversion. In changing from paradigm to paradigm, you do not make a rational move. You just suddenly see things differently in terms of the new paradigm. Philosophy often progresses by letting an idea run as far as it wants to go, seeing the trouble it might get us into, the contradictions or absurd consequences, and then backtracking to see where the reasoning went wrong. I think we can do that here. The Kuhnian argument rests on two premises. The first is that our beliefs form a seamless, unified whole, a Kuhnian paradigm. What a paradigm gives you is an entire worldview, a total way of seeing and interpreting the world, and all parts of the view. Everything is guided by your paradigm. That's Kuhn's holism. The second premise of the Kuhnian argument is that perception is cognitively loaded. But the thesis required is an extremely strong form of this, the claim that all perception is thoroughly theory-laden. Accept both of those in full strength, and the conclusions that follow will be equally strong. If all perception is thoroughly theory-laden, two scientists who hold different theories will never be able to settle their differences by experiment. If all perception is thoroughly theory-laden, the scientist on one side will perceive the result as in accord with his theory, and the scientist on the other side will equally perceive the result as in accord with his. No progress and no resolution. Note that the conclusion of the Kuhnian argument isn't that this sometimes happens. The conclusion of the Kuhnian argument is that it always happens. What follows from the premises we've outlined is that there could never be any experiment which settled the matter between any theory and any other. That seems too strong. If it were true, scientific progress by means of experiment wouldn't merely be difficult, it would be impossible in principle. It would be a waste of time even to try. If that were true, Archimedes' experiments on volume and weight would have been pointless. Galileo's experiments on weight and velocity, or his telescopic observations of the craters of the moon and the moons of Jupiter, would have in principle been incapable of convincing anyone. Franklin's experiments in electricity, Newton's experiments in optics, the confirmations of Einstein's theory of relativity, and the Manhattan Project experimental explosion of a nuclear bomb would have all been senseless efforts in futility. After all, perception is theory-laden, and anyone seeing those experiments would merely perceive things in terms of their background theories. No experience would ever change anyone's mind. If that's what follows logically from our premises, something has to be wrong with our premises. I think the problem is that they're too strong. All of this followed, we said, only on, one, a strong assumption of holism, that all our beliefs form this seamless whole governed by a central paradigm, and two, a strong assumption regarding theory-laden perception, that all perception is thoroughly theory-laden. Kuhn is certainly right about this, that there are dominant theories at a given time, and often dominant pictures of what a theory should look like. He's certainly right that normal science tends to assume those dominant theories rather than challenge them. But any claim that all scientific beliefs in a discipline are under dictatorial sway of some central dogma, including local beliefs as to what color something appears in a test tube, that's going to be wildly overstated. Scratch the surface of any scientific discipline, biology, chemistry, physics, or sociology, and you will find areas of well-cemented opinion, but also areas of open questions, also wide areas of disagreement. There is no lack of scientific opinions directly open to challenge by new data. Kuhnian holism, then, tends to be overstated. Claims regarding theory-laden perception tend to be overstated as well. We've seen evidence that background belief and expectation can color perception. But the idea that background belief and expectation bias perception entirely and always is demonstrably false. The philosopher Jerry Fodor uses a simple example to show that at least some aspects of perception are quarantined from background belief, that not all perception is thoroughly and immediately influenced by the cognitive background. The example is a familiar optical illusion. Perhaps you're familiar with the top hat illusion. In the simplest form, it consists of two perpendicular lines, a vertical line that meets a horizontal line below it in the middle. You can draw this one yourself. You draw a horizontal line exactly 2 inches in length, mark the midpoint, then draw a vertical line from that point exactly 2 inches in length. If you look at what you've drawn, you'll see that the vertical line looks longer than the horizontal. You know that they're the same length because you drew them that way. But the vertical line really does look longer. You can check your work. Go back and measure both lines with a ruler. Yep, same length. But the vertical line still looks longer. Here's Fodor's argument. If belief influenced all perception, our knowledge that the two lines are the same length would make them look the same length. Once you knew that the lines were both 2 inches in length, you would necessarily see them that way. But that's not what happens. You know perfectly well that the two lines are the same length. If I asked you whether the two lines are the same length, you'd say, yeah, I just measured them. But the fact is that the vertical line still looks longer. The vertical line still looks longer. If belief influenced all perception, that wouldn't be true. If all perception were thoroughly theory-laden, that wouldn't be true. The fact that the vertical line looks longer even when you know it isn't shows that not all perception is a slave to belief. It's not true that all perception is thoroughly theory-laden. Consider for a minute a comparison between two systems that are both knowledge-guided and knowledge-gaining. One is local and individual. One is significantly wider. The local system is your brain, an individual system that's both knowledge-guided and knowledge-gaining. The wider system is that of the sciences, which are something like culture-wide and culturally operative systems, both knowledge-guided and knowledge-gaining. In both systems, perception plays an important role. In both cases, belief guides perception. Your background beliefs guide your current perceptions. Our background scientific beliefs guide the construction and interpretation of experiment. In both cases, belief guides perceptions, but in both cases, it's also true that perception guides belief. In both cases, perception guides belief acquisition and belief change. There are things that you used to believe that you don't any longer. It's often experience and the knowledge gained in experience that explains that shift. The same thing happens with science. Scientific theories, our best guesses at how the world works, have shifted repeatedly in the past. That shift has often been the result of crucial experiments that could be seen to come out differently than expected. Scientific theories will predictably shift again, and when they do, as long as we're doing science, experimental evidence will be crucial in the shift. This mutually reinforcing dynamic in which perception influences belief and belief influences perception has its dangers. If belief is swamped by immediate perception, we lose the benefits of background knowledge, the benefits of quick and accurate action on the basis of past experience. Every problem would be a new problem. If, on the other hand, perception is swamped by background belief, we lose the ability to accommodate new knowledge and the flexibility to deal with new environments. Any genuinely new problems would go unrecognized with potentially fatal results. The system only works if belief and perception are in equilibrium, a mutually reinforcing equilibrium between new data and old experience. It's in that equilibrium that our sciences and our brains work best. The focus of this lecture has been the impact of belief and expectation on perception. In the next lecture, I'll concentrate on an even more specific aspect of perceptual consciousness, our consciousness of color.
Lecture 20, Mysteries of Color.
The neurologist Oliver Sacks relates the unfortunate case of a colorblind painter he refers to as Mr. I. Mr. I was in his 60s when he was involved in an automobile accident and ended up in the emergency room. He was an established artist, well known for the use of color in his abstract paintings. It was soon established that the accident had affected his vision. Mr. I could no longer see color. The diagnosis for cases like that of Mr. I is cerebral achromatopsia. In such cases, there's nothing wrong with the eyes. The problem is with color processing in the brain. Not only could Mr. I no longer see color, he could no longer either remember or imagine color. Color was an element of experience he had lost entirely. The impact was devastating. He could no longer see his own paintings. Mr. I described the world as leaden and gray. Things had a dirty look, and flesh now appeared rat-colored. Everything just looked wrong. In this lecture, I want to examine our consciousness of color from several different directions. There are things we know from physics, psychology, and the neurosciences regarding color and color perception, but there are also mysteries that remain. Primary among these are philosophical questions about color qualia. How do I know that your subjective experience of red things is the same as mine? Sir Isaac Newton is best known for his 1687 masterwork that outlined his theory of gravitation and the three laws of motion, the basis for classical mechanics. His first claim to fame, however, was in optics. One of his earliest experiments is still regarded as one of the most beautiful scientific experiments of all time. Newton's description starts like this, quote, "In the beginning of the year 1666, I procured me a triangular glass prism to try therewith the celebrated phenomena of colors," end quote. Newton darkened his chambers, letting light in only through a small hole in the blind. He refracted that light through the prism, and it cast a spectrum of color onto the opposing wall. What Newton was able to show in those experiments was that white light was composed of light of all the other colors, spreading out in a rainbow because the different component colors were differently refracted by the prism. That single experiment lays the groundwork for all we know about different colors as different wavelengths of light. People can see light in wavelengths from approximately 390 nanometers to 780 nanometers, from violet at the low end through blue, green, and yellow to red at the high end. The wavelengths that we can see, of course, are only a small portion of the whole. Ultraviolet and X-rays lie below the violet end of the spectrum, infrared and radar above the red end. Hummingbirds and goldfish can evidently see colors off the ultraviolet end that we can't. Newton first published an account of his experiment in 1672. The great poet Johann Wolfgang von Goethe wrote his theory of colors as a response to it in 1810. Goethe congratulates himself on being, quote, the only person in this century who has the right insight into the difficult science of colors, end quote. What Goethe claims is that Newton's approach to color is woefully inadequate. Colors are not part of light and are not to be investigated by means of optics. Goethe's fundamental premise is that colors exist only in the mind. Goethe has experiments to offer too, but his all have to do with the psychology of color perception. So who's right about color? Newton or Goethe? Is color a matter of physical wavelengths in the world, or is color in the mind? The view of color that most of us start with is probably an objectivist view of color. Colors are properties that objects have. The leaves are green, the sea is blue, the rose blooms red. We perceive colors because they are there to be perceived. On the simplest objectivist view, colors are in the world. On the other end are the subjectivist accounts. In Galileo, in Descartes, and particularly in John Locke, a distinction is made between two different kinds of properties or qualities. Primary qualities are those that are genuinely in the world, independent of us. Both Galileo and Locke tended to identify these primary qualities with the basic properties studied in the physics of their time. Shape, size, motion, and position in space were all objective and real. After Newton, the mass of objects would be taken as a primary quality as well. But there are other properties that we talk about that are not really in the world. All of these thinkers treat tastes, smells, and colors as essentially mind-dependent. These are secondary qualities. Is color objective or subjective? The debates continue in contemporary philosophy. Everyone agrees that the perception of color is something that involves both something objective in the world and the subjective experience of a perceiver. But where exactly in that interaction should we locate color itself? According to one view, colors are relational properties. They exist only in the relationship between two things. A single thing all by itself can't be in front of. It has to be in front of something else. In front of is a relational property. Someone can't be married all by themselves. They have to be married to someone. Marriage is a relational property. For something to have a particular color is like someone being married or sitting in front of. It has that color only in relation to something else, in relation to a color perceiver. But couldn't we still say that colors are in the objects themselves? One way of doing that would be to say that colors are dispositional properties. Dispositional properties are tendencies. On this approach, what it means to say that something is purple is that it has a tendency to produce purple sensations in the people who see it. That's an attempt to capture both the objectivist and the relational intuitions. Yes, color perception happens when an object causes a subjective experience of a certain kind, but the object itself really does have a color. It has the something that produces that subjective experience. We get all the way back to objectivism if we say something like this. Yes, a colored object has something that produces a certain subjective experience. What is it? Well, it must be something in the microstructure of its surface. something in the way its molecules reflect certain ways of light. Why not say that that's what color is, a certain arrangement of molecules objectively there in the thing itself? The debate continues, but it's a lot like the debate over whether the tree falling unheard in the forest makes any sound. Does color label the subjective experience or the properties of the object that produce it? For our purposes here, it may not matter very much. What we want to understand is color consciousness and color perception. Everyone agrees that's a process that involves both objective features of the world and the experience of observers. Settling debates as to what particular element of the process should be granted title to the term color, if anything should, may be beside the point. What the debate does point up is that there are several areas that demand our attention in trying to understand color. At one end, the objective end if you like, that's Newton's area, the physics of light and color. In the middle is the psychology of color perception and the neuroscience of color processing in the brain. At the other end, the subjective end, Goethe's end, is the subjective experience of color. For our purposes, it makes most sense to start in the middle. Color perception would be far simpler if it were a mere matter of the frequency of light waves. If those things we take to be green were precisely those from which we were receiving light in wavelengths between 577 and 492 nanometers. There are two central facts of color perception that show that color is more than wavelengths. These are the facts of color constancy and color contrast. If you hold a neon green frisbee in your hand as the sun goes down, you'll still be able to see its color long into the twilight. It'll continue to look the same color despite a wide variance in the wavelength of light that's reaching your eye. That's color constancy. The lecture outlines include a link that'll take you to a set of color photos of a Rubik's Cube developed by R. Bo Lotto and Dale Purvis at the Center for Cognitive Neuroscience at Duke University. The two photos offer a nice demonstration of color contrast. One of the photos has an overall yellowish tint, and certain squares on the surface of the Rubik's Cube look distinctly blue. The other photo has an overall bluish tint, with squares that look yellowish or yellowish pink, decidedly not blue. But in fact, the wavelengths coming from those areas of the two photos, the distinctly blue squares in one photo and the yellowish squares in the other, are identical. If you cut out the little areas and put them side by side, you wouldn't be able to tell them apart. They look different in context because of different color context, the different colors around them. Color depends on contrast in context. In Lecture 11, I outlined an evolutionary theory of perception. The core of that theory is that we can expect our perceptual systems to have those characteristics that would have been adaptive for our ancestors. Both color constancy and color contrast fit the evolutionary theory to a T. Here's the story with respect to color contrast. What our ancestors needed to do was to focus on those aspects of a scene that were different from the rest. The red berries among all those green leaves, for example. That's why color perception follows rules of contrast. Here's the story with respect to color constancy. What our ancestors needed to gather wasn't wavelengths of light, but particular kinds of ripe red fruit. You're just as hungry when the sun goes down, so those yummy red berries keep looking red until it's too dark to see. That's why color follows rules of constancy. Science and technology often go hand in hand. Much of what we know about color vision has come from the interaction between the two, particularly in terms of color photography. James Clerk Maxwell, like Isaac Newton, was one of the great physicists, known for the Maxwell equations that link the phenomena of electricity and magnetism. But Maxwell was also fascinated with color. In 1861, the time of Matthew Brady's Civil War photographs, Maxwell laid the foundations for color photography. He used only black and white techniques. What he did was to photograph the same object 3 times through 3 different colored filters, red, green, and violet. When the plates were developed, he superimposed all 3 on a screen using projectors with red, green, and violet light. The image appeared magically in full color. How do we see color? The implication of an experiment like that, for understanding color perception, is that our visual system would only need 3 types of color receptors to capture the full spectrum of colors we see. Edwin Land invented the Polaroid camera, but he was as much a scientist as he was an inventor. In 1957, he offered a demonstration even more astounding than Maxwell's. He used 2 filters rather than Maxwell's 3 to make his images. One for long wavelengths, a red filter, and one for shorter wavelengths, a green filter. When he projected the images back, however, he used red light for the first image and full white light for the second. You'd think the result would be merely a pink washed-out shadow, but it wasn't. Land's photo showed a woman with, quote, blonde hair, pale blue eyes, red coat, blue-green collar, and strikingly natural flesh tones, end quote. Land went further in the psychology of color, concentrating on the contrast effect. As mentioned a minute ago, a patch can change color when it appears in different color contexts. How exactly does that work? What is it about wavelengths in context that produces our impressions of color? Land developed what he called the Retinex theory of color context. Essential to the theory is a comparison between 3 basic wavelengths. It's not the individual wavelengths themselves, but the contrast between them that generates the colors we see. Our contemporary understanding of color processing is precisely in line with Land's theory. Color perception depends on the cones in our retinas. Cones come in 3 types, each of which uses a different pigment to respond to a particular wavelength of light: long, medium, and short. You may remember ganglion cells from our discussion of perception in Lecture 11. In color processing, ganglion cells respond to a receptive area that includes all 3 kinds of cones. What the ganglion cell responds to is the differential input from the 3 kinds of cells in its receptive area. Are short wavelengths predominant, or middle and long? Are long wavelengths more dominant than medium and short? It's a comparison. What ganglion cells respond to is not straight wavelength. What they respond to is a comparison between short, medium, and long wavelengths in their receptive area. It's on the basis of that contrast that we see blue, green, yellow, and red. I started this lecture with the colorblind painter. Mr. I's difficulties weren't caused by problems in his retinas or ganglion cells. His difficulties were caused further down the line. Scattered in spots across the visual cortex at the back of your head are sites about the size of a bean that seem to be devoted to color processing. It was those color beans that were impacted in Mr. I's automobile accident. Both his cones and ganglion cells fired just fine, but the messages had nowhere to go. It was damage to those areas deeper in the brain that drained Mr. I's life of color. Our investigation has led us finally to the subjective end of the process, the point of subjective color experience. All of the data that underlies our scientific picture of color vision is ultimately behavioral data. Experiments in color perception require that people report on the colors they see. The Department of Motor Vehicles measures color blindness using a straightforward behavioral test. If you can't distinguish certain shades of red from certain shades of green, you won't be able to tell us the pink number in a field of green circles. But does the fact that our behavior is the same show that our subjective experiences are the same? Couldn't your behavioral response to all the tests be identical to mine, and yet our subjective experience be radically different? When we both look at a ripe avocado, how do I know that you see the same color that I do? John Locke expresses the problem in terms of an inverted spectrum. Suppose we both look at a spectrum, bleeding from red on the left and through yellow and green to blue and purple on the right. We've both learned the language. We both refer to the shade on the left as red. We both refer to the shade in the middle as green. We learn to match the green crayon to green leaves and color the tree appropriately. We both admit that the sky is blue, blood is red, grass is green. But what if my subjective experience in looking at that spectrum is exactly the opposite of yours? Turn the spectrum over so that it's now purple on the left and red on the right. How do you know that's not the way it looked to me to begin with? Locke thought this was a real possibility, that your sense of colors and mine might be entirely opposite. The colors of your world might be exactly inverse to mine, but that we would never be able to tell. If that's a real possibility, it's a real problem for some of the major theories in philosophy of mind outlined in earlier lectures. What are mental states? Behaviorism says they cash out in terms of behavior. A mental state is what it is because of the outputs that it gives on certain inputs received. For the functionalist, mental states are functional states. Inputs result in certain behaviors and other mental states, themselves cashed out in terms of further behaviors and mental states. For the behaviorist, behaviorally identical mental states must be identical. For the functionalist, functionally identical mental states must be identical. But the problem on the table has us envisage behaviorally identical and functionally identical states. You say red whenever I say red. Your mental states function in terms of input and response precisely like mine do. If your mental state can nonetheless be subjectively different from mine, as different as an inverted spectrum, as different as you seeing yellow where I see blue, then there must be more to mental states than either the behaviorist or functionalist allows for. If the problem's a real one, mental states can't be only what the behaviorist and functionalist say they are. The technical term for subjective experiences of the sort we're talking about is qualia, which really means something like subjective qualitative experiences. Expressed in terms of qualia, the inverted spectrum question is this. Maybe you and I both call the same things red and blue. Neither of us has any trouble negotiating with red and blue things in the world. But couldn't it still be true that the qualia you have when looking at red things is the qualia I have when looking at blue things, and vice versa? If there are qualia in this sense, neither behaviorism nor functionalism can be true. It should be no surprise, then, that behaviorists and functionalists want to argue that the whole issue is a setup. What they need to do is to deflate the notion of qualia. When we think we're talking about something sensible here, we're fooling ourselves. There aren't really any of these things called qualia. The problem isn't real. Arguing that this is all a philosophical illusion may be difficult. One of those who's made the most valiant attempt to do so is the philosopher Daniel Dennett. Dennett offers a thought experiment involving two coffee tasters, Mr. Chase and Mr. Sanborn, who appropriately work at Maxwell House. Their job is to make sure that Maxwell House coffee keeps its wonderful taste, that it remains good to the last drop in precisely the same way, cup after cup, year after year. Chase and Sanborn have been tasting Maxwell House coffee for years, but one day Chase says, "You know, Sanborn, I have to admit, I'm not enjoying my work much anymore. When I first came to work for Maxwell House, I thought it was the best coffee in the world. I wanted to keep it that way. Well, we've succeeded. It has the same taste it always did. But I'm afraid I no longer like that taste. My tastes have changed." Sanborn says, "That's funny. Something different's happened to me. I think something's gone wrong with my taste buds. Although I haven't sensed any change day to day, I have to say that the coffee just doesn't taste to me the way it used to. I wish it did. I love that taste. But I'm afraid the coffee tastes different to me now." If you cash this out in terms of qualia, what Sanborn is saying is that his Maxwell House qualia have changed. What Chase is saying is that his Maxwell House qualia are still the same, but he no longer likes those qualia. Qualia would tell you there might be a real difference here. Dennett says, what difference? Both used to like Maxwell House. Both don't like it anymore. Sanborn says that the qualia are the same and his tastes have changed. But how does he know that it's not the qualia that have changed? That's why he doesn't like it. Chase says that the qualia themselves have changed, and that's why he no longer likes it. But how does he know it isn't just his standards that have changed? How do either of them know that it's not their memories of past qualia that have changed? Dennett's thought experiment is interesting in that it presses the question inward. It's not just that we can't tell which qualia story is right, but that they can't either. The differences in the story are differences that don't make any difference to anyone, even the participants involved. That, Dennett thinks, should make us suspicious of qualia, these supposed differences that don't make a difference. Maybe there aren't any such things here. Maybe there aren't any such things in the color problem. Not everyone's convinced, and I have to confess that I'm among those that aren't. Let me also offer another Dennett argument, however, that might hit closer to home. Remember your first taste of beer? It was awful stuff. How could anyone drink that? It's not how beer tastes to you now. Here are two explanations for that. The first explanation is that beer actually tastes different after you drink it for a while. The last sip tastes a lot better than the first sip. Beer qualia get better. The second explanation is that the beer qualia stay the same. Beer is an acquired taste. The last sip tastes exactly like the first sip. You just get to like that taste after a while. So how did it happen with you? Did the qualia change, or just your feelings about that qualia? If qualia are real, there should be a real difference to ponder here. If there's no difference, if we're just talking about the same thing in two different ways, then there's no need for this concept of qualia. There's a further contribution to the inverted spectrum problem from a non-philosophical direction, from the work of Stephen Palmer, a psychologist at the University of California at Berkeley. We've been proceeding on the assumption that no behavioral test could reveal that your spectrum is inverted relative to mine. What Palmer asks is, no behavioral test? Is that really true? I've talked about color throughout this lecture as if it were a phenomenon on just one dimension, position along the spectrum from violet to red. But color can perhaps better be thought of in terms of three different dimensions. What I've been calling color throughout is more properly spoken of as hue. For a single full spectrum seen at a particular time, hue does vary with wavelength. But color is also specified by its brightness, which varies with intensity. All things being equal, the more intense the light, the whiter a color appears. The less intense, the darker it appears. But all things aren't really equal here. Yellow is brighter than blue, even when they have the same intensity. A final parameter is saturation, which varies roughly with the purity of the wavelength. Are the wavelengths reaching your retina all the same, or is there a mix of various wavelengths in there? You can see what difference each of these makes by varying the corresponding parameters in a computer paint program. Another thing that I've left out is that there are distinct relationships between colors. Newton himself represented these using a color circle. If you take a spectrum from red to purple and join the ends to form a loop, you'll have a circle in which colors next to each other seem similar and colors on opposite sides of the wheel seem to be natural opposites, what are called complementary colors. Green and red are on opposite sides, for example. Yellow and blue are on opposite sides. The color circle really only represents differences in hue. The color wheel goes one step further by adding the parameter of saturation. Colors at the edges of the wheel are fully saturated, just like in the color circle, but wavelengths are progressively mixed as you go to the center, resulting in a range of colored grays. You can then add intensity toward white on the top, toward black at the bottom, and the color wheel becomes a color sphere. So color turns out to be a very complex set of relationships. Palmer proposes that philosophers have ignored that complexity of color in assuming that we couldn't tell if one of us had a qualitative spectrum inverted from the other. He has a number of tests to offer. Here's a simple one. The way we originally envisaged the inverted spectrum was an inversion of hue. You'd see red where I see purple and vice versa, and we could never tell. But if the hypothesis is just an inversion of hue, we could tell. In an inverted spectrum, yellow would be where blue is and vice versa. But between a yellow and a blue of the same intensity, yellow looks brighter. If your spectrum were inverted from mine, you'd think that a certain blue was brighter than a certain yellow. I wouldn't. So there would be a behavioral difference that gave the game away after all. In order to get the problem going again, we have to imagine a simultaneous spectrum inversion and a reversal of brightness perception. You have to see black where I see white, too. In order to really get the problem going, we might have to turn the qualitative color solid completely inside out. Palmer doesn't think he's solved the whole philosophical problem. In fact, he thinks he has evidence that in some cases the problem might not be merely a thought experiment. In some cases the problem might be real. We said that there are 3 different types of cones in your retina, which use 3 different pigments to detect 3 different wavelengths of light, short, medium, and long. Those of us with all 3 are called trichomats. Some people have a gene that gives their long wavelength cones the medium wavelength pigment by mistake. Those are called proteinopes. They're red-green colorblind, and they fail the tests at the Department of Motor Vehicles. Some people have a gene that does the opposite. It gives their medium wavelength cones the long wavelength pigment by mistake. Those are called deuteranopes. They're red-green colorblind too, but for a different reason. But what if someone had both genetic problems at once? Cone pigments would be switched. The long wavelength cones would get the medium wavelength pigment, while their medium wavelength cones would get the long wavelength pigment. Since both genetic problems appear in the population, Palmer speculates, they should occasionally happen together. People with both genetic problems at once would be reverse trichomats. They could distinguish red from green, but in the wrong way. They'd pass all behavioral tests, Palmer says, but their color sphere would be reversed, and you could be one of them. Let me try to pose the big philosophical problem that's at issue here. I'll pose it in terms of 4 different examples. Here's the first example. Mr. Chase and Mr. Sanborn start out by characterizing what has happened to them in different ways. But Dennett argued that even they couldn't tell which story is the right one. The question is there any real difference there at all? Here's a second example. Does beer taste different now, or have you just come to like the taste? The question is there any real difference between those alternatives? Here's a third example. In Lecture 12, I talked about what happens when you wear inverted lenses for a while. In a third stage, everything seems right again. Is that because your sensory experience is flipped back, or just because you've learned to navigate effectively? The question is there any difference between those alternatives? And Palmer has just handed us a fourth example, the same problem in another guise. Suppose that the pigments in the long wavelength cones and the medium wavelength cones in your retinas were reversed. Suppose they'd been that way from birth. The question is, would that make a real difference in your world, qualitative difference in your world, or not? What do you think? If your tendency is to say no in these cases, that there aren't any real differences at stake, you're leaning towards something like a functionalist position. If your tendency is to say yes, there is a real distinction to be drawn, a distinction between beer changing taste and you simply getting used to the taste, for example, you're leaning in the other direction. If you tend to say yes, there is a real distinction to be drawn, you take qualia seriously. We'll turn to qualia again in the next lecture. It lies at the core of the hard problem of consciousness.
Lecture 21, The Hard Problem of Consciousness.
If there's a defining problem in philosophy of mind today, it's the problem of consciousness. As we noted in Lecture 4, we use the terms conscious and consciousness in a number of ways. In a limited sense, someone's conscious if they're awake rather than asleep or in a coma. We speak of people as being conscious of something if they respond to it. But we also speak of consciousness as a personal realm of subjective experience. Philosophers sometimes call this phenomenal consciousness. If you attend to the range of your sensory and subjective experience right now, how things look to you right now, the colors and shapes you see, the sounds you hear and the feelings you feel, you will be attending to qualia in the sense I outlined in the previous lecture. You'll be attending to your subjective, qualitative experience, your conscious experience. It's that sense of consciousness that's at issue. Nothing could be more familiar than consciousness in that sense. Conscious experience is what you're having right now. But when it comes to understanding what that conscious experience really is and how it really works, nothing could be more mysterious. In this lecture, I'll explore the philosophical problem of consciousness. I won't be aiming for a quick answer. My goal will be a more complete understanding of the complexities of the problem itself. In this lecture, we're dealing with a particularly vivid form of the mind-body problem, which has been a constant companion throughout these lectures. Let me start with a summary of some of the theoretical work we've done to this point and some of the philosophical problems we've encountered concerning the relation of the mental and the physical. In an early lecture, we outlined Cartesian dualism. Dualism is a view motivated by what we called obvious philosophical facts, but it results in a position that the mental and the physical are two radically different realms. The physical is the realm of matter and energy, the basic forces ultimately described by physics. The mental is the realm that doesn't even seem to occupy space. It's the realm of thoughts, imaginings, and sensations, essentially non-physical in form. A major problem for dualism was interaction. If these realms are so radically different, how could they possibly interact causally? And yet we know they do. Here's another obvious philosophical fact. Our mental decisions result in physical actions, and physical causes have mental effects. Epiphenomenalism, occasionalism, and parallelism were attempts to patch over the problems of interaction, but they looked increasingly desperate. What the basic impossibility of explaining interaction seems to be telling us is that dualism, in whatever form, can't be right. The alternative is monism. One form was idealism, the idea that there is no physical world, only a mental one. But arguments for idealism lead equally to the radical conclusions of solipsism, according to which no one exists but you, and nothing's real but the contents of your mind. The other form of monism was materialism, the idea that the universe is ultimately physical through and through. We looked, for example, at reductive materialism, the idea that mental states are just one kind of physical state, the idea that mental states are brain states. The killer problem for dualism is explaining how two essentially separate realms could possibly interact. The problem for materialism is how an entirely physical universe can nonetheless have a mental aspect. If everything is physical, what exactly are these mental states? What are desires and feelings and thoughts and imaginings? How can those be physical? Behaviorism offers one answer. How can mental states be physical? Because what mental terms describe are not a special kind of stuff, but something very different, the behaviors of physical organisms. But the attempt to fill out full behaviorist analyses of common mental terms proved impossible. Our exploration finally brought us to the theory called functionalism. If there's a dominant theory in philosophy of mind today, that theory is functionalism. This view posits that when we're talking about mental states, what we're talking about is the functional organization of organisms. When an organism is in a particular mental state, inputs from the environment will produce a range of effects. But the effects aren't merely behaviors. The effects of input will also include other mental states, priming the organism for other behaviors on other environmental inputs. For the functionalist, mental states are like computer programs, producing various outputs on various inputs. That's what talk of the mental realm is all about, the functional organization of a thoroughly physical entity. Functionalism wouldn't be the dominant theory it is if there weren't a lot going for it, and there is. Here are some primary virtues of the theory. A first virtue of functionalism is that it gives us a clear research route to follow in trying to further understand the mental. In order to study the mental, we need to look at functional organizations. It's no small part of functionalism's appeal that it links together a number of research trajectories. If mental states are functional states, we can understand them by understanding the patterns of their functional interrelationships. That's very much the program of cognitive psychology, which is broadened into cognitive science. If mental states are a version of functional states, instantiated in the physical structure of the brain, we can understand mental states by understanding the functional states of brains. The neurosciences are therefore an important part of the research program. If mental states are functional states, they might be instantiated in any number of physical substrates. Mental states wouldn't have to be instantiated in brains. They could be instantiated in machines. This is the artificial intelligence and robotics wing of the functionalist research program. One virtue of functionalism, then, is that it lays out a clear and diverse research program. Behind that lay two other virtues. A second philosophical virtue of functionalism is that it allows us to see and understand the universe as a unified whole. If functionalism is right, there aren't two different kinds of stuff. There's only one. The universe is ultimately physical, just as our physics tells us. But there's also a third virtue. Even though it allows us to understand the universe as ultimately physical, functionalism also allows us to see how the mental could be something different. Mental states are a matter of functional organization, but the functional organization of an organism is different from the stuff it's made of. We end up with a picture in which we are talking about something different when we're talking about the mental realm, but not a different kind of stuff. But here we come to the crunch. Despite functionalism's appeal, and despite its role as the dominant theory in philosophy of mind today, it looks like there's a major obstacle in its road. That obstacle is phenomenal consciousness. A number of philosophers, with a number of compelling arguments, argue that functionalism cannot account for subjective experience. If that's true, it's not a minor fault in the position, it's a major refutation. Consciousness is the challenge for functionalism. All mental states are functional states, huh? Well, what about consciousness? One of the philosophers who's posed the challenge most forcefully is David Chalmers. He does so in terms of a contrast between what he calls the easy problems and the hard problem. The easy problems, he says, are these: to explain our ability to discriminate, to categorize, and to react to environmental stimuli. That's an easy problem. Here's another: to explain how a cognitive system integrates information, or to explain how a system can have access to its own internal states, or to explain how a system can report on its own mental states, or to explain how it can focus attention and deliberately control behavior. No one working in the field today would call those problems easy. Despite important progress in cognitive science, in artificial intelligence, in the neurosciences, we don't have an answer to any of those yet. Nevertheless, Chalmers says that they're easy in the sense that they're all questions of functional organization. They can be studied by asking questions of the following form: what kind of functional organization lets a cognitive system categorize? What kind of functional organization gives a cognitive system access to its own internal states? As such, they're questions that are perfect for a functionalist research program. They're easy in the sense that a fully developed research program in functionalism might eventually be able to tell us the answers to these questions. Chalmers points to another question of an entirely different kind. This is the hard problem of consciousness, the hard problem of conscious experience. When we decide to do things, when we react to a horrible event, when we see a sunset, when we imagine how she'll look in that dress, there's something functional going on, what Chalmers calls a whir of information processing. But he insists there's also a subjective aspect to each of these. To see a sunset is not merely to react in a certain way, to sigh, to gasp, to say something to someone next to you. Seeing a sunset isn't merely input to a functional system that results in a later behavioral output. To see a sunset is to have a subjective experience of the splash of color across the sky. The sunset looks a certain way. It comes to us as a particular conscious experience. Chalmers claims that this is an aspect of consciousness that functionalism inevitably leaves out. It's understanding conscious experience and its relation to the physical makeup and functional organization of our brains that's the hard problem of consciousness. There are a number of arguments that support Chalmers' analysis. Here's a first argument from the philosopher Thomas Nagel. Nagel asks, what is it like to be a bat? We know that bats navigate using echolocation, a natural form of sonar. They emit high-frequency sounds and judge the distance and motion of objects in terms of echoes from those sounds that return to their ears. If you've ever seen a bat dart this way and that in the twilight sky, chasing and devouring insects in flight, you know how effective echolocation can be. But what is it like to be a bat? How does it feel to navigate with that kind of echolocation? How does it feel to echo-sense a moth fluttering to the right, to catch that and then immediately echo-sense something else tasty to the left? Perhaps the closest we can get is to imagine ourselves with leathery wings flying through the night and listening for the return of our high-pitched squeaks. But the question Nagel is pressing is not what it would be like for me to be in some bat-like situation. The question is, what is it like for a bat to be a bat? According to Nagel, to be a being with subjective consciousness is for there to be something it's like to be that being. To ask about a bat's subjective experience is to ask what it's like to be a bat. That, Nagel says, is something that no bat neuroscience can give us. We may be able to learn an enormous amount about bats' brains. We may be able to learn an enormous amount regarding the physics of echolocation, the sensory organs of the bat, the functional organizations of its echolocating behavior. What none of that will give us, what none of that can give us, is what it's like to be a bat. No matter how complete our physical and functional knowledge regarding a bat, the nature of its subjective experience will evade us. What goes for the subjective consciousness of bats goes for subjective consciousness in general. As long as our science of the mind is written in terms of the physical and functional understructure, our science of the mind will be incomplete. It'll have left out the most important part, an understanding of subjective experience. Is this the mind-body problem all over again? Is this the intuition that gave us dualism with all its problems? Absolutely. What Nagel says is this, quote, "We have at present no conception of what an explanation of the physical nature of a mental phenomenon would be. Without consciousness, the mind-body problem would be much less interesting. With consciousness, it seems hopeless," end quote. Chalmers claims that the hard problem of consciousness is a problem of an entirely different kind from functional questions of attention and decision and even awareness of one's own inner states. Nagel claims we have no idea of how a physical account could possibly help us understand what it's like to be a bat. Here's a further argument driving toward the same conclusion. This is a thought experiment posed by the philosopher Frank Jackson. It goes like this. Let's suppose that Mary is an eminent neuroscientist. She is, in fact, the world's expert on color perception. She knows all the studies, all the anatomical details, everything that's been discovered regarding the physics of different frequencies of light, the function of cones in the retina, the processing of data along the optic nerve, the color processing areas in the visual cortex. Mary lives 50 years in the future, and so knows much more than we do now. She knows everything that a fully developed neuroscience could possibly tell us about the perception of color. There's another part of the thought experiment. It is that Mary lives in an entirely black and white world. She's been raised from birth in a series of rooms in which everything's black and white. Even her own body's been bleached, so that she's nothing but black and white. All of her information comes in via periodicals in black and white. She's the world's expert on color vision, but all she has ever seen is black and white. Now, says Jackson, suppose that we open the door and let Mary come out into the real world. For the first time, she'll see red poppies and yellow daffodils, the green of the trees and the blue of the sky. So that's what color looks like, she says. In actual cases of sight restoration, color or otherwise, there's a lot more initial confusion than this. But this is a thought experiment. We can suppose that Mary's brain adapts immediately to her new environment and reacts as flexibly as a child's. So that's what color looks like, she says. Here's Jackson's question. Has Mary learned something new by coming outside? Yes. Now she knows not only what wavelengths correspond to red, not only what brain processes detect red, but what the color red looks like. That's something new. What that shows is that no understanding of color from physics, from neuroscience, or from both together can give us the whole story about color. There's something that our science inevitably leaves out. What it leaves out is what red looks like. What it leaves out is subjective experience. Those arguments carry a punch. They can't be ignored. But what exactly do they tell us about consciousness? Those who offer the arguments, Chalmers, Nagel, and Jackson, for example, think they show that subjective consciousness is something that inevitably escapes our attempts at physical and functional understanding. Consciousness is special. Of all the things we might try to catch in our scientific nets, an understanding of the seas, of the stars, of smart machines and functioning brains, consciousness may be the one thing impossible to catch. This is clearly a contemporary form of dualism. With it, predictably, come all the inherited problems of the old form. If consciousness is so different, how can it be that some kinds of physical and functional organizations seem to produce it? If it's something that isn't open to physical understanding, how can we explain the obvious fact that it interacts with things that are clearly physical? Are we doomed to the idea of a ghost in a machine, with consciousness as the entirely different ghost that floats mysteriously inside an entirely physical body? If consciousness is special, somehow beyond the reach of contemporary science, how are we going to understand it? One answer is, we'll have to stretch contemporary science in order to make room for consciousness. We'll have to revamp our entire vision of the world. We'll need not only a new neuroscience, but a new physics. I'll look at theories of consciousness that take us in that direction in the next lecture. If consciousness is special, somehow beyond the reach of contemporary science, how are we going to understand it? Another answer is, we aren't going to be able to understand it. An understanding of consciousness will inevitably and forever be beyond our reach. I'll look at anti-theories of consciousness that take us in that direction in the lecture after next. Is there an alternative here? An alternative to either trashing our entire worldview in order to include consciousness, or to giving up on understanding consciousness at all? What do reductive materialists and functionalists have to say to the hard problem arguments? There are two basic kinds of response. One response is hope for a miracle. Perhaps, in exploring the neuroscience of the brain, we'll come across a physical structure or a physical process that not only correlates with consciousness, but which suddenly makes consciousness understandable for the first time. These thinkers admit that at the moment we don't have that kind of understanding. Many are willing to admit that at the moment we have no idea what that kind of account of consciousness would even look like. We have no idea how any physical structure could be the consciousness organ. We have no idea how any functional organization could be the consciousness path. But when we find it, we may know. I've called this approach hope for a miracle. It's a promissory note, or an IOU, for future scientific discoveries, discoveries we can't even envisage at the moment. At that point, both materialists and functionalists rely on analogies, telling stories of phenomena that we might have once thought we could never understand. Electricity, for example, or the reproduction of life. And yet we do now have a good grasp on electricity. Since Watson and Crick's work in the 1950s, we know that DNA is the secret of biological reproduction. In response, advocates of the hard problem, Chalmers, Jackson, and Nagel, say, perhaps. But even before we understood electricity, we knew what a physical understanding would look like. Even before we knew the precise mechanism of reproduction, we knew what a physical understanding at the molecular level would look like. A physical explanation of consciousness doesn't just seem to be something we don't yet have. It appears to be something we can't have. So, hope for a miracle is one reply from the physical and functionalist side. The other response is what's called a deflationist response. It's harder to understand, but perhaps more promising. This is what a deflationist response to the hard problem of consciousness would amount to. A description of the concept of consciousness that would convince us that Chalmers, Jackson, and Nagel are wrong, that there isn't really a hard problem of consciousness after all. What we need to understand, says the deflationist, is not some strange thing, but a particular concept. What we need to understand first and foremost is our concept of consciousness. When we really understand that, we'll find that it's not all that it's cracked up to be. A clear conceptual understanding of consciousness will deflate it. When we really understand our concept of consciousness, we'll find that consciousness isn't this separate realm apart that Descartes thought it was, and it isn't the thing beyond physical explanation that the contemporary dualists portray it as. When we really understand the concept at issue, we'll see that what we're talking about is a bundle of forms of awareness, of self-monitoring, of short-term memory, and of attention to detail. When we really understand the concept at issue, we'll see that the hard problem is just a bundle of smaller, easy problems. Easy, at least, in the sense that a physical, functionalist account will be able to handle them, just as it can handle all the rest. Now, this, too, it must be admitted, is a promissory note, an IOU for future work. But it's not an IOU for future empirical work, like we saw in the Hope for a Miracle response. In this case, it's an IOU for future conceptual work. So what's the truth of the matter? Is consciousness somehow special, posing special problems of explanation? Is there a hard problem of consciousness? Or might we be able to find a physical or a functional account? Let me warn you that this is difficult conceptual terrain. I'll try to lay out arguments on each side as clearly as possible. If you end up not quite knowing what to think, are the functionalists right? Are the anti-functionalists right? That may be a good indication that you've really grasped the conceptual difficulty of the issue. Let's consider the problem in terms of one further thought experiment, the philosophical thought experiment of zombies. Zombies have a life of their own in the history of horror movies. One of Bela Lugosi's really bad movies was The White Zombie. More recently, zombies feature prominently in the series of B-movies starting with The Night of the Living Dead. I'm going to shift from the movie version of zombies to the type that appears in philosophical thought experiments. In the sense I'll be talking about, zombies are explicitly defined as creatures with full functionality, but without any subjective consciousness. Here's the thought experiment version. Your zombie twin would be a being who functioned exactly like you do. It would respond to stimuli exactly as you do. On seeing a plump and juicy apple, it would grab it and sink its teeth in, just as you do. It would kiss its spouse and drive to work, just as you do. If we asked, "How are you today?" it would respond with the same sounds that you do. All functional responses would be identical in you and your zombie twin. But there would be a difference. The zombie would be doing all that with no subjective experience at all. It would have no sensation of taste of the apple. It would feel no emotions or pleasure on kissing its spouse. It would have no visual impression of a sunset. Even though if you said, "Nice sunset, huh?" it would say, "Yes, one of the nicest I've ever seen." That's how it would function, but there would be nothing experiential on the inside. A pretty house, but nobody home. The question at issue between functionalism and anti-functionalism can now be put in this form. Are zombies of this sort possible? Even if there aren't any real zombies, could there be? If the answer is yes, if zombies are even possible, the anti-functionalists win. If zombies are possible, it would be possible for something to be functionally identical to you without being conscious. If so, consciousness can't be merely a matter of functional organization. The zombie and you, after all, are functionally identical. If there could be two things that were functionally identical, one with consciousness and one without, consciousness can't be a mere matter of functional organization. Consciousness can't be merely a matter of how something functions. The functionalist says that all mental states are a matter of how something functions, so the functionalist would have to be wrong. In order to maintain the position, the functionalist is going to have to deny that zombies are even possible. The functionalist has to say that when we imagine zombies, we're telling ourselves a story that can't be true. Zombies are supposed to have high functionality with zero consciousness. But the functionalist claim is that high functionality is all there is to consciousness. Anything that functioned in all details as you do, in all possible situations, with all the functional suborganization that you have, would have to count as conscious. The functionalist says that zombies must be impossible. Let me use zombies to raise a further question, a question in terms of evolutionary biology. The evolutionary question is, what is consciousness for? Here's the evolutionary setup. Evolutionary pressures, the pressures of survival of the fittest, operate on the functioning of an organism. It's the better functioning organisms that survive, those that function less well that disappear. So if there were two species that functioned identically in all circumstances, one with consciousness, that's us, and one without, the zombies, there'd be no reason for the conscious creatures to win. They function identically, and that's all that matters in terms of evolution. There would, in fact, be a reason for the conscious organisms to lose. If consciousness is a real phenomena in the physical universe, it has to use energy. The creatures with consciousness would therefore be expending energy that the zombies weren't. The zombies would be more efficient in all the ways that matter in evolution. So why aren't there zombies here instead of us? Why isn't the world populated by highly intelligent, city-building zombies that do everything we do, but without the burden of subjective experience? There are two possible answers here. One of them is this, that subjective consciousness does have some distinctive function. There is something that consciousness is for. Some ability consciousness gives us that no non-conscious zombie could have. Because consciousness allows a creature something functionally important, it'll be the conscious creatures that are selected for. If it's true that consciousness would make a functional difference, it looks like the functionalist is correct after all. If consciousness would make a functional difference, there could be no zombies. Zombies are supposed to be non-conscious beings that behave exactly like conscious beings. If consciousness makes a functional difference, nothing non-conscious could behave exactly like a conscious being. That looks like an evolutionary argument in favor of functionalism. But the debate doesn't quite end there. Not everything that shows up in the evolutionary record is something that's selected for. There are also what are called evolutionary spandrels, physical characteristics that don't serve any particular function, that aren't directly selected for, but that come along for the ride. Let me illustrate with two examples, eye color and blood color. In the environment of your ancestors, it may have been an advantage to have eyes in the blue, green, or brown range, rather than, say, red. The color of your eyes may have been evolutionarily selected for. However, everything we know about the color of the blood says that it wasn't selected for. The color of blood wasn't important. It was the ability to carry oxygen that was important. The stuff that evolution had on hand to work with was hemoglobin, and hemoglobin just happens to have a particular color. That leaves open the possibility that what was evolutionarily selected for wasn't subjective consciousness. Perhaps it was something else that was important. For example, quick response to predators or the ability to learn from past experiences. Perhaps the stuff that evolution had on hand to work with just happened to have subjective consciousness as an unimportant, non-functional, but not very worrisome add-on. So why aren't there zombies here instead of us? One answer is because consciousness has a function after all. Another answer is chance. Not because consciousness is good for anything, but just because it happened to come along for the evolutionary ride. If that second story is true, it means that our inner consciousness, this thing most characteristic of our inner selves, this jewel of self-awareness in the universe, is nothing more than a useless evolutionary accident. This lecture has posed the problem of consciousness. In the next lecture, I'll outline some theories that try to solve it.
Lecture 22, The Conscious Brain, 2.5 Physical Theories.
In the previous lecture, I concentrated on the hard problem of consciousness, a problem expressed using arguments about bats, zombies, and black and white Mary. The core of the hard problem is this: how are we to understand conscious experience? How could the 3 pounds of gray and wet cellular matter in a human skull produce this, the subjective realm of our experience of colors, of tastes, of smells, of feelings? How could the experience of what it's like to taste chocolate ice cream, what it's like to smell a violet, what it's like to feel a fresh wind in one's face, be a mere matter of the functioning of that physical substrate? That's Chalmers' hard problem. The problem is also sometimes expressed in terms of an explanatory gap. We can learn a great deal about the physical brain, from the electrochemical functioning of individual neurons to the functional organization of the brain as a whole. But how could any of that give us an explanation of this, the felt world of my subjective experience? There seems to be an explanatory gap there, a gap between all that we can know about the physical brain on the one side and this radically different phenomena of conscious experience on the other. How could anything like that explain this? In this lecture, I'll outline 2 attempts to answer the hard problem, 2 attempts to close the explanatory gap. Both are neuroscientific theories as to how consciousness happens in the brain. At the very end of the lecture, I'll also look at an even more radical proposal from David Chalmers, a suggestion for possible theory rather than a complete theory in itself. That suggestion I'm including as a half theory. Chalmers proposes that what we need to understand consciousness isn't a breakthrough in neuroscience, but a radically different physics. The first theory of consciousness comes from the Nobel Prize winner Francis Crick. In 1953, Crick and James D. Watson discovered the structure of DNA. The whole story is told in revealing detail in Watson's book, The Double Helix. From there, Crick and Watson went in different directions. Watson continued work on DNA, playing a major role at the Cold Spring Harbor Lab in New York, supervising aspects of the Human Genome Project. Crick went to the Salk Institute in California, taking on a new and very different challenge. Having decoded some of the central mysteries of life, he aspired to decode the mysteries of mind, in particular the mysteries of consciousness. As before, his work was collaborative with the biologist and engineer Christoph Koch. Crick didn't ever claim to find anything like the DNA of the mind, but he insisted that consciousness, since it's real, must have a scientific explanation. He wanted clear and testable hypotheses regarding consciousness, and he offered his own theory as a first step in that direction. A central issue in Crick's work is one that philosophers have long pondered: the unity of consciousness. At this very moment, right now, there are sounds that you hear. At this very moment, right now, there are also things that you see. If you pay attention, there are also things that you feel. The pressure of the seat on which you're sitting, for example, or the sensation of your fingers touching the tabletop in front of you. Those are sensations processed from different parts of your body and from different senses, from hearing, sight, and touch. But in consciousness, they all come together. Our sense of our own experiences as a unified whole, a unified complex of sight, sounds, and sensations brought together in consciousness at this particular moment. Indeed, we value that unified sense of our experience. When it fails in any way, we complain that we feel scattered. But what accounts for the unity of consciousness? How do those different sensations come together? Both Plato and Aristotle talked about the problem. The figure of Socrates in Plato's Theaetetus emphasizes precisely this unity of consciousness. Quote, "It would surely be strange that there should be a number of senses ensconced inside us, like the warriors and the Trojan horse, and all these things should not converge and meet in some single nature, a mind, or whatever it's to be called." End quote. Aristotle talks of how the senses all form a unity, evident when we detect 2 very different sensory qualities of the same object, the movement and the smell of a skunk, for example. The question's an old one, and it's by no means settled by what we know of the brain. When we cast it in contemporary terms, the question is how consciousness forms a unity. That question becomes even more perplexing. Plato and Aristotle wondered how different senses of sight, sound, and sensation were unified in consciousness. We can also ask how different aspects of the same sense are unified in consciousness, how our visual processing of color, shape, and movement come together. We now know that the area of the brain that processes color is distinct from the area of the brain that processes shape. Both of those are distinct from the area that processes movement, and all of these are distinct from that region crucial for recognizing a face as a face. The processing of each of these occurs at distinctly different spots in the brain. But when I see a friend's face, I see all of these visual aspects together. How is it that disunity in the brain is resolved in the unity of consciousness? Within the neurosciences, this is called the binding problem. The problem might seem answerable if there were some single spot in the physical brain that all the different areas sent messages to. That, we'd say, is where it all comes together. That's where consciousness happens. But everything we know about the brain, everything we know from the anatomy of the brain, everything we know in terms of CAT scans, PET scans, functional MRI scans, shows no evidence of any central spot where it all comes together. What then is the answer to the binding problem? According to Crick and Koch's theory, the binding doesn't come together in any place. The unity of consciousness isn't a spatial unity. They propose that the activity of various parts of the brain is an activity that binds in time. The unity of consciousness is a temporal unity. Neurons are often spoken of as firing or not firing. In Lecture 16, we talked about how neurons really work, and noted that the idea of simply firing or not firing was an oversimplification. Neurons are always firing in one way or another, but fire at different rates at different times. A resting neuron has a fairly lazy and fairly random pattern of background firing. What changes when a neuron is stimulated is its rate and regularity of firing. It starts firing like crazy. When stimulated, a neuron outputs a continuing and regular pattern of firing, like the rat-tat-tat of a drum roll. How fast is the rat-tat-tat? That too can vary. The rate of firing that Crick and Koch think is important is in the 40 Hertz range, meaning 40 evenly spaced firings per second. Here's the core of their theory. What happens when different areas of the brain bind in a unity of consciousness is that their firing becomes synchronized in that 40 Hertz range. Let me use an analogy. In 1656, Christian Huygens invented the pendulum clock, what we think of as a grandfather's clock. 8 years later, while sick in bed, he noticed something peculiar. 2 large pendulum clocks in his room, sitting side by side, would beat together in unison. When the swing of one pendulum was disturbed, the two would nevertheless resynchronize within a half hour or so. In physics, the concept is that of coupled oscillators. Even the connection of a weak spring between pendulums will bring them into synchrony. Huygens clocks were connected by vibrations through the floor and walls. Crick and Koch don't use the analogy of Huygens clocks, and they don't offer an explanation for why it occurs, but the basic idea of synchrony is the same. If Crick and Koch are right, your unity of consciousness happens when you see both the color and the shape of an approaching locomotive. And your unity of consciousness when you hear its whistle and see its movement is the synchronized, the lined up 40 Hertz firing of neurons in different areas of your brain. That's clearly a physical theory of consciousness. Crick and Koch sometimes hedge their bets. They offer this as an account of neural correlates to visual awareness. What if we take synchronized 40 Hertz firing as a candidate for a physical answer to the hard problem? Could a theory like this explain subjective experience? I'm dubious. Suppose that the neural correlation is perfect. Suppose that every time we have conscious experience, we do have synchronized 40 Hertz firing in different parts of the brain. Suppose that every time we have synchronized 40 Hertz firing, we are subjectively conscious. It's not clear that the evidence is anywhere near that good, but suppose it were. Even if consciousness appeared every time we had that kind of firing, and only when we had that kind of firing, we'd still want to know what it was about 40 Hertz that gave us this, that gave us subjective experience. We'd have a physical phenomena that was the inevitable companion of consciousness. Indeed, a good guess would be that it actually produced consciousness. But the hard problem, what we really want to know, is how such a process could produce subjective experience. That's something that the theory doesn't give us. Even if the theory were complete, confirmed, in place in detail, it wouldn't solve the hard problem until it showed us how this process produces subjective experience. That doesn't show that Crick's theory isn't worth pursuing, but its greatest promise is as a theory of one aspect of brain functioning, rather than as a real explanation for consciousness. What it may show us is how parts of the brain link up functionally, whether that linkage is conscious or not. What it doesn't seem to give us is an answer to the hard problem. Indeed, it may serve mostly as a reminder of how hard the hard problem really is. Consider then a second physical theory of consciousness. This theory comes from another eminent scientist, fully on the par of a Francis Crick. This theory comes from Roger Penrose, a mathematician and mathematical physicist who's worked with Stephen Hawking on the theory of black holes. Penrose's theory of consciousness is driven first and foremost by one of the most startling results in 20th century logic. The result appears in two forms, associated with two names that we've mentioned in earlier lectures. One form of the result is the halting problem from the man who cracked the Nazi code, Alan M. Turing. The other form of the result is Kurt Gödel's incompleteness theorem. This isn't the time and place to develop either of these results in detail. I'm going to try, however, to sketch the basic idea. In the next few minutes, I'll be giving you the punchline of 2 semesters of work in symbolic logic, together with 1 semester of work in foundations of computer science. If it sounds a little dense, that's why. What we'll be taking from it is the idea of algorithmic and non-algorithmic reasoning. Here's the basic idea in terms of Turing's work. In the 1930s, Turing tried to get a better grasp of the mathematician's notion of a computation, an algorithm, or an effective procedure. An algorithm is a step-by-step procedure for figuring something out. It has to be explicit, entirely rule-governed, and it has to guarantee the correct answer in a finite number of steps. The way you were taught to add numbers, first adding the ones column, then carrying anything above 9 to the tens column, adding those and carrying the result to the hundreds column, that's an algorithm. Given any column of numbers, that procedure is guaranteed to give you the right result, if of course you don't make any mistakes. Mathematicians think of multiplication as an abstract relation between three numbers, the 2 numbers you multiply and the product you get as a result. The procedure of writing out the numerals one above the other, of starting with the number of the bottom right and using a memorized multiplication table to multiply it first by the number in the ones column, carrying from there to the tens column, that's an algorithm for multiplication. Those are some informal examples of algorithms. What Turing formulated was something much more powerful, a mathematically formal and precise model of what an algorithm is, applicable to all cases. The key idea was the concept of a Turing machine, an imagined device that operates on single symbols one at a time and according to a rigid set of rules. So what are algorithms? They are precisely those things that can be calculated by a Turing machine. Turing machines were developed as a purely abstract mathematical concept. In lectures 13 and 15, we noted that they laid the historical groundwork for all real and concrete computers that followed. Outlining that basic concept was only the first part of Turing's work. In the process of giving a tight and formal definition of the notion of algorithm, he also proved something else. He proved that there were things that no Turing machine could calculate. He was able to prove with full mathematical rigor that there were perfectly comprehensible classes of questions that no step-by-step procedure, no algorithm could ever answer. For our purposes, that's really all we need. But I don't want to leave you hanging. Let me tell you about one of these algorithmically undiscoverable truths. This is the halting problem. Turing machines operate like computer programs. But if you've ever worked with computer programs, you know that one way to go wrong is to set down a set of instructions that make the computer go into an infinite loop. A programming mistake like that will cause the computer to do the same useless thing over and over and over infinitely with no result. So one thing we might want to have is a procedure or a computer program. that would tell us for any computer program whether it's going to go into an infinite loop. That would be a very useful universal debugger. What Turing proved is that's something we could never get. No computer program could tell you, for all possible programs, whether they'll go into an infinite loop. No Turing machine could tell you that. No step-by-step algorithm, no matter how big, no matter how complex, no matter with how much memory or how much time, could guarantee the correct result for all cases. So Turing proved that no algorithm would be adequate to check for infinite loops in all cases. That's the halting problem. No algorithm could do it. Could anything else? Could anything identify infinite loops in all cases? We know this much. If anything could, it would have to be non-algorithmic. Gödel's famous incompleteness theorem is a very closely related result. It talks about formal axiomatic systems instead of algorithms, but the two are in fact interchangeable. Axiomatic systems are precisely the kind that appear in Euclid. Basic principles, like the principle that a line is the shortest distance between 2 points, or that parallel lines never meet, from which we prove further geometrical theorems. So suppose we're building an axiomatic system for simple arithmetic. When we build axiomatic systems, we want all the theorems we can prove to be true. We don't want the system to be able to prove 2 plus 2 equals 5, say. So if we're building an axiomatic system for arithmetic, all the theorems had better be true. That seems like a minimal desideratum. But there's also a maximal desideratum. We'd like our system to capture all the truths of arithmetic. If it's a good system, we should be able to prove that 2 plus 2 equals 4, that 7 is a prime number, and all the rest. Our axiom system for numbers should be one in which we can prove anything true of numbers. We want our system to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. What Gödel proved is that no system with even minimal power can do that. In particular, if a system gives you nothing but the truth, it's impossible for it to give you the whole truth. No system that satisfies the minimal constraint of capturing only truth can possibly satisfy the maximal desideratum of capturing the whole truth. What I've given you are the basic concepts of Turing's and Gödel's results. For now, you'll just have to trust me that these aren't just concepts. Both can be proven with full mathematical certainty. Those amazing results are the central driving force of Penrose's theory of consciousness. What Penrose says is this. Consider those results. What Gödel shows is that there are truths no formal system can capture. In fact, it even shows us what those truths would look like. What Turing shows us is that there are computations that no algorithm can give us. In fact, it even shows us what some of those computations would look like. But wait a minute. Gödel constructed a proof of things that can't be formalized. Turing constructed a proof of things no algorithm can handle. We can understand those proofs. Thanks to Turing, we can see the limits of any algorithm and can see the things that lie beyond. Thanks to Gödel, we can see the limits of any formal system and can see the things that lie beyond. So Turing's reasoning and Gödel's reasoning and our reasoning must be more powerful than formal systems, must be more powerful than algorithms. Our brains must be able to do something that no computer can do. Somehow, somewhere, our brains must be essentially non-algorithmic. That step alone is controversial. Here's an indication of just how controversial. Gödel's work and Turing's work go hand in hand. What's true of one will be true of the other. Do these results show that people have some power that algorithms and machines don't have? That algorithms and machines couldn't have? Gödel thought the answer was yes. Minds are more powerful than machines. Turing, on the other hand, thought the answer was no. Indeed, the Turing test for machine intelligence depends on the answer being no. It's interesting that we have firm mathematical results like Gödel's and Turing's, but that even Gödel and Turing didn't agree as to what the philosophical implications of those results are. For now, I simply want to mark that as an important point of controversy. Roger Penrose is on Gödel's side. He thinks these results show that our brains can do something essentially non-algorithmic. How does that lead to consciousness? Penrose thinks that our ability to see beyond the limits of algorithms and formal systems requires intelligence, and that intelligence has to be essentially conscious. Indeed, he thinks that may be why machines could never really be conscious, because they're doomed to be purely algorithmic, and it's higher non-algorithmic thought that's conscious thought. Penrose also thinks that real intelligence comes with inspiration and insight, that is, with an ability to instantly and creatively see the solution to conceptual problems. That kind of inspiration, the inspiration shown by individuals like Einstein and Mozart, demands consciousness. A final component in the Penrose mix is free will. Penrose proposes that making a free choice, not determined by previous events, also demands consciousness. Non-algorithmic intelligence, inspiration, and free will, those are what consciousness give us. And just how does that work? Penrose's answer in a nutshell is quantum mechanics. We touched on quantum mechanics before in Lecture 18. According to standard interpretations of quantum mechanics, there are certain events that happen without any cause. Arty, the uranium atom, loses an electron at a particular time, but there is no reason why that happens just then. It's a purely random event. It's not merely that the theory doesn't supply a reason for Arty losing an electron at that time. The theory tells you straight out there is no reason. That conclusion may be difficult to accept. It's a conclusion that Einstein never accepted. He insisted that God doesn't play dice with the universe. Despite Einstein's resistance, quantum mechanics is perhaps the best confirmed physical theory in history. What it says is that some events happen purely non-deterministically, purely non-algorithmically. That, says Penrose, is precisely the mark of consciousness. Quantum mechanics lies at the core of his theory and at the core of his answer to the hard problem of consciousness. How can a physical substance like the brain be conscious? By harnessing quantum effects. Working with Stuart Hameroff, Penrose even proposes a theory as to how the brain might harness those quantum effects. It's not an effect at the neuron level. Neurons are too big, and at too high a level, interference cancels out quantum effects. The harnessing of quantum phenomena, Penrose and Hameroff propose, occurs within each neuron. Like all cells, neurons have what are called cytoskeletons, protein skeletons that structure the cell. Those cytoskeletons are formed of microtubules. The spaces within those microtubules, spaces on roughly the order of a millionth of a millimeter, may be small enough for quantum effects to appear, and the microtubules themselves might make it possible to amplify those quantum effects. How do we explain consciousness? Penrose and Hameroff claim that consciousness arises from quantum effects in the microtubules of our neurons. Wow, that's quite a theory. It tries to explain consciousness by putting together some of the most astounding technical results in mathematics with some of the most astounding effects of quantum physics. How good is the theory? Despite Penrose's boldness and brilliance, despite the dazzling technical machinery, the final theory itself may be pretty disappointing. Some of the problems are in the technical machinery itself. Gödel's and Turing's results show us that there are things that no algorithm and no computing machine can grasp. But do we really know that we can grasp them? My personal experience with the issue is that the more you go into details, the less plausible it is that the answer is a clear yes. Gödel's and Turing's results show you that there's something that formal systems can't reach, but they don't show you that we are somehow super systems that can grasp them. There are similar debates regarding the physics and the neuroscience involved in the theory. The indeterminacy and non-algorithmic character of quantum effects is on the level of the very small. Those results quite generally cancel out by interference on higher scales. The brain is composed, like everything is composed, of quantum stuff, but it's big enough that we generally expect those results to cancel out. There are other problems as well. All cells have cytoskeletons. All have microtubules. Why then do microtubules in the neurons of the brain give us consciousness, whereas microtubules in the cells of our fingers don't? Even if we somehow took care of all those technical problems, a basic philosophical problem would remain. We want to understand conscious experience. We want to understand what it's like to be a bat, what it's like to hear a symphony, what it's like to feel the wind in your face. Even if it were true that experiential consciousness couldn't occur without quantum phenomena in microtubules, we'd still want to know, why does that give us this? Why does that physical phenomena give us subjective experience? That's the hard problem. That's what we really want to know. But that's something this theory seems incapable of giving us. We want bold and brassy hypotheses. Penrose's theory certainly is that. But it's not clear it could explain what it's supposed to. Some have criticized Penrose's theory as merely a merging of mysteries. Consciousness is mysterious. Quantum mechanics is mysterious. So they must be the same thing. Patricia Smith Churchland has been one of Penrose's sharpest philosophical critics. Quantum coherence in the microtubule, she says, quote, is about as explanatory as pixie dust in the synapses. The theory hands us an elaborate and technical outline of a physical phenomena, but without any indication of how that would explain subjective consciousness. About as explanatory as pixie dust in the synapses. Neither of the physical theories we've considered, Crick's or Penrose's, really seems capable of answering the hard problem of consciousness. Are there any other possibilities on the horizon? Perhaps. David Chalmers is the man who most pointedly formulated the hard problem of consciousness. What he proposes isn't a full theory. That's why I've included it in this lecture as half a theory. What he proposes is rather a direction in which to look for a physical theory that would answer the hard problem. It's a pretty wild direction, but Chalmers isn't alone. The philosopher Galen Strawson argues for a similar approach. Here's a question we asked last time. If consciousness is special, somehow beyond the reach of contemporary science, how are we going to understand it? An answer we'll examine next time is, we aren't going to understand it. An understanding of consciousness will inevitably and forever be beyond our reach. Chalmers doesn't take that route. What he argues is that if consciousness is beyond the reach of the current scientific worldview, we'll have to change our scientific worldview in order to accommodate it. What would that mean? Chalmers thinks we should expand physics to include consciousness. In the past, we've come to recognize new particles and new forces in physics. We should add consciousness as a new force. Consciousness should be added as a further fundamental principle in the universe, a fundamental principle that operates throughout the universe and all the way down. The position he's arguing for is panpsychism, in which everything, electrons included, has an aspect of consciousness. Everything, electrons included, has a phenomenal or experiential side as well as a physical side. Everything, electrons included, has some form of subjective experience. Consciousness pervades the universe in all its parts and all the way down. Everything is conscious. I told you it was pretty wild. What are we to make of such a proposal? A major difficulty is that the proposal seems to demand so much, it ultimately offers so little. It demands so much in the sense that it demands a total revamping of our physics, a revamping so as to add a new fundamental principle or particle in the universe. We'd have electromagnetic forces, gravitational forces, and consciousness forces. We'd have protons, electrons, muons, and mental mentons. The idea might be more appealing if there were a real gap in chemistry or physics that demanded consciousness. For example, something in the way that protein molecules fold, or something in the output of atom smashers that couldn't be explained without consciousness. Though quantum mechanics is again a candidate, it doesn't appear that our physics really needs consciousness at the lowest level. Consciousness as we know it seems to appear only in higher organisms. That's why we look for an explanation at that level. What Chalmers calls for is a revamping of the entire edifice of science so as to inject consciousness all the way down to the smallest particles. That's demanding a lot. What would we get in return? Do we then get a real understanding of consciousness? Do we get a real understanding of subjective experience? I think not. In fact, panpsychism wouldn't explain consciousness. It would just build it in as a fundamental principle, and here fundamental means unexplained. Panpsychism sees consciousness everywhere, but it offers us no more understanding of consciousness than we had before. Crick's and Penrose's theories are attempts to offer a physical answer to the hard problem. What is consciousness? synchronized neuron firing at 40 Hertz, according to Crick. What's consciousness? The non-algorithmic result of quantum randomness in neuron microtubules, according to Penrose. It's not clear how either of those could give us a real answer to the real problem. Chalmers' approach is a different approach, a theory that consciousness pervades the physical universe. Wildly ambitious as that theory is, it doesn't offer any real understanding of consciousness either. What's consciousness? According to Chalmers, a fundamental but unexplained principle operative throughout the universe. In the next lecture, I want to turn to some further alternatives. One is the hot theory of consciousness, the best current attempt at a functionalist account of consciousness. Another alternative is not a theory, but an anti-theory, the idea that an understanding of consciousness will forever be beyond our grasp.
Lecture 23, The Hot Theory and Anti-Theories.
The hard problem of consciousness is still with us. How could any physical phenomenon in the brain explain conscious experience as we know it? What would a physical understanding of subjective qualia even look like? Between the physical and the mental, there still seems to be an explanatory gap. In the last lecture, we considered Francis Crick and Roger Penrose's attempts to supply a physical explanation for consciousness, neither of which seemed to close the explanatory gap. We also considered David Chalmers' radical proposal that consciousness should be recognized as a fundamental principle in the universe, but even that doesn't really give us an explanation. In this lecture, I want to consider two further approaches to the problem. One of these is a very different kind of theory, the higher order thought, or hot theory of consciousness. It's perhaps the strongest contender for a fully functionalist theory of consciousness. The other approach is represented not by a theory of consciousness, but by a handful of anti-theories. There, the thesis is that consciousness will forever be beyond scientific explanation, that an understanding of consciousness will forever escape our grasp. First, the hot theory. In Lecture 21, we asked what the materialist or functionalist would say in response to the hard problem of consciousness. We outlined two responses. One was hope for a miracle. Perhaps, in exploring the neuroscience of the brain, we will come across a physical structure or a physical process that not only correlates with consciousness, but that suddenly makes consciousness understandable for the first time. That's where both Crick's and Penrose's theories belong. Their attempts at showing us some physical miracle that explains consciousness. Unfortunately, neither seems to really give us the miracle we need. Another kind of response is the deflationist response. What we need to understand, says the deflationist, is not some strange thing, not some hidden brain process, but a particular concept. What we need to understand, first and foremost, is our concept of consciousness. Once we really understand the concept, we'll see that the hard problem isn't so hard after all. That's what David Rosenthal's higher-order thought theory attempts. The hot theory aims at a more complete conceptual understanding of consciousness in terms of the functional organization of mental states. Rosenthal's is an attempt to better understand what exactly our concept of consciousness is. It starts with some conceptual distinctions intended to help us put our finger on precisely the kind of consciousness we're talking about. Here's a first distinction. Sometimes we talk about a person or an animal being conscious, as opposed to being comatose or asleep. What do we mean when we say that the patient is conscious? We just mean he's awake and responding. That looks like precisely the kind of thing for which we could offer a functionalist account. We'll call this concept creature consciousness. But sometimes we talk about something different. We talk about not an animal or a person, but a mental state as being conscious. I'm sure this has happened to you. You pull into the parking lot at your destination and realize you have no memory of the drive. That doesn't mean you were in a coma. You couldn't have gotten here if you were. But your driving was in some sense unconscious. You were driving on automatic pilot. The mental states involved in your driving weren't conscious mental states. The second sense of the term consciousness, second sense of the term, we'll call state consciousness. State consciousness is what the hard problem is all about. That consciousness that you have now, but that you lack when you're driving zombie-like on automatic pilot. That's what the hard problem is all about, and that's what Rosenthal's theory is designed to explain. The first distinction is between creature consciousness and state consciousness. There's a second distinction that'll be important. Sometimes we speak of being conscious of something, of being conscious of what someone is saying, for example, or conscious of how many people are in the room, or even conscious of the time. That kind of consciousness of is what Rosenthal calls transitive consciousness. It's like a transitive verb. Joe hit Mary. Transitive consciousness has you on one side and the thing you're conscious of on the other. With an eye to the hard problem, it's not merely consciousness of that we're out to explain. What we're interested in is whether the mental state itself is conscious. We speak, for example, of a belief being a conscious belief, of your anger being conscious anger, and of your awareness being conscious awareness. That's what Rosenthal calls intransitive consciousness, the conscious character of the mental state itself. With these two distinctions, we've identified our target. In trying to answer the hard problem of consciousness, what we want to understand is not creature consciousness, but state consciousness. What we want to understand is not transitive consciousness of, but intransitive consciousness. The fact that the mental state itself is a conscious mental state. What we want to understand is the subjective experience of intransitive state consciousness. The hot theory is a deflationary theory. Here's the balloon, the false story that Rosenthal sets out to deflate. When we ask, what's the difference between a conscious mental state and an unconscious one, we tend to think that the conscious mental state has some special intrinsic quality. It somehow glows. When you were driving on automatic pilot, you evidently saw the kid on the tricycle. After all, you slowed down. But you were on automatic pilot. Your perception wasn't conscious perception. Right now, when I ask you to pay attention to the scene in front of you, you can see it consciously. What's the difference between those two cases? The intrinsic quality story we tend to tell ourselves is this, that when we consciously see something, it glows for us. The lights are on. The mental state has a different property, a particular glowing quality, the quality of consciousness. That's what makes the hard problem seem hard. Where does that extra quality come from? We focus on that mysterious quality. We try to explain that mysterious glow. But we're fooling ourselves. If we want to understand intransitive state consciousness, and we do, we should stop thinking in terms of some kind of intrinsic property, some kind of glow. That's not, in fact, what it is for a mental state to be a conscious mental state. Here's the higher order thought theory. For a state to be a conscious state is not an intrinsic property. It's a relational property, a relation to something else. What it is for a mental state to be conscious is for there to be some other mental state, a higher order thought that's about it. To be conscious is not something a state has, it's something it gets. A mental state is conscious just in case it's the target of some other mental state. What makes a state conscious isn't some kind of glow. What makes a state conscious is simply that it's on the receiving end of some other state, a higher order state. It's when you are attending to your own mental states that they're conscious. It's when you're contemplating your anger that it's conscious anger. It's when you realize you have a particular belief that it's a conscious belief. It's when you are thinking about your perceptions that they are conscious perceptions. That's all that subjective experience is. To say that a mental state A is conscious is just to say that some other mental state B is piggybacking on it, that there is some other mental state that is targeting it. That higher order state might itself be conscious. There might be some still higher order state that targets it, but it doesn't have to be. There are some additional bells and whistles, but that's the core of the hot theory. You can see why I said it was a very different kind of theory. No quantum microtubules, no 40 Hertz oscillations. The idea is that we are conscious of lots of things in a purely functional way. Conscious of the car swerving in front of us, conscious of the kid on the tricycle. That's just transitive consciousness, a functional directedness toward the environment. That's something you have even when you're driving on automatic pilot. But sometimes what we're conscious of is another mental state, our anger, or a particular belief, or our current perceptions. When that happens, intransitive consciousness happens. That's when our mental states are conscious, when we're conscious of them. Not because they glow in a particular way, but simply because they are something we are aware of. You can see why I call it a deflationist or a deflationary story. It tries to deflate the concept of consciousness. Consciousness is not some kind of intrinsic glow a state has. What we're talking about when we talk about consciousness is a relational pattern between mental states. The fact that one mental state, the conscious state, is the target of another. It's just a relational pattern between mental states. You can also see how this ends up being a purely functionalist story. Whatever the mechanism of thinking about something might be, consciousness is analyzed as what happens to a state when it becomes the something you're thinking about. Consciousness is merely a matter of the functional organization of mental states after all. There's an interesting tie-in here to a different theory that we talked about in Lecture 18 on free will. Harry Frankfurt offers a hierarchical theory of free will. To be free is not merely to act in accord with your desires. It also demands that you have the desires that you desire. Freedom is a matter of higher order desires, desires about desires. In the hot theory, consciousness is a matter of hierarchy as well. Consciousness is a matter of higher order mental states about mental states. Free will and consciousness do seem to have something in common. It's perhaps a point in favor of both Frankfurt and Rosenthal's theories that they seem to operate in parallel. How good is the theory? I have to admit, I'm of two minds about it. On the positive side, this is the closest we have to a successful deflationary theory of consciousness. It's the closest functionalism has come to offering a genuine analysis of the concept of consciousness, to a genuine conceptual understanding of consciousness. Many things about the theory seem right. Consciousness in precisely the sense that we are after, does come with an awareness of awareness, just as the theory says. The relational characteristics that Rosenthal points to between mental states do seem to be characteristic of subjective experience as we know it. On the negative side, I think there may be a problem with the theory. It may be sneaking in what it's trying to explain through the back door. Here's a potential problem. It turns out that in order for the theory to work, it has to exclude certain cases. There are cases in which I have a belief about my own beliefs, but in which those beliefs don't thereby become conscious. There are cases in which I have thoughts about my own perceptions, but in which those perceptions don't thereby become conscious. Suppose I'm not consciously angry, but you can tell from the way I grit my teeth and clench my hands that I'm angry, and you tell me so. At that point, I know I am angry. Does it follow that my anger is suddenly conscious, that I can suddenly feel it? Sometimes the answer is yes. You tell me I'm angry, I suddenly realize my anger, and I'm flooded by the feeling of anger. But sometimes the answer is no. You tell me I'm angry, I'm now aware of my anger, I can see it in my own behavior, but I still don't feel it. Perhaps I know I have reason to be angry. I may know that I'm acting angrily, but somehow I just don't feel angry. That would be a counterexample to the theory. The hot theory says that a mental state is conscious, it's a conscious mental state, that anger is conscious anger whenever there's a higher order mental state about it. But in this case, I have a higher order mental state about my anger. I realize I'm angry, but my anger still isn't felt as conscious anger. In order to avoid that kind of counterexample, the theory will have to be refined. The theory will have to say that a mental state is conscious not when there's just any old mental state about it, in just any old way, but when a certain kind of higher mental state is about it in a certain way. Well, what kind of higher mental state? What kind of way? Rosenthal sees the problem, and he offers a refinement of the theory. His refinement is to say that the higher order thought can't come from external observation, by observing my own behavior, for example. The higher order thought can't come from inference, or from you telling me. The higher order thought has to attach to the other one in some immediate way. The full theory, then, has to have an immediacy clause. A mental state is conscious when there's a higher order mental state about it in some immediate way. I worry about that. What kind of connection counts as immediate? Does that immediate really mean that the lower state has to be directly perceived, has to be directly felt, has to be directly sensed? That makes it sound like the lower state would have to have a particular felt quality. It would have to glow. That glow is precisely what the higher order thought theory was supposed to get us away from. So I worry that the theory may merely be smuggling the glow of consciousness in the back door by way of the immediacy clause. If so, of course, the theory isn't explaining what it's supposed to explain and isn't deflating what it's supposed to deflate. I want to reemphasize the positive. The hot theory is the closest we have to a genuinely functionalist theory of consciousness. Just as the empirical theories on the table deserve further empirical investigation, this distinctly conceptual theory deserves further conceptual exploration. We've looked at a range of theories of consciousness, but there are also important anti-theories. They don't offer us a solution to the question of consciousness. They don't even suggest where the answer may lie. What these anti-theories tell us is that there is no answer to the question of consciousness, or at least no answer that we could ever possibly find. The punchline of the anti-theories is that consciousness must forever and inevitably remain a mystery. Those who propose these theories are sometimes called mysterions for precisely that reason. The mysterions' anti-theories come in different strengths, and even those who propose them offer them in different strengths at different times. I'm going to outline two such theories, related but in some ways distinct, the anti-theories of Thomas Nagel and Colin McGinn. Nagel is the man who asked, what is it like to be a bat? A very effective way of pressing the hard problem of consciousness. But Nagel didn't merely ask the question. He used it as a way of offering a particular view of the nature of the problem at issue, an anti-theory of the problem of consciousness. Here goes. There are two different perspectives we take toward the universe. One perspective is essentially subjective. My perspective from my experience, my sensations, and my point of view. That's my subjective perspective on the universe. I can tell you how it felt when I got the wonderful news. I can tell you how painful it still feels when I remember a particular time in the past. What I'm telling you about are aspects of the universe that come with an essentially personal and subjective point of view. But we also think about the universe objectively. What does that mean? We think about the universe in a way that does not characterize it in terms of any particular point of view. When I tell you that the moon orbits the Earth, or that the sun is 93 million miles away, or that granite is an igneous rock, I am not trying to report on any personal experience. I'm trying to lay out the objective facts, the way things really are, not merely the way someone perceives them to be. This is the objective view, intended to transcend our individual perspectives. Objectivity is what Nagel calls the view from nowhere. Nagel thinks that objectivity is a major conceptual achievement, essential to the notion of science. He thinks that we should strive for a wider and more inclusive objectivity in a number of areas. But he doesn't think that objectivity is the whole story. We make contact with the universe through both an objective conception and our individual subjective points of view. Many aspects of the universe may be accessible through both routes. I can glimpse the moon from a particular point of view at a particular time and still understand it as an objective phenomenon independent of me. But some aspects of the universe will not be accessible through both routes. Some aspects of the universe may only be accessible objectively. Some aspects of the universe may only be accessible subjectively, and one of them is consciousness. Consciousness is a genuine and fully real phenomenon in the universe. But science can't seem to capture it. Why? Because it's an essentially subjective aspect of the universe. Something essentially subjective, something accessible in principle, only from a subjective point of view, is something you could never see in the view from nowhere. It's something you could never capture in a perspective that wasn't from a particular point of view. Nagel is forthright in drawing the logical conclusions of such a view. He's a committed realist. There is indeed a reality out there, independent of our involvement and capable of being described and understood objectively. But Nagel says there's more to reality than objective reality. Reality has both an objective and a subjective side. And science, precisely because it's objective to the core, can only give us access to half. Why haven't we managed to get a scientific explanation of consciousness? Because a scientific explanation would be an objective explanation, something free of any particular point of view. What we're trying to explain is essentially subjective, something that's only visible from a particular point of view. No wonder no scientific explanation has been forthcoming. The hard problem of consciousness is Exhibit A in Nagel's discussion of incompatible subjective and objective perspectives. But it's not the only exhibit. He holds a similar view regarding the issue of free will. Free will, as we know it, is something conceived from a subjective point of view, from the point of view of someone having to make a choice. That's why it seems to clash with an objective view of the universe in terms of physical laws and causes and effects. I said that the anti-theories come in a number of different strengths. How strong is Nagel's claim? Might our progress toward objectivity eventually include the subjective in a way that would make a theory of consciousness possible? Nagel offers different prognoses at different times. At some points, he's optimistic about the possibility of an eventual theory. He says, quote, "What is needed is something we do not have, a theory of conscious organisms as physical systems, which also have an individual perspective on the world. The strange truth seems to be that certain complex, biologically generated physical systems, of which each of us is an example, have rich non-physical properties. An integrated theory of reality must account for this, and I believe that if and when it arrives, probably not for centuries, it will alter our conception of the universe as radically as anything has to date." End quote. Nagel uses an analogy. The physics formulated by Sir Isaac Newton is what we think of as classical mechanics. It offered a new understanding of physical phenomena, from the behavior of gases under pressure to the trajectory of a bullet to the orbit of the planets. In time, it became clear that some things didn't quite fit. People knew about magnetism, people knew about electricity, but neither of those had a ready explanation within classical mechanics. Maxwell developed the concept of the electromagnetic field, but he thought it could eventually be explained in classical mechanics. The work of Lorentz made people realize that it wouldn't be, that electromagnetism represented a fundamentally distinct aspect of reality, and we'd have to change our physical theories in order to incorporate it. Only with Einstein did we get a new physics that made it clear how the range of physical forces fit together as a whole. Could the same thing happen with consciousness? Could we be now where classical mechanics was at the time of Newton, aware of the phenomenon of consciousness, but without a Maxwell and a Lorentz to give us the concepts we really need to handle it, waiting for an Einstein to show us how the physical and the mental are really part of the same whole? That's the prospect that Nagel holds out in his optimistic moments. But you have to admit, that's just another form of hope for a miracle of radical conceptual change that'll suddenly let us see how the physical and the mental fit together. In his less optimistic moments, Nagel suggests that the two perspectives may be forever irreconcilable. How could one get anything like an objective grasp of an essentially subjective fact? In those moments, Nagel suggests that our failure to understand consciousness is not merely an unfortunate aspect of our point in time, something we don't yet know, an aspect of our historical limitations. In those moments, he suggests that consciousness will be something it will forever be impossible to understand. Our inability to understand consciousness is not merely a passing aspect of our historical predicament, but a permanent aspect of the human predicament. That pessimistic proposal is carried further in the work of Colin McGinn. Can we solve the mind-body problem, he asks, and his answer is no. He thinks there must be a physical truth about consciousness, but it's a physical truth it will be impossible for us to grasp. The first thing McGinn wants to convince you of is something weaker. Isn't it at least possible that the answer to the hard problem will forever be beyond human reach? Human beings approach the universe in terms of human concepts, in terms of concepts that we've developed through our biological and cultural histories. Isn't it at least possible that there are aspects of reality that just won't be graspable in terms of human-sized concepts? Quote, what is closed to the mind of a rat may be open to the mind of a monkey, and what's open to us may be closed to the monkey. Armadillo minds cannot solve problems of elementary arithmetic, but human minds can. End quote. What reason is there to think that our minds are capable of answering all possible questions? Might there not be problems beyond the reach of our minds as well? Up to that point, I'm with McGinn all the way. There seems no reason to think that our minds will be able to comprehend absolutely everything. Could the link between consciousness and the physical be something we just aren't able to comprehend, despite or because of the fact that consciousness seems so close? Yeah, I suppose that's possible. What McGinn wants to argue, however, is that it's not just possible, but actual, that an understanding of the link really is inaccessible to us. Here his argument goes something like this. What we're looking for is the link between subjective experience on the one side and physical reality on the other. But consider the two sides. Our concepts regarding the subjective side come from introspection, from reflecting on our own phenomenal experience. Our concepts regarding the objective physical side come from our perception of an external world, independent of us, and perhaps inferences based on those concepts of perception. What kinds of concepts could we possibly use to understand the link between the two? It can't be the introspective concepts because those are limited to the subjective side. It can't be the objective physical concepts because those are limited to the objective side. Those are the only concepts we have, and thus none of our concepts can handle the link between the two sides. The link between consciousness and the physical world will forever be beyond our conceptual reach. How good is that as an impossibility argument? Not very good, I think. The argument relies entirely on McGinn's dichotomous picture of our concepts, that they are all either internally introspective or externally perceptual, and never the twain shall meet. I think he's sold us short. Our intellectual history is a history of astounding conceptual innovation. Think of the conceptual leaps of an Aristotle, a Galileo, a Leonardo, or a Freud. Consider the amazing range of concepts we work with. Concepts of spiritual enlightenment, of prime numbers, of ethical obligation, of orders of infinity, of quarks and electrons, a physical universe of 20 dimensions, and concepts of consciousness itself. Many of our concepts fit neatly in neither of McGinn's categories, and it's therefore far from clear that we are incapable of concepts that link the two. It certainly is possible that consciousness is beyond our conceptual grasp. But I don't think McGinn has given us sufficient reason to believe that possible conceptual limitation is an actual limit. If we step back from Nagel and McGinn's arguments, I think there's something more to be said about anti-theories of this type. The effort of science is to try to figure things out. Sometimes it looks like we're getting closer. Sometimes theories crash on the rocks of new data. But the effort to try to do better, to get a better understanding, perhaps to get closer to reality, continues. Despite what people often tend to think, science is rarely a matter of conclusive proof. It's more often a question of how the evidence leans at the moment, or what theory seems most plausible in light of currently available evidence. It's also often a question of burden of proof, as in a court of law. Is a theory innocent until proven guilty, or guilty until proven innocent? Science often operates with guiding presumptions or working assumptions. We operate as if our theories are on the right track until we find reason to doubt them. To that quick sketch, I want to add this consideration. Sometimes theories do more than merely paint a picture of reality. Some theories have particularly strong implications for scientific practice itself. One such theory is a theory that says that the only possible answer to a particular question has to be this kind of answer. Another kind of theory with particularly strong implications for scientific practice is one that says there's no possible answer to the question, give up. The first kind of theory tells us that research has to go in a certain direction. The second kind of theory tells you that research on a particular question is hopeless. I think we should be particularly suspicious of those kinds of theories, whatever they're about. Why? Precisely because their implications for research are so strong. If we believe the first kind of the theory that says the only possible answer is this kind of answer, we will cut off any lines of investigation that try anything different. The result could be disastrous. If we're wrong, we won't just have an incorrect theory. We will have stifled precisely the research that would have given us a better theory. I think we should come with a presumption against that kind of theory just because the consequences for research itself are so devastating if we happen to be wrong. I think we should come with a similar presumption against the other kind of theory, the theory that says there is no possible answer to this question. Why? Because if we believed it, we'd give up. If we give up, we'll never find an answer, even if we're wrong and there really is one. That kind of scientific hypothesis is an inquiry stopper. The hypothesis itself is an obstacle to further research, and that alone is a reason to come with a bias against it. In looking at anti-theories like Nagel's and McGinn's, we might then ask two questions. One question is, might the anti-theories be true? Might it be that we could never get an explanation of consciousness? A second question is this: should we believe that the anti-theories are true? Should we believe we will never get an explanation of consciousness? I think the answers are very different. Might the anti-theories be true? Yes. Might it be that we could never get an explanation of consciousness? Yes, that's possible. But how about the second question? Should we believe that the anti-theories are true? Not until our backs are absolutely forced to the wall. Should we believe we'll never get an explanation of consciousness? Absolutely not. If we did believe that, and conducted our science accordingly, we would guarantee we'd never get an explanation, even if there really is one, just waiting for us, just visible in our scientific dreams, just beyond our current reach. These lectures have taken us on an extensive journey through the neuroscience, the psychology, and the philosophy of minds and brains. It's time to sum up what we know and what we don't. That'll be the work of our final lecture.
Lecture 24. What we know and what we don't know.
Contemporary philosophy of mind is an actively interdisciplinary exploration. Because of that, we've used a wealth of material in the course from a range of different disciplines. Work on perceptual processing from psychology, work on brain functioning from the neurosciences, work on artificial intelligence from computer science and robotics. Art and literature and even movies have been part of the mix, but philosophy and science have been at the core. I want to use this lecture to review in broad strokes some of the material that we've covered, some of the things we know, but also to emphasize some of the things that we don't know. The fundamental aim of science is a better grasp of reality. Its history is a history of repeated attempts and, of course, repeated failures. The history of science is a graveyard of theories that weren't quite good enough, in each case buried by theories we thought were better. My guess is that the future of science will be similar, often incomplete, often not quite right, an unending series of progressive attempts at a better grasp of reality, and maybe we do get closer. Philosophy means a love of wisdom. Its goal is broader than that of science, a general understanding of the universe and our place in it. Philosophy's techniques are fundamentally logical and conceptual rather than empirical, but its goals are closely related. One might say that while science aims at knowledge, philosophy aims at wisdom. Knowledge and wisdom aren't precisely the same thing, but it would certainly be unwise to aim for one without the other. For both endeavors, for both science and philosophy, it's important to have both a grasp of what we think we know at a particular point and an appreciation for the vast areas of ignorance that remain. Epistemology is the philosophical study of knowledge, in particular, a study of our sources of knowledge. The philosopher Alasdair MacIntyre has suggested that we need a correlate area of study, a study of our sources of ignorance. We need to have a grasp not only on what we know and how we know it, but what we don't know and why we don't. It's an appreciation of our areas of ignorance that will drive us toward a better understanding, both scientific and philosophical. In the first lecture, I started off with 3 exhibits: Descartes' dream, Einstein's brain, and the steam-driven computers of Charles Babbage. In this lecture, I'll return to that format. I'll use those exhibits to offer a sketch of some of the things we know, some reminders of material we've covered, but also to offer some new examples of areas in which we desperately want to know more. Let me start with Babbage. Difference engines number 1 and 2 and the never-built but astonishing analytical engine. What lessons do computing machines and artificial intelligence have for philosophy of mind? We've emphasized the intimate connections between the history of logic and the history of computing, from Aristotle to Russell and Whitehead and beyond. We've traced the history of smart machines, from the abacus and the Antikythera machine through calculating devices like Napier's bones, Pascal's Pascaline, and Leibniz's multiplying machine to the history of contemporary computing. We've compared brains and computers side by side and level by level, outlining the fundamental binary processing through NAND gates and the von Neumann architecture that characterize the computers that are now ubiquitous in everyday life. That history of attempts at formalizing and mechanizing cognitive processes, both successful and unsuccessful, offers a particular perspective on what cognitive processing is. We also outlined major concepts from computer science as they apply to philosophy of mind. Here we emphasized the groundbreaking work of Alan M. Turing, the man who outlined the central model of computation in the Turing machine and who gave us the Turing test, the challenge to build a machine that is indistinguishable from a thinking human. We traced the history of both traditions of AI. Good old-fashioned artificial intelligence, or GOFI, showed early successes but ran into difficulties with aspects of human intelligence like pattern recognition, rough and ready classification, and learning. The connectionist alternative of artificial neural nets does significantly better in these areas, but may ultimately reveal no more about how it does what it does than looking at a brain might. We've traced the history of robotics, from ancient myths in Homer to Blade Runner, and from Valkinson's duck to contemporary cutting-edge applications. We've used the example of robots to explore embodied intelligence, how intelligence works in terms of a body, and Rodney Brooks' approach to robotics in terms of distributed intelligence and robotic minds active in the world. We've also concentrated on the question of whether genuine artificial intelligence is really possible. Hubert Dreyfus exposed particular limitations of a particular approach to AI at a particular point in time. Searle's Chinese Room suggests a more fundamental difficulty. How could mere symbol pushing ever result in true understanding? How can semantics arise from pure syntactic processing? Searle presents that as a difficulty for achieving the goals of strong AI, but it's equally applicable to our understanding of ourselves. How does semantics ever arise from syntax? How is it that our physical brains, our meat machines, produce the genuine understanding that they do? In talking about consciousness, we reviewed both Turing's halting problem and Gödel's incompleteness theorem. Both are direct descendants of the Aristotelian legacy applied to computer science and artificial intelligence. Do these results tell us that there's something non-algorithmic involved in human intelligence? In outlining what we know in the tradition of Babbage's steam-driven computer, I have inevitably hit up against what we don't know. We know a great deal about different computational structures because we build them. But there's also a great deal in this area that we don't know. One thing we don't know is where continuing attempts at artificial intelligence will lead. Is a machine intelligence with genuinely human capabilities just around the corner, or is it something that will forever escape us? One of the characters involved in the Charles Babbage story was his protege, Ada Lovelace, sometimes spoken of as the first programmer. There's a connection between Ada Lovelace and Alan M. Turing through the idea of artificial intelligence that I haven't yet told you about. Turing mentions Ada Lovelace explicitly in the 1950 article in which he proposed the Turing test. Babbage's analytical engine would have been a universal computer, and one of its most complete descriptions comes from a memoir by Ada Lovelace. But what Lovelace says in that memoir is that, quote, "The analytical engine has no pretensions to originate anything. It can do whatever we know how to order it to perform," end quote. The idea is that a computer, any computer, can only do what it's programmed to do. It can never be genuinely creative. And for that reason, artificial intelligence will never be able to equal human intelligence. Turing cites Lovelace's comments as a potential criticism of his prediction that a computer would be able to pass the Turing test by the year 2000. Turing doesn't refute her criticism about creativity. Instead, he shifts the question in both a practical and a philosophical direction. The practical direction is this: could a machine convince you that it was creative, even if it were merely following a program? The philosophical direction is there too. What does it take in order for something to be creative anyway? What does the concept of creativity really amount to? There's another way in which we don't know where artificial intelligence will lead. We don't know what it may reveal about our own brains. There's a classical study by Terry Lewis of McMaster University regarding the ability of human infants to recognize faces. If you expose infants shortly after birth to two drawings of faces, one right side up and the other upside down, they tend to concentrate on the drawing that's right side up. The classical explanation for that classical result is that infants are hardwired with a preference for human faces. However, more recently, researchers at the University of California at San Diego built a simple infant-sized robot and had it tended to by graduate students. The robot instantiated a fairly complicated neural network, but it operated on two very simple rules. First, take note of sights and sounds that are unusual. Second, focus on and link those unusual events. So the hum of an air conditioner in the background wouldn't be attended to. A graduate student's voice might be. How long do you think it would take the robot to recognize and focus on human faces? The original experiment was planned to run for months. The amazing thing was that the infant robot learned to recognize human faces and to concentrate on those of its caretakers in just 6 minutes. Maybe the preference for human faces in human infants does not indicate innate hardwiring. Maybe what it shows in the infant as in the robot is just a fast learning framework. Within minutes, perhaps, the human newborn has already learned to associate interesting sights and sounds with the faces around it. In cases like this, work in artificial intelligence may tell us important things about our own intelligence. There's a final area of ignorance regarding the descendants of Babbage's computers. We've only begun to worry about what the consequences might be of surrounding ourselves with machines that are more intelligent than we are, capable in turn of building machines more intelligent than themselves. The point at which our intelligence falls behind that of our own machines is what Ray Kurzweil predicts as the coming singularity. It's also true that we've only begun to worry about the ethical implications of being surrounded by machines that are very like people. Within what parameters is the construction and treatment of people-like machines ethically acceptable? Would the machines we are envisaging be like us to the extent of having similar ethical rights? Our second exhibit in the opening lecture was Einstein's brain, removed contrary to his wishes at the autopsy and transported across the United States in the trunk of a Buick Skylark. Einstein's brain was no larger than average, but it did have an anatomical peculiarity. The growth of an area identified with mathematical thought and visual spatial cognition at the expense of a neighboring area identified with language. These twin themes of localized brain function and of brain plasticity have repeatedly arisen throughout our exploration. We've talked about the fact that the evolutionary history of the brain is reflected in its functional anatomy. A functional anatomy with a reptilian brain at its core, mammalian brain built upon it, and the human cortex developed on top of that. We've emphasized localization of brain function in discussing Phineas Gage, the history of phrenology, and comparing the architectural complexity of brains with the organizational simplicity of computers. We've examined functional areas of the brain in some detail in talking about body image and the mapping of the sensory homunculus in the somatosensory cortex, linguistic processing in Broca's and Wernicke's areas, the astonishing phenomena of blind sight, and some of the strange results of cutting the information highway of the corpus callosum between the hemispheres. All of those reiterate the theme. Brain plasticity, the ability of the brain to recruit areas to new functions, was emphasized in discussing Ramachandran's theories and therapies for phantom limbs. How do you treat pain in a limb that's no longer there? So there's much we know about the brain at the highest level, the level of anatomical organization. There's also much we know at the lowest level, the level of the neuron. Mirror neurons were mentioned in our discussion of self-identity and mind reading. We examined the details of neural processing in comparing brains with computers, but also in exploring Francis Crick's and Roger Penrose's theories of consciousness. We noted that despite impressive work with artificial neural nets, they capture only a few aspects of the incredible electrochemical complexity of interaction between the tens of billions of neurons in your brain. Brain function on both the level of individual neurons and on the level of overall functional organization played a major role in our discussion of perception. We followed perceptual processing from retinal cells to on-center and off-center response in ganglion cells to line detection in V1 and to further processing down the line. Brain processing played a similar role in our discussion of color, once again tracking perception from the pigments of individual cones through contrast calculation in ganglion cells to color processing in the visual cortex, the color processing that Oliver Sacks' colorblind painter had lost. Much of our discussion of brains has been functional rather than purely anatomical. How is it that we know, when we do know, what other people believe? What is it that goes undeveloped in autism? And what is it that's lost in cases of agnosia, such as Oliver Sacks' man who mistook his wife for a hat? What is it that we really see? Is our processing a matter of inference, a matter of intentionality tied directly to the world, or a matter of an assorted evolutionary heritage of perceptual tricks? To what extent is our perception theory-laden? How much does what we believe influence what we see? Here we used eyewitness testimony as a primary illustration, but brought in questions of objectivity from philosophy of science as well. What's happening in cases of reversing or inverting lenses? Might you see different colors than I do when we are both looking at a purple plum? In all of these cases, questions that appear to be questions of psychological function merge into philosophical questions regarding our conceptions of our own psychological processing. What does it mean to see? Is it merely an appropriate response to an object, as in the case of blind sight? Or does it demand a particular kind of visual qualia? What does it mean to be intelligent? And is that one thing or many? We know nothing more intimately than our own consciousness and our own conception of ourselves. But what exactly is consciousness? And what is this sense of self? All of these kinds of questions are illustrated in the following historical example. We've spoken of John Locke in a number of regards, as a classical proponent of a particular approach to self-identity, but also as one of the empiricists who took perception to be a process of inference from something like sense data. On the 7th of July in 1688, an Irish scientist named William Molyneux wrote Locke a letter in which he raised what's become known as the Molyneux problem. His question was this: suppose a person was born blind, but had learnt to distinguish shapes by touch. He could, for example, tell a sphere from a cube by feeling it. If his sight were suddenly restored, would he be instantly able to tell those shapes from one another by sight or not? This is a question regarding two different perceptual modalities. Are tactile shape and visual shape two entirely different things? If we restored the sight of a person blind from birth, would there be some transference of information from what he already knew on the basis of touch, or would he have to learn visual shapes from the ground up? Locke was impressed with Molyneux's letter. Quote, "Your ingenious problem will deserve to be published to the world," he said. And he included it in his second edition of the Essay Concerning Human Understanding. Locke's answer to the Molyneux problem was that the man would not be able to transfer any knowledge from touch to sight. Despite his tactile knowledge, if his sight were restored, he wouldn't be able to distinguish the cube from the sphere by sight alone. Leibniz has also shown up repeatedly throughout these lectures. It was Leibniz who formulated the principle of indiscernibility of identicals that we used in formulating Descartes' argument. It was Leibniz who developed binary notation and found to his astonishment that it appeared in a classical arrangement of the I Ching. And it was Leibniz who developed an early multiplying machine. Leibniz took the opposite view on the Molyneux problem. He thought anyone who knows a cube from a sphere by touch will know that the cube has pointed corners and the sphere does not. Leibniz thought the person whose sight was restored would be able to infer which was the cube and which was the sphere simply by making a visual analogy to the feel of pointed corners. This doesn't seem like the kind of question for which we need a philosophical debate. It seems like we should be able to settle it empirically. What does happen when you give someone sight for the first time? The immediate behavioral result in such cases is not a clear yes or no answer to the Molyneux problem, but a quite general disorientation, very much the kind of disorientation that occurs in cases of inverting lenses. If we're speaking of sight in an infant, there is some evidence that features perceived by touch, like bumps on a pacifier, may transfer to recognition by sight. But if we're speaking of restoring the sight of an adult, as Molyneux originally framed the problem, we are restoring sight to a brain that developed without it. This may come with a significant cost. Oliver Sacks speaks of a patient, Virgil, virtually blind since birth, whose sight was restored at the age of 50. He was immediately delighted with color, but shapes and distance perception came much more slowly and sporadically. Although Virgil was able to learn to do some things by sight, to read letters and to insert a key in a lock to open a door, even walking remained disorienting and frightening for him. Virgil was ultimately unable to cope with all aspects of the stimulus modality and eventually retreated into depression and something like blindness again. So what do we know of Einstein's brain and what don't we? We know a great deal about the lowest level of the brain, the function of the neuron, at least in general terms. We know a great deal about the highest level of the brain and are learning more each day with new tools of functional brain scanning. However, as we've indicated at several points throughout the course, there's a vast area in between the lowest and the highest level of brain function about which we are abysmally ignorant. All researchers agree that the key is to understand how networks of neurons operate. And that's an area untouched by tools appropriate for either individual neurons or complete brains. We know that neurons grow and interconnect, but we don't really know how. As Crick emphasized, we know that they bind in synchrony across the brain, but here again we don't know how. given a network of tens of billions of neurons, each with thousands of connections, a network that changes over time, there are mathematical issues of complexity and unpredictability that are begging for exploration. There is then a vast unexplored continent of neuroscience, represented by the area between brain operation on micro and macro levels of resolution. But even at the macro level, there are many functional questions for which we don't yet have answers. For example, in Lecture 10, you heard two auditory illusions created by Diana Deutsch at the University of California at San Diego. Here's another. First, I want you to listen to a sentence spoken by Diana herself. Immediately after that, you'll hear a small bit snipped from the sentence and repeated many times. That repetition alone may make it start to sound musical, like a little snatch of melody.
The sounds as they appear to you are not only different from those that are really present, but they sometimes behave so strangely as to seem quite impossible. But they sometimes behave so strangely, 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 so strangely, so strangely, so strangely, so strangely.
Repetition alone seems to lead us to process the sounds not merely as speech, but as music. Right now, we can't claim to know why. Moreover, once you've heard that bit of speech as music, you won't be able to hear it as simple speech again. Note what happens when you listen to the original spoken passage again.
The sounds as they appear to you are not only different from those that are really present, but they sometimes behave so strangely as to seem quite impossible.
Why does that happen? How do perception of speech and music overlap? How do they recruit each other? How do they compete? It's been noted that many who suffer from stuttering do not stutter when they sing. What's happening there? Although we have come close to the topic a number of times, we haven't mentioned synesthesia, a condition crossing modalities in which people claim to see sounds. For example, the painter David Hockney perceives music in terms of color, as did Kandinsky. The composers Franz Liszt and Duke Ellington perceive music in similarly visual ways. In another form, synesthesia crosses the abstract and the perceptual. The physicist Richard Feynman perceived certain letters or combinations of letters as coming with particular colors. What's happening in synesthesia? Is this a form of brain plasticity or something else? In talking about what we don't know about the brain, there's also an enormous elephant in the room. We are all aware of how things feel, what they look like, how they smell, and how they taste. We are aware of qualia in our phenomenal consciousness. What's happening in subjective experience remains a mystery. Despite theoretical attempts by Francis Crick and Roger Penrose, despite wild pantheistic hypotheses by David Chalmers and Galen Strawson, despite hierarchical theories like that of David Rosenthal, we don't know how consciousness happens in the brain. We don't know how 3 pounds of matter can produce the subjective universes in which we live and have our being. The problem of how brains are conscious appears to be linked to the problems we emphasized in the legacy of Babbage's machine. The problem of how a semantics of understanding could emerge from the syntax of mere symbol processing may also be linked to the philosophical problem of free will. I noted that what we don't know about computers and computation leads straight to philosophical problems of mind, problems of artificial intelligence, its limits and its ethical implications, for example. It's clear that what we don't know about brains leads straight to philosophical problems of mind as well. The exhibit we began with in the first lecture, and the one I'll use to end the series, is Descartes' dream. On that night in 1619, the young Descartes dreamt of a unified science, a philosophically rich science able to link issues of the physical and the mental, of the body and the mind. What have we learned about Descartes' dream since? In the lectures, we've drawn on a wealth of philosophical input from ancient, classical, and contemporary sources. We've drawn ideas from Aristotle, from Locke, from Kant and Wittgenstein. We've looked at contemporary arguments from Dennett, the Churchlands, Chalmers, and Searle. We've considered issues of philosophy of mind using thought experiments, of zombies, of teletransporters, of black and white Mary, of Inga's memory and Otto's notepad, of what it's like to be a bat. We've pictured issues in terms of brains in vats, Mr. Chase and Mr. Sanborn, the Chinese room, the ship of Theseus, the beetles in the boxes, and the homunculus in the inner theater. The emphasis throughout has been on the force of argument regarding intellectual options and alternative positions, reasons for thinking that we each have distinctive, individual, and inaccessible qualia, or reasons for thinking that couldn't possibly be true. Reasons for thinking that there could be zombies functionally identical to us but without consciousness as an add-on, or reasons for thinking that consciousness has to have a distinctly functional payoff. Reasons for thinking everything is material, or that everything is mental, or that the mental and the physical are two separate and distinct halves of the universe. Let me try to put all of that in a nutshell. What do we know, or think we know, regarding Descartes' dream? Let me take the dangerous step of trying to give a sense of contemporary philosophical consensus. That's a dangerous step because philosophy is by nature a discipline of argument and counter-argument. What can consensus mean in a discipline that's so devoted to the direct pursuit of controversy? It's also dangerous because consensus no more guarantees truth in philosophy than in any other discipline, perhaps less. Philosophical questions remain open questions, and philosophical positions remain essentially contestable. So for what it's worth, the current philosophical consensus seems to be that conceptual progress has left Descartes' dream behind, at least in the way he formulated it. Traditional dualism, the dualism of Descartes, seems to be a dead end. Epiphenomenalism, parallelism, and occasionalism seem to fare a little better. The idealist alternative and its daughter solipsism prove equally unappealing. Reductive materialism remains a contemporary contender and certainly can't be dismissed outright, but in what sense will a personality or an idea or an ideal be material? At a number of points in the lecture series, I've indicated functionalism is the dominant theory in contemporary philosophy of mind. A direct descendant of analytical behaviorism, functionalism holds that the realm of the mental is the realm of the functional organization of organisms. In the course of these lectures, we have emphasized a number of approaches and emphases that are distinctly functionalist in tone, including our treatment of aspects of perception, of body image, distributed intelligence, embodied minds, and minds in the world. One of functionalism's appealing aspects is its promise of bringing together work in psychology, the neurosciences, artificial intelligence, robotics, and philosophy under a fruitfully interdisciplinary rubric. That spirit has guided these lectures as well. If functionalism is the dominant theory in contemporary philosophy of mind, its nemesis, the hard problem of consciousness, is the dominant unanswered problem. Consciousness, the phenomenal consciousness of subjective experience, seems immediate and obvious, but it doesn't seem to be merely a matter of how an organism functions. Subjective experience seems to be something quite different, a matter of how things are for that organism, of what its experience is like for it. David Chalmers, Frank Jackson, Thomas Nagel have all made the same point in different ways. Functionalism claims that all mental states are functional states of an organism, matters of input, output, and the inner functional structure that produces output at different times and in different contexts from particular input. Subjective experience as we know it doesn't appear to be part of that picture. How then can the functionalists claim that all mental states are purely functional states? How can that claim be right? Isn't our own subjective experience an immediate counterexample? For all our attempts to leave Cartesian dualism behind, we still stand in its shadow. In the first lecture, I outlined philosophy as the legacy of questions we not only don't yet know how to answer, but may not even yet know how to ask. This is certainly true of the issue of consciousness. Is the question we need to ask a scientific one, A scientific question of what special neurological structure makes it clear we are looking at consciousness instantiated in the brain? Is the question we need to ask a technical one? The technical question of how to produce devices that are so obviously intelligent and conscious that we realize something new about our own functioning? Is the question we need to ask a conceptual one? A question of carefully disentangling and challenging our own conceptions of what consciousness is all about? Or is it somehow all of these in one? We started with a dream, a brain, and a machine. We've explored a great deal in the legacy of the machine, the history, the present, thoughts about the future of computing, robotics, and artificial intelligence. We've explored a great deal regarding brains, drawing on data from psychology and the neurosciences. We've explored the brain and its functioning in terms of both localization and plasticity. The overall framework, however, has been that of the dream we started with. A philosophical dream of understanding both ourselves and the universe, the mental and the physical, as an ultimately comprehensible whole.
We hope you have enjoyed these lectures from our Great Courses series. Our courses are now available to order online. Visit our website at www.teach12.com or call our customer care representatives at 1-800-TEACH12. That's 1-800-TEACH